At Oaklawn Park, all going down on America's Day at the Races, is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's a little bit darker now in Hot Springs. Welcome, everyone, from the infield. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Last week, our primary focus was the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares, and we watched Adair Manor dominate from start to finish. This weekend, it's the boys' turn, and the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, not a Grade 1, again a Grade 2, but equally as lucrative, $1.25 million purse, and it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. There goes the animation. Here is the field. Drawn Sunday, a big field, 11 strong, very, very competitive. Towards the bottom, number 10, Skippy Longstocking. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile placed 3-1. Morning line favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, TikTok superstar and multiple Grade 1 winning jockey, Rajiv Barrage. Rajiv, last week when it was post time for the Apple Blossom, Adair Manor was an odds-on favorite. I don't think we're going to see any of that in the Oaklawn Handicap.
No, like you said, Skippy Longstocking is the 3-1 favorite. Number 1, Highland Falls, is 9-2. He's the 5th choice. So from the first choice to the 5th choice is 3-1 to 9-2. So it goes to show you there's not much separating the top 5 contenders in this race.
Yeah, and let's start with the lukewarm choice. Skippy Longstocking, catchy name, rags to riches story, looked good in his latest run as an odds-on favorite in the Challenger Tampa Bay Derby Day.
Yeah, well, this was a great bounce-back performance because two back, he was one of the horses that was highly expected to make an impact on the Pegasus. He didn't show up that day. He actually got eased and come back in 6 weeks and put in a performance like this. Seems like we saw the real Skippy Longstockings in his last race.
Significant win for his connections. Yeah, as you mentioned, eased in the Pegasus World Cup, apparently just overheated. Trainer Safi Joseph said there was a lot of pressure going into that Challenger. And what a relief. Skippy Longstocking, tepid favorite in the Oaklawn Handicap as we welcome in the remainder of our on-site broadcast team, starting with Maggie Wolfendale, standing by trackside. Maggie, if there's a $1.25 million race at Oaklawn, you know Steve Asmussen's going to be well represented.
Exactly, Lafitte. And when it comes to Red Route 1, one could say that he likes this weekend as he won one of the undercard races, the Bathhouse Row, last year, and that catapulted him into the Preakness. But he is coming into this Oaklawn Handicap off the back of a win in which Joel Rosario orchestrated a beautiful trip. He kind of has his patented running style where he likes to lay back in the back of the field and let all the others do the dirty work. He got a ground-saving trip until he tips out right here at the 16th pole, and he's able to get up in the final strides. Now, he does finish up on his wrong lead, so he lingers on that left lead, something that in watching his replays, he does seem to have a propensity to favor that inside lead, and for the first time in 3 starts, he's actually drawn away from his beloved rail, if you will. So he's in the middle of the field this time. Now, we talked about Skippy Longstockings, we talked about him, both of which are coming in here off of wins. There's another horse coming in off of a win, too, and that was our Razorback winner, Octane. And for more on him and some others, you check in with Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Maggie. Glad to be joining the coverage here for the Oaklawn Handicap weekend here at America's Day at the Races. And it's an intriguing race. It really is. And when you go back and you look at the Razorback between Magic Tap and Octane, it's just like Octane's just got a little bit more tactical speed. When you look at Magic Tap, it's almost like you see the same movie every time. Now, I know he kind of got stopped here a little bit in between horses as you see Tyler Gaffleone trying to get him through horses. But, you know, Octane has got that high octane early. And this is the other part about this horse, Lafitte. He likes to win races. 8 for 18 lifetime, 1.1 million at the bank. You can see Magic Tap coming late. And once he got through, he started to stride out nicely. Now, the forecast tomorrow does say that there will be some rain, so we could be dealing with a muddy racetrack, which I don't think it will hinder either of these two colts at all, and gelding with being an octane. The only problem is your favorite Skippy Longstocking is for 2 over the wet surface.
Yes, some rain expected. We'll see what kind of an impact on the race itself, on the track. Tomorrow afternoon, Raj, what do you make of Octane's chances in the Oaklawn Handicap?
I think he has a significant pace advantage on his rivals. There's not a lot of speed signed on for this race. His jockey, Julian Leperoux, he's known to have quiet hands, and if he gets an easy lead on the front end, this horse can take them all the way.
Skippy Longstocking likes to be forwardly placed and reincarnate as well. And we'll have much more on reincarnate throughout the course of the broadcast. Bob Baffert, Juan Hernandez looking for a sweep of the big three at Oaklawn with the Apple Blossom, Arkansas Derby, and Oaklawn Handicap. First things first, today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Oaklawn, you'll see 9 of the 10 races. Late pick 5 starts in the 6th. An Aqueduct 8-race program featured event, the 7th solid allowance sprint for New York breds. And of course, our invite still stands. Sign up, get involved, neverbets.com. And with the Kentucky Derby just around the corner, you join now, get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use that promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, neverbets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. As we say hello to our friends in New York, Andy Serling, Sarah El Badwi, standing by at Aqueduct. Andy, one more day. We get to enjoy some turf racing in New York.
And I'm actually a little disappointed that it's not going to rain harder on you guys tomorrow at Oaklawn Park. It doesn't appear to be that bad, and I was kind of hoping for a total rain out. But I guess those guys might avoid it. Well, the Oaklawn Handicap is tomorrow, but our 7th race today for New York breds, and it feels like it's a competitive race with 6 horses, Sarah.
I would say so. It's a small, compact field, but you could make some sort of argument for many of the contenders in this spot, and I think some of the interesting horses are ones that we maybe haven't seen in a moment, like Starquist, but I know we're going to take a look at a horse in Messy the Magician who ran a number last time that you kind of have to wonder if he's going to repeat it again.
Though I'll say one thing, the way the Cantor Machi barn has been going, I won't be surprised if he runs another big race. And he is outside the other speeds. Now, this figure came up seemingly high for, I think, at least the top 3 in this race, if not top 4. We'll see what happens when they come back. If he can run to this kind of number, an 85 buyer, he's going to be very hard to beat.
I agree, and while it was a career best for the 2 horses that do finish ahead of him in MB's Money as well as Clubhouse, it wasn't quite the same step up in terms of a sharp climb in numbers for either of those 2 horses. They had run numbers that were at least a little bit similar to something like this in the past, whereas he had not quite hit those high 70s, 80s at all.
The number 6 in the 7-horse field is Prince of Truth, who I think is going to appreciate less distance. You almost wonder if Linda Rice, last time out this race down on the inside, went a mile off a 2-month layoff, hoping to get less distance after a little bit of a break.
Possibly, and running into some good in-form rivals at this time as well. A Horse Be With You came back to win 2 starts from here. Amadeus Music is a decent horse as well. And you have to think now going second off the layoff with the cutback in distance for a horse who had really never tried routing before, he's likely to appreciate a little bit less ground to work with.
Yeah, I think he's dangerous in the outside in a race that could be a little bit competitive. Coming up a little bit later today, and of course that race is for New York breds, and it's worth letting people know the New York breds, no better time now than now to get involved in the New York bred program, as the horses for race number 1 are making their way onto the track. Are we going to do a post parade here, guys? We are.
How about that?
The number 1 horse, so I'm a little away from myself right now. Number 1, Maggie's Song, Lane Luzzy has them out.
I think this horse is a little bit interesting. Debuted on a day where the rail was a big advantage, off slow, caught wide, some excuses.
Yingo Bells is scratched. The 3, Isn't She Kazi? Louis Rivera riding for Carlos Martin.
Comes back. Debut was in back of July of 2023, going 6 furlongs on the turf. Lots of changes today.
Luminique, the 2nd choice with Romero Mirage riding for Bobby Robato.
This horse needs to get out of the gate, but clearly has some sort of ability at a level like this.
That's the fact. Jack, a long shot, going out for Dominic Scatino with Gorkan Kokamaya. I'm having a bad start today, Sarah.
I guess so.
Number 6, I got very out of sorts for this first race. The 6 is the favorite, looks first. Dave Donk and Jose Gomez.
I mean, this horse makes a lot of sense. Should be a horse that is forwardly placed towards the outside, and I didn't really see a ton of other early speed in here since we have horses that either haven't gotten out of the gate, haven't run on dirt, or perhaps have not really shown any early speed in the past.
See what happens in race number 1 as we are just about 6 minutes away. We'll get some words from Acacia Clement as America's Day at the Races continues. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we are having a little bit of cloudy day at Aqueduct, but things are clearing up and looking forward to a gorgeous weekend with turf racing returning tomorrow. Horses on the track for today's first race. These are maiden claimers where the favorite is the number 6, Looks First. Jose Gomez riding this one for Dave Donk. To find out more about this field, let's go to another member of our team. I can't even count how many there are. Acacia Clement.
We've got all hands on deck today, Andy, and thankfully in New York it is much warmer today than yesterday, so looking forward indeed to a beautiful weekend. But starting off with Looks First does run with a full hood. Now Dave Donk puts virtually everything in a hood in the paddock when saddling just to muffle the sound, cover the ears, keep horses settled. But this filly will actually run with it on, and so she did that last time, again, just to kind of keep settled. But she hasn't done anything wrong in the preliminary. She's been the ultimate professional. Looks very fit. I like the 7 furlongs for her, getting an extra 1/8 of a mile in here. And with the drop in class, I do think that fits. Broke pretty well last time out and then just kind of lost some ground and just never really was able to push on, even though she was trying. You'd have to imagine that she's going to be stronger second off the layoff and with some significant class relief. Taking a look at a couple of others, the number 4, Luminique, also taking a drop in class for the first time. This is one who looked like she was really resenting the kickback last time to my eye. It was her first time with blinkers on. She kind of had her head high. She was off the bridle. She just wasn't really responding to Dylan Davis's cues. Did run better 2 starts back, but this is one who just does not show any gate speed. Last time had the rail and broke into that space to her inside and even was off slow in the debut. Now, she's really kind of lacking in muscle mass in her hindquarters, which, as we often say, is what horses use to push off from. That's especially important for those that are bad getting out of the gate. And I do wish that she was a little bit stronger behind, a little bit more built up in her hind end to be able to push off and get out of the gate a little bit cleaner. She's definitely incredibly fit in here. She got a big warm up from Romero Mirage, so hopefully he'll be able to get her out of the gate in a little bit better fashion now in her 3rd start. The number 1, Maggie Song, another one who didn't break well on debut. She too broke in significantly when having the rail. Now, she has the rail again in here today, but this filly, I'm hoping that she can be more professional second time out because she keeps going up in price, and I really like her. She looks great in this spot. Her coat looks tremendous. She's really good in her weight. She's been very professional throughout. She was eager in the paddock without doing too much. Lane Luzzy did keep her with the pony. I like that it was aboard the first time out, and getting out of the gate is going to be a key for her. She was also pretty green throughout, kind of fading on the left lead in that first start, but I'm hoping that she can take a step forward second time out. The 6 Looks First is definitely the one to beat, but I have some interest in Maggie's Song. Andy?
Well, we got to root for Maggie's Song. I mean, how do we not root? Is the Maggie Song the home team horse? I think the question in this race, and Sarah and I were talking off cameras now, we laughed about the 6 Looks First going down to 1-2, and we said, well, that's a little short. Now she's 1-4, which is basically 1-5. And sometimes I feel like this happens, Sarah, in races that essentially on paper are 2-horse races, because it's hard to make cases outside of 4 and 6 here. Somebody just feels that the other one isn't going to win, and therefore the horse who's left kind of can't lose.
And we've gravitated to the horse that at least can get themselves out of the starting gate, and that's why you're seeing such this price discrepancy,
Right.
because the other one hasn't been able to break well, and you don't love seeing that.
Okay, so what am I missing about the one?
Probably nothing at all, but this is a horse that was a little bit against the racetrack first time out, caught wide, slow-paced race, won by a 1-2 favorite, never really had the opportunity to be on the right part of the racetrack in that start, and was always sort of far back, just going for a long shot because I wasn't in love with anybody else.
I was kind of looking for this horse to go to the turf and find a maiden claimer on the turf, given the pedigree. What's interesting about the one Maggie Song is she's the only horse in this race that's not dropping from a maiden special weight to a maiden claimer for the first time. We'll see what happens. That both Acacia and Sarah trying to get the long shot Maggie Song home, and why shouldn't a horse named Maggie win on our show? But it's the number 6 Looks First that is the enormous favorite in today's first. Chris Griffin, he'll kick off his day with a call of the first race in just a moment.
Looks First. Big favorite to the outside. Looks First. Jose Gomez. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Right to the front, it's Looks First who gets the first call. Looks First is now ahead in front, but that's the fact. Jack wants to go with this leader and now puts a nose in front of the favorite. Those two are 1-2 out in the center of the racetrack. At the rail progressing, here comes Maggie's Song, is trying to join these leaders, is tucked in third. Just in behind that is going to be Isn't She Cozy? In between horses in the 4th position, the trailer, about 6 lengths back to Luminique and Romero Mirage. They can see them all. 22-3 for the opening quarter. It's That's the Fact Jack at a big number 13-1 is a neck in front of Looks First with every chance, just stalking the pace setter right now as they work into the far turn. Maggie's Song being encouraged to move forward now is at the rail, is now challenging there with Isn't She Cozy? They're a shared 3rd and 4th from the back. Luminique is trying to rally on, but still 5 off the lead. 46 seconds flat for that half-mile time. That's the Fact Jack is still there. Looks First with every chance to run on by, but this leader is stubborn down towards the inside, and these two noses apart as they reach the top of the stretch. That's the Fact Jack is still finding plenty. Looks First is battling on, and here joining them, Isn't She Cozy on the grandstand side? The favorite's in trouble. That's the Fact Jack down to the inside, has now got a head in front. Looks First is trying to catch this leader, but here comes Isn't She Cozy, who looks like the main threat. Isn't She Cozy to the outside of That's the Fact Jack. Isn't She Cozy wins the opener. That's the Fact Jack, then Looks First. Finishing 4th was Luminique in 1:25.3.
Well, while the favorite was lugging in the stretch and not cooperating whatsoever, it looked like That's the Fact Jack trying the dirt for the first time would get it done, but then it was Isn't She Cozy trying the dirt for the first time. And this horse, as I'm sure you know, is a half the very speedy and talented Lady Milagro going out for the same connections, and she grinds out the victory with the favorite running very badly, to say the least, at 1-2.
I mean,
finishing
every
third.
shot to go by,
Oh.
truly. And just a lot of immaturity and greenness in the stretch to be lugging in on a horse that had set the pace in here. Things set up well for Isn't She Kazi to come off the pace in here. And we can understand why this is a horse that they tried to debut on the turf with that pedigree, as you mentioned, but gets the drop in class, couple of equipment changes, off a little bit of a break, and is able to get the win. And when you beat a 1-2 favorite, going forwards, you have to be pretty excited about whatever your opinions might be in the rest of the sequence.
And this horse got bet down to 5-1. It's Cozy, and I should have known that because the sire is Kozan. And it's nice to see Isn't She Cozy get the job done for our friend Carlos Martin, as well as the connections this horse. And it is interesting seeing this horse for Leila Milagro getting to the dirt. Leila Milagro is the only horse in that family that's been able to run it all so far. Now, this horse may have just found the right field and gotten the right trip, but Louis Rivera getting the job done. I feel like Louis has been riding very well since losing his bug.
And that's such a tough transition to make, but we do see a lot of riders, especially over the winter, able to take that step forwards with their personal business and be able to move on and still get the right kind of rides.
Well, an upset to start out the day as the third choice gets it done in the opener. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races, continuing after a quick break.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and do it just as quickly as the people running through Grand Central Station are doing. Play through Naira Bets. Today's first race, still not official, but it was 3, 5, 6, 4 in the race, and there are those Lady Milagro connections. Last time we saw them, they were pretty happy in the winner's circle, upsetting a stake late in the year at about 50-1. Well, she wasn't 50-1, but she wasn't the favorite. It Isn't She Cozy gets the job done, catching the pace setters in the late stages.
And then both pace setters with the favorite lugging in a little bit, just getting a little bit leg weary in the later stages of this race. Isn't She Cozy able to run both of them down towards the outside? Horse that we hadn't seen in a while and was making a lot of changes today, and she just seemed to find the right kind of group to break her maiden.
She doesn't have the speed of Lady Milagro, but she does get to the winner's circle in just her second career start. Trainer Carlos Martin getting it done, and Louis Rivera getting another win. 3, 5, 6, 4 to start out the day. Let's head back to Arkansas to Lafitte and the rest of the crew.
Andy, Milestone watch here at Oaklawn. More on that in a moment. Field on the track, $30,000 claiming sprint. You're looking at Collected Glory, spinning her wheels of late.
Yeah, drops in class off a troubled trip, but one that should be coming from off the pace.
Blinkers on, Lux Me.
Good run off a long layoff last time, blinkers on, and has a lot of speed. Should be a major early pace factor.
Philly, you like ribbons in her hair.
Yeah, drops in class, big jockey change, and a troubled trip last time. Switches from an apprentice to a journeyman.
Greek heiress, Nick Juarez, 999 North American wins.
Knocking on that career milestone day, Nick Juarez.
6 is out, and Sightful Miss in, currently 3-1 contender.
Yeah, second at this level last time. Got beat 2 lengths. Should be closing well in the stretch.
Esperidian on the outside, longest shot on the board, 17-1, 6 minutes out.
First time for this India, Iowa in open companies.
The fillies and mares in this first race ready to kick off Oaklawn Handicap Week. Post time 6 minutes. Let's circle back to Greek heiress, who is the favorite at 9-5, and jockey Nick Juarez on the brink of a milestone. Those 999 wins in North America, Raj. How significant of a moment for a rider? 1,000 North American wins.
I mean, it's a big dream come true. For a jockey to win 1,000 races, you know, you look back when he started, and that's a lot of wins. And, you know, well, one thing that happens, I mean, that happened to me when I was winning races in bunches when I was on my 999. And as soon as I hit 999, I don't know what happened. It took me like 2 weeks to get that next win. And in between those
you sat on 999 for a couple of weeks.
2 weeks and riding horses that looked like they were sure to win. One of the horses that I rode on my 999 was Wayne Catalano, a 3-5 shot. He was on 1999. So he was going for his 2,000 win with my 1,000 win. It seemed like the stars were aligning.
Yeah.
Had the worst trip ever. 3-5 shot, got shut off 5
Catalano should have asked
times.
for another rider.
Oh, he did after the race. Like,
it's amazing how often you hear these stories with riders getting close to a milestone. And for Juarez, he won the last race, Apple Blossom Day, on a 51-1 shot. He won a race on Sunday, and here he is. Let's see. Hopefully he doesn't have to wait that long for that 1,000th career win, Maggie. He is on the favorite as they continue to warm up. Greek heiress at 9-5. What are you noticing in the warm-up?
Yeah, well, back to that milestone talk. I remember my dad sitting at 999, and it took him a month and a half to get that 1,000th win. Oh, the good luck charms, the all that stuff was out in full force, and then finally a horse, Wars Me, I think her name was. She won by 15. So that was done and dusted with that win, at least, as we move on and take a look at this field. I like what I'm seeing from the favorite, Greek heiress. She looks like much the horse to beat. But as Raj mentioned, Luxme could very well work out to be the pace as she's second off that extended layoff. And she gets to a fast track for only the second time in her career, which was the site of her best, or at least fastest effort. Now, to me, she still looks a little heavy. Like she still needs a race to really kind of get race fit. But she'll add a pair of cheater blinkers, short cup cheater blinkers, wired last time as she was chasing that horse, complemented by the horse that finished third, coming back and winning too. So I like her, I respect her, and I think the blinkers should help. But again, I still question her overall fitness. As the horse that I'm going to pick in here is number 4, Ribbons in Her Hair. Just to elaborate on the trouble that Raj had mentioned, she kind of got herded in and pushed over heels when she went to move forward. She was steadied significantly, though I don't know if she was ever going to get a better placing. Maybe she finishes 4th, but at the end of the day, I think it was a tougher field. She, too, gets back to a fast track, and she looks sensational. She looks fit. She looks strong coming in off the back of a freshening here. Love the way she was moving for Mac Robertson. So Ribbons in Her Hair, fellow Maryland bred, we represent as number 7, Insightful Miss, cleverly named as she only has one eye. And it's not your typical, one-eyed horse that is completely missing the eye. It was like she had some sort of damage and the eye just kind of died, for lack of a better way of putting it. So it's just this little opening, and it's an odd looking thing, but she definitely cannot see out of it. So again, something to consider, but I didn't particularly love the looks of her, but she is coming in here in good form, Polly. But can they take down the 2-1 favorite, who we both thought would actually be a shorter price?
Yeah, Maggie, and I think she's not a shorter price because I think the murkiness of the pace situation in here. You guys all make a good point with the 3-horse in here. And she's very, very fast. Lux Me. And when you look at her, you know, her first 2 races, she won very easily. Obviously, something went amiss. And then she's come back. She had that one race. And I think the horse that holds all the keys in here is the 1, Collected Glory, because I honestly think that's the one filly that can go with her. The only issue with her is she's had gate issues in her last 2 starts, and she can't get out of the gate. And for her to put any pressure on the 3, it's going to have to really turn around quickly. That being said, the 5 is the one horse that can lay right off the 3. And I think that maybe just because of more racing, more experience, Nick Juarez is a forward rider, that he won't let the 3 get too far away. Yes, I'm worried about the 4, because if you look at the 4's numbers back at Hawthorne in those 2 races when the horse did run in a fast racetrack, the numbers are right there. But I do think Greek Heiress in here at 2-1 is very, very good value. Like Maggie was saying, I thought this horse would be close to 7-5 to 6-5 in Lafitte, and I'm willing to take 5-2 or 2-1 right now. I think she stalks right off the 3. If the 1 gets included in this race and breaks well, I think she's even a bigger danger.
Competitive $30,000 claiming event, non-winners 3 lifetime, all for sale, all 2 for something. And here's how the afternoon stacks up. For Nick Juarez, seeking that 1,000th career win in North America. Blowtorch scratched, so 6 chances. On paper, Raj, this is his best shot to get it done early and right off the bat with Greek Heiress.
Yeah, I mean, this for him, I can feel like he would want it to just get out the way right now, get the monkey off the back. And sometimes hitting those milestones, it's more of a relief than anything else.
I was going to say, how much pressure do you start to feel the longer you go without having hit that milestone number?
It's almost like when a kettle is boiling. You know, it you don't hear anything, and all of a sudden it starts going louder and louder, and that's what the pressure feels like. The more you go on, and wanting to hit that milestone and not able to hit it, it becomes really pressuresome.
And he's been winning with horses that don't figure. Like we mentioned, the last race on Saturday that paid $104. So number 5, the favorite, Greek Heiress, Nick Juarez, seeking his 1,000th North American victory. Raj, you're looking at ribbons in her hair and what Rafael Bejarano needs to do pre-race and perhaps during the race in order to be effective.
Well, the scratches of number 2 Floating and number 6 Tortuga Island really changed the complexion of the pace here. And I was hoping and expecting that Rafael Bejarano would have taken Rainbows in the Hair away from the pony and given this horse a good warm-up so that the horse would be ready to break and stay closer to the pace. Unfortunately, he didn't. And I'm a little disappointed about that because I think that would have made the horse more ready to be engaged and not be disconnected early like she was last time. However, I think he must be thinking, hustle this horse away from the gate to establish my position, because if he gets disconnected from the front runners early, too much to make up into a slow pace, it will be too hard to overcome.
Lose contact with the field. Some horses lose interest. We'll see how aggressive Rafael Bejarano is with ribbons in her hair. Maggie liked what she saw pre-race. She's 3-1 a contender. Everybody loves pulling for the one-eyed racehorse, right? Insightful Miss, number 7A contender. That look down into the gate as the horses and riders file in. And for Nick Juarez, will this be his 1,000th North American win? We're about to find out. He's on the favorite, number 5, Greek Heiress. It is post time, first of 10, live from Oaklawn. Matt Dinneman standing by.
We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Smooth dispatch for all the runners in the race. Lux Me has speed, a lineup for the lead. All runners lining up. Collected Glory now off of them, but a mad dash for the front end, and it's a contentious battle. Greek Heiress ahead in front for her. Insightful Miss a half length back with Esperidian, the 3 deep on the course, not far off. Lux Me back and forth now as they start to string out. Lux Me about 3 lengths off the lead with ribbons in her hair and another 2.5 to Collected Collected Glory, who's at the back of the pack as they hit the forward turn run. The favorite, Greek Eris, quickest of the bunch into the forward turn run. A length in front, Insightful Miss on her tail second. Esperidian, 3 deep still, a joint second as they round the turn. A gap of 4. Ribbons in her hair is sent along. Collected Glory moves level with her. Luxme is dropped well behind as they come to the top of the lane. Greek Eris off the turn, cutting the corner and kicking on to a length lead now. Insightful Miss is second, Esperidian third, then Ribbons in her hair. Furlong to go, and Greek Eris is shaking away from the competition, and this is going to be a milestone win for jockey Nick Juarez. Career win number 1,000, Greek Eris all the way. Ribbons in her hair was second, Insightful Miss third, Collected Glory fourth.
Never mind any drought, any pre-milestone slump, just like that, making it look all too easy. Nick Juarez aboard Greek Eris, and for Juarez, his 1,000th North American career victory.
Yeah, congratulations to Nick Juarez. Great career so far for this young man. 1,000 victories, got to be proud of himself. He did it in style. Perfectly executed. We talked about not too much speed in the race, and when the gates opened, I think everyone had the same intentions. There were a bunch of horses battling out for the lead. Nick was assertive, took control, and that was the race.
Felt
right
like
there.
at the top of the stretch, only a question of how far in style. Nick Juarez, you see the crop uncocked, not having to ask Greek Eris for a thing. Her third lifetime win, 997 more for the jockey. You saw apprentice Joey Bellemere off Insightful Miss as Greek Eris was turning around, and there is Bellemere there. It's good to see him on his feet. What we're told is that Insightful Miss is loose. They have corralled her. They have corralled Insightful Miss. I don't know exactly what happened, but good to see that Bellemere is fine, and good to hear that they have corralled Insightful Miss.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. Everything is good, and Nick Juarez got to feel good about starting his day off today with this win. And you talked about him winning on a 50-1 shot last week. Today, in the featured race, he's riding Oz Romeo, who he almost won with at 50-1. And that's going to be my long shot pick for today.
There
A
you
horse
go.
that I'm really looking at.
Write that down.
That almost won at 50-1 last time. So Nick is probably set up to have a good day today.
It's already been a great day, and a moment he won't forget anytime soon. You told us that drought you went through when you finally did get that 1,000th win. What do you remember? What do you remember most about that moment?
It was a celebration. All my family was there. It was a great moment. It makes you feel like the journey, all your dedication, all the sacrifices that you put in, because jockeys sacrifice everything. Being a jockey is not a career. It's a lifestyle. Day in and day out, whether you're riding, whether you're injured, you're always thinking like a jockey. And when you look back at the journey, all the sacrifices that you put in, it makes it so rewarding to be in that 1,000 club.
You mentioned your family. I have a message for you from your cousin Romero through Acacia to tell you he's the better looking cousin.
Oh, no way.
Don't kill the
he's
messenger.
He's just jealous because I told him that he can't do TV because he only has a radio face.
The cousins. Perhaps more on that, and certainly more on that milestone just achieved by Nick Juarez. 1,000 North American victories. Greek Eris, much the best in the first of 10 from Oaklawn. Just getting started on this Oaklawn Handicap weekend in Hot Springs. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Race 1 in the books. An exciting way to kick off Oaklawn Handicap weekend with this milestone and jockey Nick Juarez, 1,000th North American career win, Greek heiress. And at the top of the stretch, there was Greek heiress and strictly, a race for second. Greek heiress had it well in hand the entire time. And for Nick Juarez, that milestone, standing by live with Paul in the winner's circle.
Yeah, with winning rider Nick Juarez, who gets his 1,000th win aboard Greek heiress. And we were just talking, we're hoping the next 1,000 are as easy as that, Nick.
Yeah, when you get to ride horses like that, quick that way, the next 1,000 should be pretty easy.
Let's go through everything. I mean, listen, it's tough to win 1,000 races. We all know it's tough. It's a tough milestone. Rajiv said this isn't a sport. It's kind of a lifestyle, what you do. I mean, what has generated all these thousands of wins?
I think it's just getting up every day, being consistent, having thick skin, perseverance, and that goes with anything else in life. Whether you're a jockey or a 9-to-5 job, just perseverance, getting through that next day, getting through the day that you have, and washing your face, turn the page, and getting to the next one.
And it's got to be beautiful. You took a picture with your beautiful wife, your beautiful daughter, Melania, Nikki Jr., who's a mini you as well. How much more special is that?
It's better than winning a race, better than winning 1,000. To have my family here is incredible. And I dreamed of doing that one day, of having my kids with me in the winner's circle, having my wife with me, and to achieve it here today, along with 1,000 wins, it's just a bonus.
Well, Nick, we enjoy you at America's Day at the Races. We wish you the best of luck. Stay healthy for 1,000 more.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Love the confidence that the next 1,000 should be that much easier for Nick Juarez. And that's exactly what you pointed out about that first moment. Was that what we're looking at right there? Embracing, enjoying that moment with your family.
Oh, to have his family there, I can understand, man. That's got to be the ultimate dopamine hit, winning 1,000 races with your family. He's on cloud 9 right now, and it's just great for us to see people living their dream.
Like they're ready to celebrate Mardi Gras along with the 1,000th wins. He's learning from one of the best, Gary Stevens. Congratulations, his agent, Nick Juarez, 1,000 North American career wins. Much more from Oaklawn. Back to Aqueduct, Andy, for the second, and these $40,000 claimers closing in on post time.
Horses are on the track for race number 2 here, and we'll start with the entry for the hot Cantermachi bar. The one is Gone and Forgotten, Manny Franco.
Both of them first off the claim for the Cantermachi's, 11-time winner of this one.
Yes, and Bank on Ann off the claim as well, Jose Lizcano.
And they are just firing at such a high rate right now, 25% over the last 5 months.
The number 2 is a horse I picked thinking she'd be a long shot. I wouldn't bet her at 7-2. It's Jackie the Joker, Lane Luzzy, riding for Jimmy Ferraro.
Speed did well in her last start when she finished 5th. She was not that forward in that race. Maybe some excuses.
The horse to beat at even money. The Speed, the 4, she's a little edgy, Kendra Carmouche.
She's just supposed to get a favorable setup as she goes for her 3rd consecutive win.
Remain Anonymous goes out for Michelle Nevin, Alicio Ruiz.
A horse that has been no match for She's a Little Edgy in her last 2.
Dolce Serra, the long shot. Jose Gomez, Eddie DeLauro rounds out the field.
And this is a horse that's just a little bit tough to make on paper, 1 for 28 lifetime.
Let's head down and get more on race number 2 from Acacia.
And Andy, I tried to look at some other alternatives to see if I could find a little price besides your favorite. She's a Little Edgy, but just from looking at the pace dynamics, from the warm-ups that I saw, and from what I saw from her physically, she's a standout and checks every box that you'd want to see. She got a big, strong warm-up from Kendra Carmouche, and I was wondering if we were going to see anybody else try to be a little bit more forward, maybe the likes of Jackie the Joker, or even Gone and Forgotten, who had a little bit of speed going back, but everybody else just had a kind of passive, quiet warm-up with the pony. The only one with a big warm-up was She's a Little Edgy, who on paper has the fastest speed anyway. She is like a tank. She carries a lot of condition. She's dappled out from head to toe. She looks terrific as she'll try to go for 3 in a row. We'll take a look at the 2 for the Cantor Mossy Barn, starting off with the plain one, Gone and Forgotten. This one has been running against Tough New York Bred Company recently and comes in for the $40,000 tag, but I just feel like this is kind of the right spot for her. Last time out, she actually broke well and then was kind of taken back. I hope that she will be a little bit more forwardly placed today. As I had mentioned, she's one that used to be a little bit more into the race and looked like she had just a little bit of a mild run late, but I'm hoping that she doesn't get so run off her feet in here today and can kind of use some of that early speed that she does seem to possess breaking from the gate. She's a smaller, kind of handier type of physical, but incredibly fit coming in, and we'll see if she's ready to roll first time out for the new barn. The other new claim is the 1A, Bank on Anna. Plenty of backlash with this mare, and she's one that she always carries her condition, but I would like to see her tuck up a bit more. She had a bit of a layoff from October to January, then January to March, some gaps in her races recently. And obviously I wasn't around back in March to see her in her most recent effort, but coming in here, she's carrying a lot of condition on her today. And she was very laid back in the paddock. She did perk up a bit more back out onto the track. And like I said, she has backlash. She was kind of in a 3-wide trip last time out and has plenty of ability. Maybe she just needs to race into fitness a little bit more, but I am interested to see if she can get back to some of those good races we know she has in her. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. Well, the 4-5 favorite, the 4, she's a little edgy, is in great form, and she does appear to be the speed, Sarah. Do you think she's as dominant as her current 3-5 odds suggest?
I mean, this is not a great bet by any means, especially if you think that there might be another horse to press her early on in this race. I know you think that might be a horse like Bank on Anna to try to be a little bit more forwardly placed and at least apply some mild pressure to a horse that, at least according to Timeform US, should have a pretty comfortable lead. Somebody should make a decision to try to mitigate whether or not that is or is not going to happen if they want an opportunity to beat this horse.
To be fair, she set an honest pace last time and was still able to win fairly easily. I do think it's a bit tougher race, and I thought Bank on Anna could be a little bit dangerous. I think there's a very interesting claim for the Cantor Machis, and there's no denying their horses are really running now, and they're one of these stables, like a lot of stables, that are particularly strong when they get in a big run.
Absolutely. When you have that momentum going, it's so much easier to continue it forwards versus having those streaks of losses and getting discouraged and not really firing on all cylinders. But they have been doing so well over the past 5 months. This is a barn to definitely pay attention to everything they're doing.
So who is your top choice? Have we shown our picks for this race?
I went to She's a Little Edgy. I just thought that she would be able to be the one controlling in here. She's just in an excellent form. Her last 2 races are just kind of faster than a lot of others.
I can't really argue against that. I took a little bit of a shot with Jackie the Joker. I've got a bit of a thing for her. I guess 6-1 in this field aren't bad odds. She has drifted up a bit, so I'll bet a few dollars on her. She got a preposterous ride last time, and a race 3 back gives her a chance. I don't know if she's good enough to win, but maybe she can split the 2 favored betting interests. We'll see what happens in race 2. Can the heavy favorite get it done in this race? Unlike the first, Chris Griffin has the call.
Bank on Anna. Dolce Sera. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Jackie the Joker up with the leaders in between horses there. She's a little edgy, and She's a Little Edgy's going to have to work. Has company right to the inside here from Jackie the Joker, and they're a clear 1-2 and a pace duel on the front end. Settling off of them is Remain Anonymous, is content to just stalk from third, is now 2 off the lead. In behind that is Bank on Anna, who's taken 4th. Very strung out here in the early stages is Gone and Forgotten, is towards the back end. Second to last, the trailer, Dolce Sera. They're chasing Jackie the Joker. Jackie the Joker is now sprinted clear, is up by 3, and Jackie the Joker is just cruising along here with 4 furlongs left to go. 22.32 was the opening quarter mile. Now in pursuit, She's a Little Edgy is trying to come back for more, is within 2.5 of the lead, is doing it from off the pace, and here comes Remain Anonymous, is going to travel to the outside of that rival from third. Losing some ground was Bank on Anna's, getting the hurry up from the back with Gone and Forgotten, and far back is Dolce Seta. It is still Jackie the Joker in command, and Lane Luzzy, Jackie the Joker, turns him for home, is still up by 2.5. Here comes Remain Anonymous in full pursuit. She's a Little Edgy is making hard work of it in between horses. Remain Anonymous is now about to pounce and take the lead. From the back, Gone and Forgotten is rolling in the green cap. It's Remain Anonymous battling back towards the inside. Jackie the Joker trying to catch them all is Gone and Forgotten, but Remain Anonymous gets to the wire. It's Remain Anonymous over Gone and Forgotten, then Jackie the Joker, and She's a Little Edgy. Final running time, 1 minute 23 seconds flat.
2 races and 2 heavy favorites go down to defeat, and clearly She's a Little Edgy is not the same horse when she's not able to get the lead. I give Lane Luzzy a little credit for being creative with the 2, Jackie the Joker. She may have run the best race in here, but that pace was a wicked pace, took its toll on her, and the number 5, Remain Anonymous, took advantage of it, just holding off the 1, Gone and Forgotten.
Another upset in here as a horse was able to turn the tables on She's a Little Edgy in Remain Anonymous. And this was the right kind of setup for this one because, as you mentioned, Jackie the Joker was out really on a mission to set some blistering fractions in this race and sort of upend the game plan of She's a Little Edgy. It worked to take her down. It didn't work to get her in the winner's circle.
Yeah, but, listen, and I bet Jackie the Joker, I'm not going to criticize Lane Luzzy. He tried to do something different.
Right.
And, she ran off a little on him, and frankly, she barely got beaten in here. Yeah, maybe if things had gone a little differently, she might have won the race, but maybe also gave her best chance to win going to the front end. And once the favorite didn't make the lead, she had no interest in passing horses whatsoever. And I think that's something to remember about her going forward. Well, the favorite filled out the try in the first race in that 5-horse field. In today's, I think, 5-horse betting interest as well, the favorite fills out the super. So far, if you've had some prices, you're off to a good start in this Big 5. Remain Anonymous, 7-1, gets it done. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races after a moment.
Cross-country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Red Route 1 is moving in high gear on the outside in the white cap. It's Tappet Shoes with the lead to victory formation. Red Route 1 to the outside, final 16th in the Bathhouse Road. Tappet Shoes. Red Route 1 trying to get him. Tappet Shoes. Red Route 1.
In the final jump, Red Route won last year's Bathhouse Row. Not only Steve Asmussen's record-breaking 868th Oaklawn win, Raj, but a trip to the Preakness for Red Route 1.
Yeah, that was an impressive finish for him. He was just coming out of the Arkansas Derby, where he was one of the favorites. He didn't run too good that day. Then he instead of going to the Kentucky Derby, he went to the Bathhouse Row and used that to parlay into a nice run in the Preakness.
Fourth in the Preakness. He ran in the Belmont Stakes. Eighth, winner of the West Virginia Derby. And for Steve Asmussen, so many of those moments, 868th victory, becoming the all-time leading trainer not only in North America, but also here at Oaklawn Park. So lots on the line in tomorrow's Bathhouse Row. For these 3-year-olds, all the attention on the Kentucky Derby 2 weeks from tomorrow, but to the winner of this Bathhouse Row in automatic berth in the Preakness Stakes. Here's the field, as mentioned, sophomores. It's the 6th running, mile and an eighth, wide open. Wide open. Number 5, Militant, who is the 5-2 morning line favorite. Let's revisit his maiden win 3 weeks ago, right here, 8-5 favorite. He was really eager and pulling early, Raj, but like finishing strong when it matters most. Watch him split horses late.
Yeah, he didn't have an ideal trip early on. He was keen behind horses, he was stuck, and it looked like he had some good excuses to lose the race. He showed that he could overcome some adversity in his second career start, which was actually a step up from a maiden claimer, which he lost in his debut, and pulling away here to win a maiden special weight.
Full run at the wire. Militant, Gary Merriwest homebred, trained by Brad Cox, just like the 2022 Bathhouse Row winner, Homebrew. And then you have Maximus Magic, number 2, 4-1 on the morning line. This was his latest 3 weeks ago, right here, facing Allowance Company. Raj, Maximus Magic, taking fire from Count Dracula and others, a driving, exciting finish to the wire.
Well, this horse, he can win a dogfight. He was on the lead in a race that had a lot of speed. We talked about this race, how much speed was in the race. He took command, he ran very fast, he absorbed all the pace pressure, and he still managed to hold off that challenge in the stretch. I mean, that was a super impressive, gutsy performance.
Find it at all interesting that Count Dracula has lost both of his career races by a neck? Is there like anything to that? No, it's right there. It's right there in the past performance.
You're not making it up, Lafitte. It's real.
We'll see what he does in the Bathhouse Row. Those two will meet again in the Bathhouse Row with that automatic trip to the Preakness on the line. We wanted to revisit the Arkansas Derby, Raj, and specifically Imperial Gun, one of 2 trained by Steve Asmussen, and what happened right from the start of the Arkansas Derby.
Just like Red Route 1, this is another son of Gun Runner for Steve Asmussen. But when look at this race, I mean, Imperial Gun, he had a tough post from the outside, and his jockey is trying to do everything to try to come over to save some ground. He's taking a hold, so he had to steady him here. But watch what happens when he gets into the first turn. And the number 5 horse was having a lot of trouble. Tyler Gafflin was having trouble with this horse, and he completely bears out and takes out Imperial Gun into the turn. I mean, Imperial Gun was alienated from this race, completely wiped out from the start to the finish, and still managed to run a credible 8 beaten 12 lengths. But he had absolutely no chance whatsoever to recover from that. He was in no man's land and getting wiped out.
Cleaner trip. We'll see what he does in the Bathhouse Row. Exciting addition. Those 3-year-olds taking center stage, one of 3 stakes races tomorrow, highlighted by the Grade 2 $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. Horses on the track here, and we have Remain Anonymous, Andy Serling, entering the winner's circle following that win in the second.
Tell you what, Lafitte, you were born just a little bit too late to take your act down to the Catskills. Remain Anonymous got a nice pace to close into and gets the job done, turning the tables on a horse that has been a bit of her nemesis in the favorite. She's a little edgy. You just can't rate and be effective.
Right, and once you know that about a horse and you've discovered that they have those weaknesses, every other rider should really be trying to take advantage of those.
Sure, that'll happen.
I know it won't, but this is a good example of it.
You're absolutely right.
Because at
I'm
least
just
somebody
laughing.
else tried
Yep.
to upend a favorite that, needed things to go her own way. It didn't work out. She didn't win. They didn't win either, but remained anonymous, sat the right kind of trip, and was able to win comfortably in this spot.
No, I agree with you. I think it's a very valid point. And, you know, Jackie Roach didn't win and obviously went a little fast early, but I give Lane Leslie credit for trying something different with her.
Exactly.
And sometimes that's the right thing to do as we head back to the comedy team at Oaklawn Park.
Who thought it was a good idea to let that guy drive? Whose call was that?
Bad move. That's dangerous.
Second race, Oaklawn, $8,000 claimers, 5.5 furlongs, fillies and mares. There's Naughty Lottie, and the first of many Steve Asmussen trained runners this weekend.
Yeah, big win by 7 lengths for 30,000 last time. Takes the suspect drop in class to 8,000 today, but this should be a massive favorite.
Catch us if you can. She's really not that quick. Then She Dazzle, second of 2 for Asmussen.
Yeah, the longer shot of the 2 Asmussen horses got beat 9 lengths at this level last time.
Duck 7, a little disappointing in her latest.
Disappointing, folded in the stretch first off the claim, drops back in class to the spot where she was claimed from.
Check Cash and Connie, the Minnesota bred.
Didn't show much off a layoff last time. Second start over the track.
Vartan here, popular at the claim box.
And this one should be the thorn in the side of the favorite early on, at least, with the other speed. This one has the most speed of any in the race.
Awesome View would be a surprise.
Yeah, didn't show much last time. Not much to endorse here.
And Long Shot Tenacious Lady, 24-1, 5 minutes out.
Yeah, you got beat 35 lengths last time after being bothered at the gate. We'll be hoping to get off to a better start today.
The runners in the second at Oaklawn, post time in about 5 minutes. So we've had a chance to touch on the Oaklawn Handicap, tomorrow's marquee event, the Bathhouse Row for the 3-year-olds, and then the 3-year-old fillies in the Valley of the Vapors. This is just the second running. Take a look at the field here. A mile, $200,000 purse, and while number 2, Neon Beach, is the 5-2 morning line favorite. Let's start with the other bookend, number 11, Winnable. This is her latest, Bourbonette Oaks, Jeff Ruby Stakes Day at Turfway on Synthetic Raj. Winnable, a front here, an early move, but there's danger lurking towards the inside.
If she can duplicate this performance that she did on the poly synthetic track, if she can take that to the dirt, she's definitely winnable in here. But you know, it was
almost as good as Count Dracula.
Almost as good as Count Dracula. It was a real good performance. Yeah, we'll be sitting right off the pace. It's going to be a little tricky for her from that outside post, but we've seen some of these Kenny McPeak horses draw on the outside post, like Torpedo Ann, and just carved out such a good trip. So,
pedigree-wise, should be okay.
The pedigree says yes to the turf. She's
Okay.
by Justify
To the dirt.
out of a to the dirt.
Yeah,
Justify out of a curling mare, so she should be able to handle the dirt based on that pedigree.
We'll see that in the Valley of the Vapors. Winnable, drawn towards the outside. Then you have the morning line favorite in Neon Beach, the 5-2 favorite in the Valley of the Vapors. Neon Beach, Raj, here she is 3 weeks ago, her most recent, facing Allowance Company. She's traveling well, patiently ridden by Christian Torres, goes around and eventually by Marisol Sugar.
Yeah, and I remember going into this race, she was my pick, and I was thinking she would have had a good shot in the fantasy as well. I thought she's a legitimate graded stakes caliber filly, but they made the right decision here. She lost her previous race. They put her in this race. This was almost like a confidence-building, schooling race. She learned a lot out of this race, being able to sit behind horses and then tip out and have that perfect trip. And I think that's going to parlay her into development going forward.
Joel Rosario will ride tomorrow. She'll meet Marisol Sugar once again in that Valley of the Vapors. If you could ride one of these 3-year-old fillies in tomorrow's Valley of the Vapors, who would that be?
I think it would be Neon Beach. She has got a great post, and she is showing that she's this level of horse, and she's just on the up and up. I think we haven't seen the best of her, and she holds she's a big factor in the race.
Exciting Saturday of Thoroughbred Racing. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, the Oaklawn Handicap, the Bathhouse Row with that trip to the Preakness, and the Valley of the Vapors with 3-year-old fillies. Back to the Friday program in race number 2. $8,000 claimers, 5.5 furlong dash for older fillies and mares, and there's Keith Asmussen, this terrific meet, second in the standings only to Christian Torres, and then once again teaming up with his father, Steve Asmussen, who's pretty much, he had, just like Christian Torres, wrapped up yet another training title at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing really well, both team and also the owner of Flurry Racing. They're so aggressive when they spot horses.
He's only there's a 2-win discrepancy with Staten Flurry and Steve Asmussen as an owner. So while Asmussen has already wrapped up the training title, he's right there in the mix with a couple weeks left in the chase for an owner title at Oaklawn as well.
Yeah, so these are connections that win a lot. They're 3-5 on the board because this horse won by 7 lengths for $30,000. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me why she's in for $8,000. If she duplicates this performance,
does that make her suspect at all, in your opinion?
Big suspect. If she duplicates this performance, she's going to win by at least 15 lengths. You know, but why would a horse that wins for $30,000 and seemingly could even go up in class, why would they drop her down about 5 levels in class and give away money pretty much?
All right, so if she is vulnerable for whatever reasons, Naughty Lottie, and if she doesn't bring her best, who does that open the door for? Who has the most upside to pull off what would be considered an upset when the second choice on the board is the filly we're looking at, Doc 7 at 4-1?
I'm glad you asked that question because I got a juicy little price here.
Shoot.
Catch Us If You Can, the number 2. And here's the reason why. She came off a long layoff from October and raced in February, first time over the track at a much higher level than today, 16,000. And she wasn't disgraced. She got beat 2 lengths. In her most recent start, she was the second choice, and she had a tough trip. She had traffic. She got steadied. A trip to forget. That would make Andy Sterling pull his hair out if he had any. Now, she gets a trainer change off the claim, and the race, if the number 1, Naughty Lottie, and the number 6, Vartan, hook up in a speed duel, I think this filly could sit the right trip. If I was Luis Fuentes, I would make sure I break out the gate, get her running, and hopefully just sit off the duel. And if this one horse, this suspect Naughty Lottie, doesn't fire her A race, this is the horse that could capitalize on it.
At 7-1. Shots fired on set. You know we're on set with him on the show for like another 4 hours, right? And this is the start of a long weekend. You know that, right?
We had to stir up Andy. He should have never wished rain on us.
I think it started when your cousin reminded you of who the better-looking Mirage cousin was, according to Romero.
That's when you know he's dreaming.
Just become a TikTok star, TikTok sensation, and out you come guns blazing.
Yeah, I'm giving it 365 revolving days from today that I'll be the number 1 TikTok sensation in the world.
You heard it here. Number 1. 1 year.
Surpassing Taylor Swift and all, yeah.
Keep taking shots at Andy. You're going to build that following in a hurry. That's like your first step in the right direction, my friend. Naughty Lottie, odds on it post time. We're all set for the second. Live from Oakland, here's Matt Dinnerman.
Doc 7 into the outside. Tenacious Lady to round out the field. Here's Tenacious Lady. We're ready to go. Or not. Tenacious Lady backed away. Now she's in. Take 2. We're ready. And Laroff, She Dazzle was a little bit slow to go. Naughty Lottie from the inside sent out of there for speed is naturally quick with Vartan and Awesome View. These 3 vie for the early lead. Vartan takes control. Naughty Lottie on the inside taking back to second. Awesome View third down the backstretch. Catch Us If You Can is in the 4th position within 4 lengths of the lead. Tenacious Lady joins her, a gap of 2 to Doc 7 and Check Cash and Connie. She Dazzle well behind after breaking slowly out of the gate. Around the far turn, they runaway dash. Vartan, the pacemaker, a length and a half in front. Naughty Lottie tipping outside to come and chase that front runner down if she's good enough. She's in the second position, coming to the top of the lane, and Naughty Lottie is let loose, confidently ridden here by Keith Asmussen, and strides forward to take the lead away from Vartan like she was standing still. And Naughty Lottie making this a paid workout down the lane as she puts 4 lengths on the competition. Doc 7 coming out of the crowd here to take the second spot with Tenacious Lady, but Naughty Lottie is home clear. She's 5 ahead, and nobody's close to her. Naughty Lottie on the class drop. First off the claim for Steve Asmussen, and Flurry Racing Stables wins it. Doc 7 was second, third home Tenacious Lady. Awesome View fourth.
Well, no big surprise here. We couldn't get the favorites home to start out our action at Aqueduct, but Naughty Lottie was on quite a drop down. Claimed for 30,000 by Steve Asmussen. In for 8 today and ran like a horse that probably could have been running for a little bit of a higher tag. The only real question, Sarah, is how many people did try to claim this horse?
Oh, should we say maybe 15 or more?
I think
that's a good number.
They have 13 and a half.
Yeah.
But down at Oaklawn, you could be right. It could be 15 and a half. I'm sure they're lining up, and there will be a claim for this one, but it was number 1, Naughty Lottie, getting it done. Keith Asmussen and Steve Asmussen teaming up for the win. Doc 7 getting second for trainer Dan Ward. Time for a break. We'll be back with more action in a moment. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as it looks like a nice afternoon here at the Big A. Horses are on the track for race number 3, another case where if you like an entry, half the entry, you get a shorter price than you should because you're stuck with an entry mate, as the entry for Linda Rice is currently the 8-5 favorite. Which one are they betting? I guess we'll find out in a little while as horses are on the track for the race. And we'll get to the post-parade as the number 1, Stormquist, the seemingly lesser half of the entry, Sarah.
Second off a little bit of a layoff. Second off the claim for Linda Rice as well.
Remember the name, 1A, Jose Lescano riding this one, Kendrick on the first.
Another one that is second off the claim for Linda Rice. Did improve 10 buyer points last time out.
Agreed. We'll see which one they prefer. I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth. The 2, My Choice, Mad Banker, coming out of a stake. Trevor McCarthy running.
He did not have much of a chance in that 4-horse field last time. This is a little bit more of a realistic spot.
The shipper Dylan's Ruby going by, one of the favorites for Frankie Pennington. In a minute, Manny Franco.
That race last time out was quite the improvement from his maiden victory where he was helped by a speed-favoring racetrack.
Another one dropping down and went by is Retail Man. Goes out for Jimmy Ryerson, rounding out the field. Taking a lot of money, I'm surprised to see, is hurt on the street, the 6, David Jacobson, Isaac Castillo.
A horse that potentially could be in front in this spot, but a horse that needs to get a little bit faster.
And caught a nice bias in his favor last time out. The MiG is back. Let us know what's going on the track, Richie.
Yeah, beautiful day out here. Let's talk about this entry, who is you're taking the money, 8-5 here. The one Stormquist looks better of the two from a physical perspective. I didn't like him as much on paper, but looking at both horses, he just looks fitter. He looks a little bit more together as far as his coat. The 1A, remember the name, just looks heavy to me. It looks like he's carrying a lot of weight. Now, I'm full disclosure, I don't have a reference point or anything to base it on. This horse hasn't run since January 5th. But he looks like he's a horse that'll be much better for a run. So I'm going to get away from the entry because the one that looks the best isn't the one I liked on paper, and the one I liked on paper just doesn't look 100% fit to me, and I think that could be telling. The 2-horse Mad Banker is checking the boxes for me. He looks terrific from a physical perspective, and I thought he made sense on paper. He got caught in a position last time where he was chasing the likes of Antonio Avenis, who is just a superior rival, and I think that really starches horses. It pulls the wind out of their sails when they're trying their hardest and a better horse just runs away from them. So he's going to be my top selection because I like him on paper and I really like the way he looked physically. And Wayne Potts' horses tend to look really, really good. The 6-horse, I would be remiss not to talk about. I mean, this horse did break his maiden for 20, was impressive there. This horse looks outstanding. And one thing I've noticed, David Jacobson's horses tout themselves and they look good in the flesh like this. They tend to run really well. I'd be surprised if the 6 hurt on the street doesn't show up with a really good effort. We'll see if that's good enough, guys.
Thanks, Mig. I will be surprised if this one does. I thought he took advantage of a tremendous bias last time in a weak field, but we'll see what happens. If you're over at Naira Bets, you may want to check out Track Stats. You get the inside track on handicapping with Track Stats. Want to know how many winners go gate to wire in 1 turn miles at Aqueduct? Supposed to 2-turn miles at Aqueduct? Do we have those? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats at Aqueduct and tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. The number 3 coming in from out of town, your top choice in here. I feel like Dylan's Ruby could be the right horse in here as the new face, Sarah, but could be a bit of a trap.
Right, and I mean, at least finishing second to a horse that has a couple of wins under his belt. I'm not in love with this horse. This horse ran fine out of town, showed that little bit of improvement from breaking his maiden to finish second in this race. But, I mean, when you look around at all of the horses that you have as options, nobody's really that enticing. And at least with him, now you're getting a slightly better price. And this is actually his win when he was breaking his maiden. But I don't know, at least he was professional. He passed a couple horses towards the inside at a level like this. Something like that can matter to me a little bit more.
I think he's the new face in a race where the faces we've seen are a little tiresome. And, for me as a handicapper, and he's 2-1 now as he's verging on favoritism, I can't bet the entry because you're getting weighed down by the other one. It's a bad value bet. It's not about picking winners. It's about an attempt to find value. And one thing there's no chance of is getting the proper value with an entry. So with the 2 Mad Banker, well, he ran an improved race 2 back. Now, there is an argument, and a fair one, that maybe that effort was because he was on a sealed track. Having said that, at least he improved enough in his prior 2 races to say that he could belong even with mid-60 buyer races. And last time out, coming back a week after his race, basically hustled into the Damon Runyon. He had no real chance in there, so you can throw that race out. I don't love him. I just can't take the entry, and I don't trust the horse coming in from out of town.
Which is completely fair. Then where else do you go? Because at least with this one, you have some excuses over the last couple of starts to say, hey, maybe this was a horse that was improving a little bit and just was totally rushed back into a spot where I get it. When you have those New York breds, you want to see what you can get out of them and be in those kinds of spots, and especially with a 4-horse field, but he was so overmatched in that race.
He was. Well, he also paid some bills by running in that race because nobody else wanted to and finishing 4th. As far as the entry, and I think we should talk about them, which one, are you confident that they're betting one more, that much more than the other one?
No, I mean, I guess you could say that Remember the Name is a horse that improved at least first off the claim
Right.
for Linda. But at the same time, are you really that enthusiastic about either of these horses? I mean, when you look at Stormquist, this is a horse that regressed. I know that was a somewhat tough race, a sloppy sealed track compared to this one, but not so much so that you have to say, okay, that was warranted.
At least you could say with the one Stormquist, this horse is second off. It's not really second of a laugh, hasn't run for 3 months, but the one race for Linda, it was a sloppy sealed track, and the races out of town were good enough to be effective. But feels like a complete unknown, and to me, I don't know which one they like, which means they're probably betting on both of them to a certain extent. So if you like one, you get stuck with the price because of the other one, and it's just the very essence of bad value. And perhaps one day the Racing Commission will understand the need to eliminate entries and allow the bettors the right to bet on the horse they want without being saddled by money on another horse. It's not friendly to the fans.
No, and look, we have all had the benefit of picking a horse that is part of an entry and the entry mate wins, right? But it's so rare in comparison to who you want to bet.
It doesn't make up for the money you've lost by not being able to bet or getting a shorter price because of the entries. So it's a double-edged sword. Yes, you're right. You get bailed out, and there's something to be said for having the other horse and winning when you're wrong. But I think we're all big enough boys and girls that we can bet on the horse that we like. It's hard to win. If you're winning at 30%, you're doing unbelievably well, which means you're losing 70% of the time. So we're accustomed to losing.
Yes.
We just want to be paid when we're correct.
Precisely, and because it is a lesser amount of the time that you are correct, you want to make sure that you're getting something out of it rather than being bogged down by a horse that you don't necessarily have interest in.
Having said that, they're heading into the gate for the first race. We'll see what happens. Sarah interested in the entry. The 3, Dylan's Ruby, and both Richie and I interested in the 2, Mad Banker. We'll see how it all plays out as they're heading into the gate, and Chris Griffin has the call of race number 3.
Dylan's Ruby moving forward. Goes in a minute. We'll be following Stormquist. Stormquist has now moved forward. Kinder Carmouche aboard in a minute. Next will be Retail Man. Retail Man right in behind the gate. Remember the Name is acting up. Remember the Name. Heard on the Street will be last to load to the outside. There's Remember the Name and Jose Lescano moving forward. Heard on the Street. Heard on the Street. Has now gone in. Front of the gate is open. Assistant starter closes it up. All set. And they're off. Speed from in a minute, from in between horses right towards the front, and here comes Remember the Name on the 4 outside. 5 of them across the racetrack. Now taken back will be Mad Banker. Trev McCarthy takes off that early heat as Remember the Name has crossed over, has the lead. A lineup of 3 in behind. That's Dylan's Ruby, who's down towards the inside. In between horses there came Stormquist, and progressing in a minute. Out wider, here's Heard on the Street. Is in the clear, is going to be 4 wide as they move into that far turn. 22 and 3 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Also trying to run on here from the back, Mad Banker second to last. The trailer, Retail Man. They've got to catch Remember the Name. It's Remember the Name who's still a nose in front. Remember the Name within a minute, just looming up on the outside. 3 wide is going to be Heard on the Street. Stormquist is in the 4th spot. Dylan's Ruby lost some ground in the turn, is trying to make it up as 5 off the lead. They reach the top of the stretch. 3 of them across the racetrack. Remember the Name down towards the inside. In between horses in a minute has backed out of his back to 3rd. Heard on the Street is ready to challenge it. Here comes Stormquist on the grandstand side. It is Remember the Name is at the rail as a neck in front. Remember the Name is now pushing the margin up, is up by a full length. Here comes Stormquist up on the outside. A green Dylan's Ruby railing on late, but it's going to be the entry one. 2 is a photo. Remember the Name and Stormquist in that tight photo. Heard on the Street and Dylan's Ruby in 1 minute 11 flat.
Well, this is one photo you don't have to sweat out because the 2 halves of the entry hit the wire together. It felt like perhaps the inside held on. Doesn't matter, Sarah, but the 1A probably ran the better race as this race was collapsing late.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that for sure. And this is a situation where we weren't totally sure which part of the entry was being more heavily bet. Well, on the racetrack, it played out like it was fairly even in the end.
In the end, at the wire, though, the 1A probably the better one, but an interestingly run race. As the number 6, and I think the 1-1, this could be a dead heat, frankly, because the 1A may have just gotten the bob back. The 1 had the bob before the wire, and that's a little interesting. The 6 probably ran the best race because the 6 blew the brake and rushed up and continued on, and Richie was right. The 6 was ready to run today, just blowing the brake cost him the win. Probably wins if he brakes cleanly. And what's interesting about the number 3 horse is that horse was backing out on the rail on the turn and yet came again when he got outside. Now, a bit of an illusion as the race was collapsing, but this was a horse that came through on the rail in both of his races at Parks, but he did not want to run today inside at Aqueduct. Kind of odd.
It is, and I think that you could really see him drop back significantly and be a little bit more reactive to that kickback. But once switched out, as you said, the race was coming back to him, but he did start to run a little bit more.
He was going in reverse, and at least he stopped going in reverse at that point. But it was the 1A getting the bob, Jose Lezcano getting the win over Kendrick Carmouche. Linda Rice 1-2 with the entry in race number 3. When they run 1-2, maybe they were value. But frankly, if you bet her in the street, you were a little bit unlucky there. No favor is won on today's card. Good luck if you're still alive in this pick 5. The 2 favorites in the Kentucky Derby have contrary running styles. One wants to be in front with no stone in his path. The other horse has no problem coming from far behind. The battle of fierceness and Sierra Leone, the 2 favorites, they'll head in the Derby in just 2 weeks. America's Day at the Races continues.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Here down 25, here down 25, here down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Ponies are ready. Post-parade brewing. Race 3 Oaklawn. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Now joined by Paul LaDuca. Rajiv is probably off making a TikTok video as our coverage continues on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. And tomorrow, marking officially 2 weeks out into the 150th Kentucky Derby, Paul. And what's really been amazing this last couple rounds of preps, just how incredibly formful this road to the Derby has been of late.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, when you look at some of the races that we've had, the favorites have continued on. And maybe Timberlake is the one exception, but when you get to fierceness, obviously he rebounded and had just a phenomenal appearance in the Florida Derby. Then Sierra Leone came back and just franked that he's just as good on a wet surface as he is on a dry surface. So now you have two horses in here. And I think Resilience kind of had a little bit of a coming out party for Mr. Mott as well. Stronghold, anytime you pass a Bob Baffert horse, that's actually a feat in itself. And listen, Catching Freedom might be on the maybe third or fourth choice when we do get to Derby Day. Has been pretty solid and has had good form. So, these are the 100-point winners, and they all got legitimate shots, obviously.
So for trainer Chad Brown, seeking that first Kentucky Derby with Sierra Leone, that Risen Star that he won, turning out to be like one of the most productive Risen Stars in the history of the event. That late closing style looks like he's designed to thrive at 1.25 miles. This is Bluegrass win. What do you make of him as an individual, and what are you expecting from him in the Derby?
I think he's going to run big. I mean, the one thing you can count on by him is that he is going to make a run. He's still a tiny bit green. He tries to lug in a little bit, which could be a worry, obviously, in a 20-horse field. But I do think it's a double-edged sword kind of with him. He's a horse that comes from way out of it, and he has to deal with a lot of traffic. But he's also one that can deal with a little adversity. The horse that's probably going to be your favorite, we've seen him deal with adversity, and he hasn't passed that test yet, where Sierra Leone has.
Antics pre-race before the load, that immaturity you touched on. Chad Brown with his hands full trying to maximize Sierra Leone's potential, and part of that is what he is the mental aspect and how professional he'll become Derby Day.
No, it's true. You got to be able to handle the crowd. And there you see Chad Brown's recent Derby finishes. And listen, Zandon ran a really good third. Good Magic. It turned out to be a tremendous sire along with Practical Joke. Normandy Invasion made a really big middle move. Without that middle move, probably could have swallowed up second or third. But he's on the brink, and he's going to get one sooner or later. And I would think Sierra Leone right now is probably a very, very, I wouldn't say more talented, but maybe is as talented or more talented, or maybe getting the distance. When you look at Practical Joke and Good Magic and Normandy Invasion, were they able to really get that distance? I think Sierra Leone can.
Sierra Leone, no such thing as a perfect Derby prospect. He has the talent, he has the ability. All eyes will be on him pre-race and how he's behaving himself. And same can be said for fierceness, not in terms of anything he'll do before the race, but if he's faced with an obstacle during the race. Because so far, if the table is set, you see his very best on paper, a massive edge in terms of speed figures compared to everyone else. But faced with obstruction and obstacles to this point, it hasn't been something he's been able to overcome.
No, it hasn't. But if he gets loose like this, and I kind of think he's the kind of horse that maybe needs to be ridden like Bodemeister or like a horse like Knicks Go. Now, Bodemeister, to me, ran the second best Kentucky Derby I've seen, going 109 and change. But I think Fierceness is one of those type of horses that needs to take everybody out of the race and just maybe go to the front end, go fast, and say, catch me if you can. Because if, they want to say door knock and go with him. Nobody can go with this horse early if he breaks sharp and Johnny asks him early. Can he relax on the backside, or does he just run them off their feet? He has the capability, and he's shown twice that he can run them off their feet, and I would think that would be their plan.
Chance to make amends for what took place last year. Mike Rapoli, Todd Fletcher had Forte, the morning line favorite, who defected the morning of the Kentucky Derby. Fierceness, the anticipated Kentucky Derby favorite, Maggie. And then you have the Wood Memorial winner, Resilience, another who prepped in that Risen Star in his prior start.
Becoming the key race of the Kentucky Derby, Lafitte, that's for sure, that Risen Star, as I feel like it has been even going back to last year too. But Resilience, he made good on that Risen Star performance in taking the Wood Memorial. And after that race in Louisiana, Bill Mott, Hall of Famer, John Velasquez, his pilot, Hall of Famer, they got together and discussed the addition of blinkers, noting that he was a horse that was reluctant to go by other horses, that he wanted to kind of hang on them a little bit. But I think the blinkers definitely did the trick in the Wood Memorial, eliciting the result that they wanted. He was handy for John Velasquez. He was prominent throughout. And when Johnny got him in the clear, asked him to run, he more than powered away, albeit from a long shot in Society Man. Now, he's going to have to get faster to be competitive to be a win candidate for the Kentucky Derby, but I like his running style. And while he is a son of Into Mischief Lafitte, he isn't built like a Into Mischief. He's very classically put together, which bodes well for a horse getting distance races. And don't forget, we're a mile and a quarter, mile and 3/16, and then back to a mile and a quarter for this year's Belmont Stakes. So I'm looking forward to him, how he runs in the Kentucky Derby, but really looking forward to him possibly in the Belmont. Had his first local breeze at Churchill Downs yesterday, with just FYI, and everybody that watched it liked what they saw.
It still feels like an adjustment. You have to catch yourself discussing the Triple Crown in that third and final leg, not being at Belmont Park, not at a mile and a half, at Saratoga, at the classic American racing distance of a mile and a quarter. Derby 150, 2 weeks from tomorrow. We'll continue to follow these 3-year-olds. Tomorrow, the Bathhouse Row to the winner, automatic berth in the Preakness Stakes. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races. And the third race, 6 minutes out on the Friday program. $30,000 restricted claimers. Littleton Sis, the Asmussens, just won with the one horse in the second.
Yeah, this is a horse that breaks bad from the rail. I just think a bad post position might hinder the one.
You might not get a 4-1 favorite in the Derby. You have a 4-1 choice here. Yeah. Wide open. Unstable Princess, the Unstable LLC, Sweet Fantasy. One win thus far on synthetic.
For all your Mariah Carey fans, and a horse that's been running pretty well of late.
I'm glad I didn't come up with that. Gigi's Map, Daylight winner in the mud, early February, followed by Gotta Runs, a great name by Run Happy.
Yeah, another one here that needs to improve. I think the 4 Gigi's Map is a horse that can maybe take this field for a long ride, at least on the front end.
Quiero dinero. She wants money. She puts the blinkers on, or the trainer does.
Yeah, John Oran puts the blinkers on. He's having a monster meet.
Alamo. You were just telling me you were surprised when you saw the Alamo.
Yeah, you know, the Alamo in San Antonio, not as big as you think, but I'll tell you what, this horse is in good form. Mr. Lucas and Wara's looking for back-to-back.
What's to do at 12-1 on the outside? Pavoski, a second at the level, right here in her latest.
Well, if you like Pavoski, you got to have to like Sweet Fantasy, and that's why the 3 and the 9. They were right behind each other in their last race. I think the 3 can improve a little bit more, but like you said, what a betting board you have here if you like somebody.
What a competitive race, this $30,000 claiming event that's coming up in 4 minutes with a 4-1 favorite. Sweet Fantasy, as they move the starting gate in place for this 1 mile affair, running to the first wire, the third on the Friday program on this eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Back just in time. America's Day at the Races. They'll be filing into that starting gate in just a couple minutes. This $30,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, all thing. Maggie's standing by. Maggie, we watched the Asmussens strike with the one horse in the second race. That was like an odds-on favorite. Not the case here. Little Town Sis at 5-1. What are you seeing?
Yeah, don't think she's going to be like the one that we saw in the last race, who, by the way, I didn't get who won the 19-way shake. I failed you there, Lafitte, but it was a 19-way shake for the one horse, and that was Naughty Lottie dropping in class. But, yeah, taking a look at number 1, Little Town Sis, as she is going to stretch out here for on the dirt, and looking at her, I think she's very convincing. Now, Steve has just, he's 18% in doing this at Oaklawn, I should say. When it comes to Steve, you kind of got to narrow things down because you're dealing with so many starters. But the way she's put together, she's very streamlined. There isn't much of a sprinter's type of frame to her at all. So I'm very optimistic for her getting this distance of a mile. And she looks sensational. Honestly, she's the one who caught my eye the most. But on the flip side of that, Steve's horses do tend to often do that. They, no matter if they're, fast enough to be winners, they always are the best turned out generally in these races here at Oaklawn Park. So I'm going to take a shot with her, though. The other stretch out is Quiero Dinero. Don't we all? As she'll apply a pair of big cheater blinkers. So almost a 3/4 cup, closing her in enough. And wondering if they're going to try to be aggressive with her, stretching her out from the 6 to the mile here. She is built more like a sprinter, so she does pose concerns looking at her physically. She's a little bit more short and stout overall. Was wired last time by Pistol, who was just so game in victory. She was disappointing, though, first off the claim. So I give John Horan credit. When things don't go well, you have to reroute. And she drops here to a level where I think she can be competitive. She was so convincing 3 back when she won with a ton of horse underneath of her. So these Union Rags, I find them to be best at 7 to a mile. Is it better at a 1-turn mile? Yes, possibly. We'll see how she does here with the stretch out in distance, but a generous 6-1 on both of these horses who look to be forward stretching out from the sprints, Lafitte.
You never fail me. Maggie, if anything, we'll figure out a way to blame Andy, right? Have to give Andy credit, though. He set the line at 15.5 on claims for Naughty Lottie. 19 in the end.
That's insane. 19.
Claiming game very healthy around
Yes,
these
it
parts.
is.
You like the 4.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot on Gigi's map. Sometimes when I look at these races, I look for a younger horse, a 3-year-old filly. I get it. One for the least. You got a lot of horses in here that are one for a lot. And I do think she possesses some speed. Her first 2 starts, she got in some trouble, stretched out over the mud, and won going a mile 16th. I know the 6 might put pressure on her, but I think she has a good shot here at 10-1.
Little Town Sis, Maggie's selection. Paul going with Gigi's map. The wagering public on Unstable Princess, 5-2 at post time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning from Gotta Runs in the blue jacket, who strides forward to take the lead and opens up a 1.5 lengths early. Gigi's map getting off the rail into the second position. Pavoski is third. Alamo next as they go into the turn. Quiero Dinero doesn't like that kickback dirt in her face. She's moved outside as they round the turn. Has been passed by Sweet Sweet Fantasy on the inside. We come back to Little Town Sis in the third last spot. What's to Do is second to last. Unstable Princess, the gray, drops to the back as they approach the backstretch run. Gotta Runs on the lead today. 3/4 of a length ahead. Gigi's map a 1/2 length back now in second, turning up the pressure down the backside. Pavoski on a hold right now, third on the tail of the second place horse. And Quiero Dinero still keen in the green cap on the inside. Alamo's alongside of her. Sweet Sweet Fantasy in the red blinkers, easing off the pace to be within 4 lengths of the lead. A gap of 2.5 to Little Town Sis. What's to Do? And Unstable Princess at the back. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole as they they go into the turn. Gotta Runs has company, Gigi's Map, and Pavoski with a 3-wide charge to the front. Pavoski now taking the lead away from Gigi's Map. Gotta Runs is plummeted to the back of the field. Alamo in third in an all-out drive, about to claim the second position and come after that front runner Pavoski, who approaches the top. The lane still appears to be going well here. Alamo in an all-out drive, second a length behind. Pavoski off the turn is asked to sprint for the finish now. Alamo continuing a run on the outside, moving level, passing Pavoski, and the final 16th. Alamo for the D. Wayne Lucas barn asserts her authority, and she will win. Alamo, your winner. Pavoski was second, Sweet Sweet Fantasy third, and What's to Do from second to last came on for fourth.
1,001 wins in North America. Nick Juarez and Alamo at 10-1 in an upset, the first of the afternoon here in the third at Oaklawn.
And chose the wrong 3-year-old, right? Alamo was the other 3-year-old in here, and we've been talking about this. Raj mentioned it last week. When Lucas's horses get good, they get really good, and this horse Broker maiden lap going long for the first time, second time going long, she gets the job done again. 5-1 last time, 10-1 this time.
7-9-3-8. Riders up Aqueduct, Andy, and all set for the late pick 5.
That's correct, Lafitte. You're really on your game today. Late pick 5 kicks off in race number 4, and we have yet to see a favorite win, though we just the second choice win, race number 3. This race scratched down to 4, so that'll make it a little easier for us. We'll see if somebody up here can actually make a winner. The number 1, Beachwalker, dropping significantly for David Jacobson, Isaac Castile.
Horse that really kind of became a monster for the Persaud barn. Can he find some of that form again with class relief?
Yeah, he's got some figs that maybe don't hold up to scrutiny. Can Tetsu continue on with some good form as he drops down in here as well? Lane Luzzy and Greg DePrima.
And maybe against the rail a little bit, 3 back when he ran well, finishing second to C's Get Degrees.
Can Ryan's Cat wire the field, Sarah? Jose Gomez, the right rider for speed.
Yeah, absolutely. A horse that was bias-aided for his last win, but now with the scratches, you have to imagine he's in front.
He's a better rider, and he's better good-looking. Better looking, I should say, than his cousin Rajiv. That's Romero Mirage. Jake Rock showed a little life last time for the first time in a while, didn't he?
You know, he did, and he got back to one of his races that at least maybe showed that he'd be capable of hitting those 80 types of buyers yet again that we used to see from him in the past. He's dropping a little bit, but relative to the rest of the company he's going to be facing in here, he's actually the one that's a little bit outclassed now.
Well, while Sarah and I are enjoying the others carrying the load in this show, we will come back with more on the 4th race after a quick break. We'll be back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit belmontstakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Well, he's not just a talent on today's show. He's also the winningest rider in Aqueduct history, my man Richard Migliori.
Yeah, that's due to all the long, cold winters I spent here when other guys went off to warmer climes, Andy. But obviously, I have a very strong affection for Aqueduct. I grew up about 9 miles from here. First track I ever came to as a kid, and obviously a lot of trips to the Winner's Circle. So a lot of fond memories here. You know, it's New York City's racetrack, and you know, I think about you, Andy, riding the train in. I think that's one of the great things about Aqueduct, the accessibility. Now that being said, let's talk horses quickly. The one Beachcomber, all the money's coming in now, 6-5. Another David Jacobson runner that just looks terrific. I mean, this horse is dappled out, and I'm just finding more and more David's horses look good. They usually run well. They run to their looks. He looks terrific. 3 Tetsu will be my top selection. I think this horse has been holding good form. I was talking with Greg DePremer. He also recognized not a tremendous amount of speed here. And telling Lane Luzzy, just, you know, don't take anything away that comes easy, so maybe he can lay up just a touch closer. And full disclosure, he's owned by a dear friend of mine, Jess Iglesias, who one of the nicest people I've ever known. The outside horse, Andy, you were talking about Romero, Mirage, and Rajiv. Now, I'm not going to say which one I think's better looking, but I will say Romero, who's riding Jake Rocks here, looks so much like Rajiv finishing on a horse. I could see Rajiv's influence, the way he hand rides and the way he settles into a horse. And that's pretty cool, you know, to have a cousin that was as accomplished as Rajiv as a rider and be able to kind of pick up some of the knowledge from him. I think it's really, really pretty neat.
Thanks, Richie. And I agree. I think Romero has really stepped his game up, and he hasn't gotten as many opportunities, and it's hard to get those opportunities considering the talent in this pool, but he has distinguished himself as the chance he's gotten. So, Sarah, 6-5 on the number 1, dropping down. You got a better idea?
I mean, I think that if you take a horse like Ryan's Cat, you're just hoping that this is one that Jose Gomez can really get to the front as he drops a little bit on the class ladder. But do you really have that much confidence in him, a horse that was really aided by the rail when he got his win 3 starts ago?
No. I understand the thinking. I mean, it's a 4-horse field, and yes, you can make that case that he's controlling speed, and Jose's been aggressive. I could see him winning. I would never bet him in this race. Listen, I scratched into the 1 Beach Walker. My second choice is Jake Rocks because he ran a little bit last time. I don't think anyone's going to be that surprising in here, Sarah.
No, it's 4 horses, and you can make the case for all 4 of them in this compact field. As nobody is really that enticing, and they don't have this big discrepancy in odds at the moment either.
Yeah, now I know the 1A can't beat the Rock is entered tomorrow as well while he's scratched, but I believe he's going to be scratched tomorrow as well for people who are looking at tomorrow's card for the return of turf racing. A big 420-day celebration here as we're back on the grass, but they're heading into the gate for this race. I don't love Beach Walker. Walker. I think those figures recently are a little bit unreliable, but I thought in the drop down he was the likeliest winner. A race I'm hardly enthusiastic as with my pick about. I can see the argument. I don't trust the 3 Tetsu to run back for these connections, but he has been above his head.
He has. I mean, he's getting it into a logical spot, but at the same time, if you want to go for a price, I would go with Jake Rock second as well.
Me as well. We'll see what happens. Chris Griffin with the call.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break towards the outside. It's Ryan's Cat right there with Jake Rocks, and they're a clear 1-2, and doing it a little easier right now. It's Jake Rocks with the neck in front, and right to the inside, though, Ryan's Cat does not want to relinquish that lead, is now coming right back for more in a pace duel on the front end. They pressure each other early. Tetsu settling off of this pace battle now is 3.5 lengths, is just cruising along here, stalking from third. Beachwalker and Isaac Castillo encouraging Beachwalker to move forward. The 6-5 favorite is the trailer as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Ryan's Cat and Jake Rocks, they still throw it down together. Here comes Tetsu, starts to move in closer. Tetsu is now within 2.5 of those leaders and just inching up. It's still Ryan's Cat with a half-length advantage. Jake Rocks continues to chase an oncoming presence of Tetsu, and Lane Luzzy just tipping out 3 wide. Beachwalker is fully extended at the back, has to make up about 4.5 lengths, 45 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Ryan's Cat has now shrugged off Jake Rocks. What does Tetsu have in the lane? Beachwalker down the grandstand side. Ryan's Cat continues to find up front. Tetsu's got to work now to push on by a very game Ryan's Cat. Ryan's Cat still with a nose in front. Can Tetsu run by Ryan's Cat? They're far apart. Tetsu now just inching clear, but Ryan's Cat not done. Tetsu will get it done. It's Tetsu who wins it over Ryan's Cat. Then came Beachwalker and Jake Rocks in 1 minute 22 and 3.
Tough to get a more perfect trip than Tetsu got in this situation as Romero Mirage, and I applaud his aggressiveness. He tried to get Jake Rocks in the game. Ryan's Cat dueled in defeat, and Tetsu able to pick him up in the shadow of the wire.
Well, an exciting finish for not the most exciting race on paper, at least, as it was close in the end there. Ryan's Cat seemed to be getting all the best of it on the front end after putting away Jake Rocks. But you're right, Tetsu was a horse that had been facing tougher company over his last couple of races, had run well 3 starts ago, maybe against the track a little bit, a day where you wanted to be a little bit more inside when he finished second to C's Get Degrees. But you're right, he got the setup today. And Beachwalker, kind of the biggest disappointment of all based on odds and where he was dropping from.
I think that gets to the heart of what I've talked about with David Jacobson ad infinitum. You just have no idea from one race to the next what kind of race his horses are going to show up. And whether or not you thought he could win this race, he was abysmal in here, never ran a step, and he got at least a contested pace to run at, and frankly did absolutely no running. Maybe his figs are a little bit blown up, but
you would
they're good enough that in this situation
yes,
he could have put it around, even if he didn't win, lose by a length and a half. And yet he was barely able to pick up Jake Rocks, who was completely done around the 5/16 pole. But it was the 3 Tetsu, Lane Luzzy getting it done for trainer Greg DePrima as they're heading back in race number 4. And it keeps the streak alive. Yet to see a favorite winning. Those pick 5 should be pretty juicy. Hopefully you're alive and hopefully you get the money as we head back to Hot Springs.
Favorites have struck in 2 of 3 races here at Oaklawn Park. We're about 17 minutes out until the 4th race. 10-1 shot here in the 3rd, Paul. You keyed in on a 3-year-old, as you mentioned, just not the right 3-year-old. Is Alamo triggers the upset.
Yeah, Mr. Lucas remains hot, and Nick Juarez, like I said, is just riding very, very well. Got his 1000th win, 1001, like you mentioned, but he had this horse just in a perfect position and just went on with it. And now 2 for 2 around 2 turns. This daughter of Nyquist of AP Warrior Mare, Liberty Girl. Congratulations to Black Horse Farm LLC. And there you see the prices. And it looked like the 3 and the 9 were the horses that they were betting. They ran well, but Alamo was the best.
That story. Wayne Lucas still back in the Kentucky Derby again with Just Steel.
It's just a better event overall. We talked about this, and even after I talked to him about Just Steel, when Just Steel ran a tremendous second in the Arkansas Derby, he even said, listen, I wish Bob Baffert was able to compete. He wants to compete against the best, and that just shows you the gamemanship of Mr. Lucas. And Still getting on his horse at his age, and his horses are running.
Class act, and we'd expect nothing less in that story. A young Keith Asmussen riding for Dwayne Lucas. Lucas represented in the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby. Over the last few weeks, we've focused on the biggest races at Oaklawn, from the Arkansas Derby to the Apple Blossom. And the America's Best Racing race of the week tomorrow, the Grade 2 $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap, that big field, 11 deep, very competitive. Number 10, Skippy Longstocking, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile Place, 3-1. Morning line favorite. Let's go by the numbers of this historic, prestigious, traditional race. Most prestigious race for older horses at Oaklawn. First run in 1944. A lot has changed since then. You have Sty Runner, most wins in the late 50s. Gay Revoke in the mid-60s. Who was fastest? Snow Chief, blistering 146 3/5 for the former Preakness winner. Most wins by an owner. Also holds the record in the Apple Blossom, does Alan Paulson, 4-time winner. Dwayne Lucas, right on cue, 4-time Oaklawn Handicap winning trainer. The Hall of Famer, Pat Day, a 5-time Oaklawn Handicap winning rider. Did some of his best work over the years here in Hot Springs. To the Breeders' Cup from the Oaklawn Handicap, 3 have done it. City of Light, most recent. 4 horses have been named champion older horse who have won the Oaklawn Handicap. Lawyer Ron in 2007. Then there was one Oaklawn Handicap winner named Horse of the Year, Cigar, in that magical season of 1995. And 2 Oaklawn Handicap winners are in the Hall of Fame, Best Pal and Cigar. Paul, you look back at some of those names and certainly the numbers, the statistics, and some of the great older horses that have performed in this Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, it's a race that's been a stepping stone towards the Breeders' Cup Classic, or now you got the Breeders' Cup Mile. I mean, Cigar was obviously one of those horses that was on that giant winning streak, but a good field this year. And I think with the older horse division, a little bit muddy. We'll see what happens, on tomorrow. I think it's a very, very good race. I think Skippy Longstocking is a horse that's getting better and better, but there's also horses that are coming up a little bit as well. But I think that's the horse that's going to be the favorite on the board, and deservedly the favorite. He's been behind some other horses now, Cody's Wish, some pretty good horses. So we'll see tomorrow how good he is and see if he can keep on going in the older division.
And the Bob Baffert factor, shipping horses in from California to win the Arkansas Derby, to win the Apple Blossom, become the first ever trainer to sweep Oaklawn's Big 3. Here comes Reincarnate, along with Highland Falls. Reincarnate exiting the Santa Anita Handicap. You're going to see he comes up short in the stretch. A little bit dull here with a perfect trip, but that was his first race in a long time, and that was 1.25 miles, now cutting back to 1.125 miles.
He's an interesting horse, right? And he's by Good Magic. You would think maybe cutting back in distance it would help this horse, but then again, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that Reincarnate is a bet against. I just think there's other horses with way better numbers, and out of that race, I would not take either of those horses. Now, this horse right here, Instant Coffee, now changed trainers 3 times, will be ridden by Christian Torres, now in the Jose D'Angelo barn. This horse launches from way out of it, so drawing the 11 hole, I don't think will hinder his chances. He just needs a lot of luck.
And pace.
Yes.
I think Reincarnate might actually wind up in front. The hotter the pace, the table will be set for Instant Coffee and Christian Torres. Torres, who just missed last year in the Oaklawn Handicap with Last Samurai. Last Samurai, who won this event in 2022, and that gutsy effort along the inside, battling last year, just missing, trying to go back-to-back, but this is where he has done some of his very best work. And Last Samurai, the last race, the first in several months, strictly a prep to get him ready for the Oaklawn Handicap.
Well, he's got the most money in the bank in the field, Last Samurai. He's got $2.2 million in the bank. I'm a little surprised he hasn't been asked to be a sire yet. He's a multiple Grade 3 winner, and he's got some monster numbers to go back in 2023. Now he's had one race as a 6-year-old, and can he get back to where he was? And he's got to get back to where he was against a really salty field. So his numbers before in 2023 kind of match up with a lot of these horses in this race, but he's going to have to repeat it after a long layoff and only one race.
Has to reach back and find his best. Really looking forward to sharing a feature about the Horton family. Kevin Horton carrying on that Family Legacy and Last Samurai. We'll see if he can knock down a second Oaklawn Handicap. Guys, that's the feature here tomorrow at Oaklawn, one of 3 stakes races. Meantime, as the program continues at Aqueduct.
Thanks, Lafitte. The 3 Tetsu heading into the winner's circle. Trainer Greg DePrima and Lane Luzzy get the money here, seeing an absolutely perfect trip and just able to pick up Ryan's Cat, who got dueled in defeat.
And of course, we've talked about those moves of aggression being ones that when they don't pan out, you're a little bit less harsh on riders for making those decisions rather than the ones of passivity. And it was the right idea to try to challenge in this 4-horse field a horse that looked as though he was going to be alone on the lead. It didn't work out for that particular horse, but it benefited Tetsu, who set the perfect kind of trip in here, able to get the win. And Beachwalker did not lift a single hoof in this race.
Right. I think there's an assumption. Sometimes people think, well, you don't have a right to be aggressive in races, and I think that's led to too many races having very tepid paces. I think Romero gave his horse his best chance to win. It just didn't work out for him, but Ryan's Cat finished second. Tetsu gets the money. Lane Luzzy and Greg DePrima teaming up for the win. Good luck if you're alive in the Pick 5. Lowest Pick 5, just under $1,000 for 50 cents with the favorite number 1 play in race number 5, but more importantly, grass racing coming back. This was quite a big upset, I believe, for our friend the Cantor Machis last year. America's Day at the Races. Back in a moment.
Rinaldi is at the front. And Delaware with penalty at the back. Rinaldi is at the front, leads here by almost 3. Analyze it being asked for more. On the outside, Delaware is now kicking in, but there's only a 16th to the finish. It is Rinaldi. Here's Delaware up the challenge on the outside. Rinaldi and Delaware does it. Takes the Danger's Hour.
Well, that was an exciting running. Manny Franco and Chad Brown teaming up for a win a few years ago in our Danger's Hour. But the Danger's Hour brings back turf stake racing tomorrow. Not the first turf race on the card, the second of 3 turf races on the card. But it's really exciting to get back on the grass a little later than normal this year, considering we're using these turf courses a great deal more, with Belmont being rehabilitated, to say the least, and actually demolished and then rebuilt. But Delaware getting it done for Chad Brown. And Chad Brown has 3 in this year's running, including the favorite Spirit of St. Louis, who may well be wearing the same silks as Delaware.
Yeah, highly likely a horse that is going to be one with a big shot coming into this race. And while he's a little bit more lightly raced than some of the others in this spot, he's really done nothing wrong whatsoever over his career that has been on the grass. I mean, he's finished first or second in each of his starts on the turf. And while he is coming off a little bit of a layoff, this is not really a barn that you worry about when their horses are coming back off a little bit of refreshing.
They usually show up with a good effort, and there's no question he's the horse to beat. I'll tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind seeing him back in the dirt one of these days. He ran pretty well against some pretty good horses, including Olympic Dreams, early in his career in the dirt, but he's found a home on the grass as well. Multi-talented and the horse to beat. He can be forward, though there is more speed in this race. I don't think he'll be on top of the pace.
Do you think that it's going to be Mason from the rail, perhaps getting that better ride than he did last time, where he was really wrangled back off of the pace?
Well, he's wrangled because he's a rank horse and they tried to rate him. They'll probably go with him in here, but I think there are others as well, including Give Me a Check?
Bring Me a Check?
Bring Me a Check,
Yep.
and even the number 4 horse has some speed in here as well. So there's potentially a number of speeds in this race. We'll see how the race plays out early, but I don't know if it really matters for Spirit of St. Louis. I don't think he needs to be forward to be competitive.
No, he's very tactical, and I think that'll help him in a spot where maybe it seems as though some horses could actually be forward. We could finally get some pace in one of these turf races. At least with him, you know that he can adapt to whatever's in front of him.
You know, we'll see what happens, but it's just great to have turf racing back, and that was, I think, 4 years ago, or 3 or 4 years ago, probably 3 years ago. We don't think we were racing this time of the year at Aqueduct 4 years ago, so that would be 3 years ago. And Manny's 2000th win, he's probably closing in on 3,000 by now. And Manny Frank will be riding Spirit of St. Louis. Our first turf stake of what will be many turf races here at Aqueduct throughout the season, but we're going to head back to Oaklawn Park for race number 4.
Really looking forward to the turf racing returning tomorrow in New York. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races. Coverage here on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. Continuing 4th race here. Another wide, just a $15,000 claimer restricted, but another really good betting race.
Yeah, it's a good betting race because your favorite right now is Chaos Reigns, the 2 in here. And here's a horse that won at 50 cents on the dollar, 20 cents on the dollar, lost at 80 cents on the dollar, lost at 2-1 under Ron Ellis's care in California. So I get it. The horse might get the lead, just broke his maiden at 6. Do you want to come back at 5-2 after winning it 1-5? We'll see what happens.
Took him 10 starts to graduate, now trying to go back-to-back. There's Philharmonic. Not much since his big maiden win last fall, and there is Chaos Reigns, the current favorite.
Yeah, for Double Down Stables and Jimmy DeVito. I would think they're going to be on the send today with Ramon Vasquez in the irons.
Wicked Prince, number 3, Poindexter Thoroughbred, homebred.
Yeah, horse that's going to have to improve, but does show some early speed.
33-1 outsider, followed by another long shot, sort of 11-1. Ain't That a Kick, 1 for 17 lifetime.
Ain't That a Kick is a horse that comes from way out of it, and he's going to have to launch from way out of it. He's going to need a lot of speed. 1 for 17 lifetime.
By Ordained, we give you water to wine.
You know, this horse is, not that bad for the price. I think Kelsey Harr and Robert Klein got a nice shot in the upcoming races.
Now with John Haran, there's Last Outlaw.
This horse is not without a chance. John Haran's been very good, but it's tough to claim off guys like Carl Broberg.
Point Blank, Nick Juarez, 1,001 wins and counting.
Yeah, he's looking for a natural hat trick here and for Jinx Fires. When we're looking for Jinx, he's trying to continue that streak.
Yep. Nacho Chrome, Derby, Preakness winner, California Chrome.
I kind of like this horse a little bit. He didn't fire last time, had a little trouble, didn't get pursued. I think he's going to run big today.
Contender, Quincy Market.
Yeah, Craig Compton had this horse last time out off the claim. I think this horse will run better today.
Fashion Idol. Shea Stewart saddled a $104 winner on Saturday. Then number 11, Humor Me Now. Tough post, Keith Asmussen.
Yeah, tough post, but this horse is in the equation in here. Is a horse that doesn't, use a ton of early speed. There's a lot of horses in here that are going to be aided by or need some pace for their closing kick. That's why I think the 2's the favorite. Thinking, okay, the 2's going to control this race from the outset.
From the Asmussen runner here, Humor Me Now. Maggie, to the Asmussen runners in tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap. Schooling, as I understand, yes. Red Route 1, Magic Tap.
Yeah, exactly, Lafitte. As it is usually status quo for the Asmussen barn, they bring their horses over to school. You'll see it all throughout Saratoga, where many tracks have a designated schooling time at about 11:30, usually about an hour before first post or a little bit before that. But Steve likes to bring the quote-unquote bigger horses over during the races to really give them that at the races feel. And it's to make sure they're very well behaved, which is always the case with Steve's horses, but two, just to get their head in the game, get their mind working that, yeah, tomorrow I got to do the big dance. As watching Red Route 1 today, a horse that the last time I saw him, which I will admit was for the Belmont Stakes, he was a little bit antsy, a little warm and washy, and he just didn't look as though he was handling things that well. And kind of off of the 3-week turnaround from the Preakness to the Belmont, he had lightened up a little bit. But a lot of time has transpired since then, and totally chill now. I really love to see that. I love to see that with these horses going from 3 to 4. And then Magic Tappy's always been a good-looking sort as he comes out of that local prep here in the Razorback. So he always makes a good impression on me. He was a little bit more kind of geared up for this walkover to school, but usually a horse that is very well behaved on race day. So fun to see them as they prepare for their start in the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap tomorrow. And you can catch it all here on America's Day at the Races. But as far as horses go on the track for this race coming up, I'll take a look at the two projected speed types in here, beginning with your current favorite. As Paul said, a little bit of a tough pill to swallow when you're dealing with a horse who just broke his maiden as a 6-year-old. It took him 10 tries with a lot of layoffs in between to get the W. Now, he was much the best. He was hard on the bridle the entire way. He did get away a little bit awkwardly, but quickly found his stride last time and just powered away from that field in the end. He looks fantastic. I literally have nothing negative to say about this horse as he tries winners for the first time. It's just, do you want a short price on a horse like this that, as a 6-year-old, is only 1 for 10? In talking to good friend and legend Nick Zito, Philharmonic, to his inside, last time Nick just trying to get a race into this horse. You know, he was sent hard from the inside with Rafael Bejarano aboard and ran like a horse who needed one. And Nick saying, I was probably 1 to 2 work short with this guy, but that hoping for a better performance this time. And he even harkened back to the great commentator Lafitte in that, you know, same advice that I gave John Velasquez in riding him, I'm giving Rafael Bejarano today. Just get to the first turn.
Let him rip. Nick Zito, 2-time Derby-winning trainer. When Nick Zito wins, Paul, everybody wins.
Yeah, Nick's one of the better people you'll ever meet at the racetrack, and one of the best interviews you'll ever have, especially in the media world that we're in now. I mean, I've been on the other side, and I've been a pain in the neck giving out interviews, and Nick is one of the best. But I'm going to go with the 8 here. I'm going to take a shot here with the 8.
Nacho Chrome.
Nacho Chrome. I just think this horse was not pursued last time. I can't trust the 2. I think there'll be a little bit more pace on Manuel Esquivel and Tommy. Good meet.
So competitive, wide open. Chaos reigns, the lukewarm 7-2 favorite. Matt Ditterman with the call. Post time for the 4th. Live from Oakland on Fox Sports 2.
Water to Wine. Fashion Idol. And then to the outside, Humor Me Now. Humor Me Now goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Water to Wine. Chaos reigns 1-2 with Wicked Prince not far off. Last Outlaw 4 deep within 2 lengths of the lead in the 4th position. Quincy Market is next in the pink, charging into the turn. Philharmonic shuffled back, races at the rail, and is a joint 5th in the early stages with Point Blank. They're 3 better than Nacho Chrome. Quincy Market on the outside is eased off the pace, is well out of it early in the early stages with Fashion Idol. They're together 8 from the top runners. A gap of 4 to Ain't That a Kick, and Humor Me Now is at the back of the field with him as they swing up the backstretch. Chaos reigns, the pacemaker, by a touch more than a length. Wicked Prince right behind him, tracking in 2nd. A gap of 2 to Point Blank, splitting rivals to claim 3rd with Water to Wine. Philharmonic to the inside. He's 3 lengths off the lead. Another 3 to Nacho Chrome, racing with Last Outlaw down the backstretch. Humor Me Now, Quincy Market, and Fashion Idol all together. Ain't That a Kick inside of that trio as they go into the turn. This race will end at the 16th pole, and they go Perlino into the turn. Chaos Reigns is clear, has opened up a length and a half. Wicked Prince loses second to Point Blank, takes the second position on the fence, a gap of 3 to Water to Wine in fourth. Humor Me Now is underway. He's past a weakening Harmonic who's dropped back. Humor Me Now getting closer on the rail. He's 4 lengths behind as Chaos Reigns hits the top of the lane with a 2-length cushion, swinging off the turn. Point Blank second. Humor Me Now making his way into the second position. Chaos Reigns, furlong to go. He's got a 2.5 length lead. Humor Me Now, Point Blank, Ain't That a Kick battling. It's Chaos Reigns in front. Ain't That a Kick is charging fast on the outside, and it is a photo finish. It got very tight. Ain't That a Kick. Chaos Reigns hit the line together with Point Blank and Humor Me Now chasing right behind.
Thrilling finish in this fourth at Oaklawn. Chaos Reigns, Ain't That a Kick, hitting the wire simultaneously. Paul, you don't miss these. Who got it?
Yeah, the 2 won the race. It's a bad beat if you had the 4. The 4 was launching, like we said, with Ramsey Zimmerman, Ain't That a Kick, and Joe Pedalino. But Ramon Vasquez was able to seize control of this race. The second half, he was able to go 23-48, but that 48 to 113 and 4 is basically 26 for that quarter, and it won in the race because the 2 was running out of breath there towards the end of the race. You could see his head was getting high, and Ain't That Trick almost ran him down there for owner Ralph Rampolini and Joe Pedalino, but Jimmy DeVito, back-to-back. When you ever go to DeLuca's, it's Nick Zito, Jimmy DeVito, and Anthony Valinati.
Superstar after superstar after superstar. I asked you who won the photo, as if he won by like 3/4 of a length or something. No hesitation. Oh, yeah, Chaos Reigns got it.
Yeah, well, you know, I watch these guys throwing 105, and that's a lot harder to do than calling photos.
Chaos Reigns, results forthcoming. That'll wrap things up for me for about an hour or so. Paul's going to be driving. Rajiv Mirage rejoining the show. Make sure he's like focused and not distracted with all of his TikTok activity.
Yeah, I'm with
and all
you.
That stay on him.
And TikTok superstar within 364.5 days now.
Andy says he's going to be bigger than Taylor Swift in 365 days.
Thanks a lot, Lafitte. Well, we're on the track for race number 5, and the one play, currently the second choice, likely to be the favorite, Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano, looking for their second win.
A horse that had some excuses in a couple of his races, checked badly on debut.
Drops down to a maiden claiming race for the first time. The 2, a first-time starter, Mr. Papa Giorgio, Carlos Martin, looking for his second win today, as well as rider Lane Luzzy.
This is a horse that was actually entered twice in maiden special weight spots, now shows up here.
Taking a little money. That means Carlos, like most of the cases, likes his horse. The 3, Golden Scarlet's dropping down as well. Actually ran a claiming race, didn't do any running. The 5, Don Vino Vici off the claim.
And not the best stat for Rob Atras first off the claim with maidens, but a horse that had some excuses last time.
He's just 1 for 14, I believe, off the claim with maidens. I like the 6, Betta Go 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 for Eddie Barker first time. The 7 is Polish Up off a layoff.
Upside, this is only his second start, so perhaps.
Mr. Georgie, the 8.
This one is stepping back up in class. Debut was over a muddy sealed surface.
And rounding out the field, a long shot, Castle Cove Spirit goes out for Robbie Davis.
You know, he might be better than his last couple of races, but I don't know that that's good enough to still be competitive here.
We'll take a break and get more on race number 5, kicking off the late pick 4 in just a moment.
War of Will won the Preakness!
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Ramsden. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Horses on the track for, I thought, one of the more interesting races on today's card. For more on the horses on the track, let's head out to the MIG.
Yeah, I agree, Andy. I think it's a very competitive, interesting maiden race. You got horses dropping out of maiden allowance into maiden claiming for the first time. But I'm going to start off with a first-time starter, number 2, Mr. Papa Giorgio. I think this horse looks terrific. We saw Carlos Martin win a race, win the first race today earlier on the card. And this horse has just a really nice comprehensive work tab going back to middle of January and really has not missed a beat. Looks very fit, very well turned out. And I like when you don't see interruptions in a horse's training. It just tells you that it's a healthy individual that didn't have to, stop and address any kind of physical issues. This horse is trained on forwardly for a considerable period of time. So I think Carlos is sending out a very fit first-time starter. The 5, Don Vino Vici, son of Vino Rosso, who's gotten off to just a tremendous start as a stallion, makes his first start for Rob Atras. The horse has been in good form, running well, and I talk about it often. When a horse is claimed, it's never an indictment of the former connections if a horse runs well. But there's a certain look that Rob Atras's horses have, and they just come over with this really kind of glowing health about them, and this is no exception here, making a nice impression. The 6, Betta Go Go Go, kind of comes in with that Florida tan, making his first start for Eddie Barker. He's going to have to improve. Ran on synthetic last time, but I thought he was a little interesting. He does have races that would make him competitive, and he's all dappled out, like I said, sporting that Florida coat. The 7, Polish Up, excuse me, I'm pretty sure that's it, Polish Up. Andy, you'll let me know. This horse looks terrific, and he's coming off of a layoff, but he looks fit to me. I thought he ran well, showing good speed at Monmouth, and you got to be quick to make the lead at Monmouth. I thought he was interesting. Ultimately, he's my top selection, trained by Jorge Duarte Jr., who's a good rider around here, had the bug here, now the head trainer for Colts Neck Stable. And I always find it interesting, these races, the disparity in weights, right? You have older horses getting in with 125 pounds, 3-year-olds getting within with 118. Robbie Davis did something very smart here at the 9, Castle Cove Spirit, who's going to have to improve to even get a piece of this. Obviously, he's a huge price. But he employs 7-pound apprentice. So this horse gets in with 111 pounds, and he's getting in with, getting a break from anywhere from 7 to 14 pounds from his rivals. This is a great spot to use an apprentice.
Let's talk about the 1 Play a little bit, who is probably going to be favored in second choice by now. He is the drop down in this race for Linda Rice.
He's a horse that just makes a lot of sense. He showed some good improved speed in his second and third start as a sloppy sealed track 2 back and had a legitimate excuse in that debut. He tried to go up towards the inside and was checked back and lost a significant position early on in that race.
Yeah, Linda's kind of giving up a little bit, but maybe, as she often does, she's just running where they belong. I agree with you about the stat with Don Vino Vici. Off the claim with maidens, just 1 for 14 for Rob Atras, but owner Jimmy Riccio, a very successful claiming owner. I do want to mention the horse you and I like on top, Betta Go Go in this race, who switches Eddie Barker off a private purchase.
There's another go. He's Better Go Go Go. But I mean, he's never really been in for a tag on dirt before, and his races on that surface, none of them have been that bad. I like that he's getting to try a drop in class and cut back in distance on this surface.
Yeah, the last time he sprinted on the dirt, he ran fast enough to be competitive in this race and thought that might be kind of interesting for a horse that I thought would be a better price than his current 4-1 as he is taking money in this race. We'll see how things play out. You've got the Claim with the 5 and now the 1 Play has come down to favoritism for Linda Rice. He has had some trips. He drops down, and Linda does seem to be successful in general with drop downs. Good numbers, maiden special weight to maiden claimer. They're almost in the gate. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Castle Cove Spirit to the outside. Mr. Georgie Jose Gomez isn't. Castle Cove Spirit. All set. And they're off. Off slowly was Mr. Papagiorgio. The lead is for Play. It's Play right out to the front, and there's Golden Scarlet to apply the pressure. They quickly speed off together, and they're now about 2 lengths clear from a lineup of 3. There's Betta Go, Go, Go is there with Polish Up, who's tracking in 4th. 5 wide is going to be Mr. Georgie as Play starts to get away. It's Play and Jose Lescano, who's up by 2 lengths now, back in the 6th position. That's going to be Don Vino Vici, is trying to keep up, is at the rail. In behind that rival comes Mr. Papagiorgio, who was off slowly as second to last. The Triller, Castle Cove Spirit. They're moving up closer to the leader. It's Play at 8-5 who's in front, but here comes the challenge from Betta Go, Go, Go. 22-1 was that opening quarter mile, and Betta Go, Go, Go is to the outside of Play, and these two are now 4-5 lengths clear from Golden Scarlet, who starts to back out of it. The rest with some running to do. A 2-way battle for the front. It's Play to the inside and Betta Go, Go, Go to the outside. Play and Betta Go, 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 and they are shoulders apart here as they approach that final furlong. Play continues to find on the inside. Betta Go, Go, Go with every chance to pass on by. It's Play. Betta Go, Go, Go. Gonna try one more time. Play to the inside. Betta Go, Go, Go. Play. Betta Go, Go, Go. Play gets the victory. Play over Betta Go, Go, Go. Mr. Papagiorgio and Don Vinovici in 1 minute 16.36 seconds.
You get in a stretch duel, you have an experienced rider like Jose Lescano able to hold off the oncoming Betta Go, 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 and Play drops down, just enough.
Exactly. A horse that we expected to be forwardly placed. He was able to do so today. This race was one that he was able to win. I know the margin doesn't look like much, but he seemed always pretty comfortable in here.
Well, I think a stronger rider, and you know, he's just an older, more experienced, stronger rider getting it done down the stretch, as Mr. Go, Go, Go did make a run at him, but Play able to get it done and hold on to get that win. And like so many times when Linda Rice drops her horses down, people say, well, why is she dropping? And they win by a narrow margin, and it turns out they dropped because it was exactly the appropriate spot.
You don't win as many races as she does by spotting your horses inappropriately. She always seems to find the right location for them to do their best running to be successful.
And I think this might be the first favorite to win at today's card.
Actually,
I think the 5, looking at the board, might have actually been the favorite in here. And if that's the case, we haven't seen favorites winning so far today, but Play does get it done narrowly, as I think that's going to wrap it up for you and I, Sarah.
We're out of here. Got big plans for the rest of today before we
Huge
can return to grass racing tomorrow?
Huge plans. Getting ready for the big 420 celebration tomorrow, but it's been fun. A lot more action going at Oaklawn, but for now, Acacia Clement and Paul Verderosa are going to replace us up on the set. Richie, he'll be staying outside, and of course we have the team at Oaklawn Park as America's Day at the Races continues.
behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
And America's Day at the Races is brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Thanks for joining us. Acacia Clement and Paul Verderosa sliding in on the desk to take you the rest of the way along with our Oaklawn team. And glad to be on the desk with you again today, Paul, talking about the rest of the races here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, got some good races coming up the rest of the way here. Looking forward to things to come tomorrow as well. It's always great to be back with you as well on the desk and everybody here.
In race number 5, we finally got a chance to see a short-priced horse into the winner's circle on a day that has had quite a few upsets. Second win today for Jose Lascano Play, able to withstand that duel down to the wire, $5.50 winner on the drop-in class.
Was logical here, too, and, just ran better races than everybody else at the end of the day. And Jose was aggressive, put this horse on the front end from the inside post, and held off the late charge from Better Go-Go, who needed to go-go a little more.
No heavy favorite in the 6th race. In fact, there are 3 horses on the board at 3-1. Tepid favorite is the number 1 Ice Road in race number 6, a mile on the main track. $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life for 3-year-olds and upward. But as you touched on, Paul, tomorrow is what we're all really excited about because turf racing is back in New York. And while the calendar might have said that spring has sprung, still a little bit chilly out there, but when turf racing returns, that's when we know that spring is really here. We'll have our first turf stake on here in New York in the Dangerous Hour tomorrow. And we'll take a look at Spirit of St. Louis, one of 3 in the race for trainer Chad Brown. Spirit of St. Louis, a New York bred who did a lot of good work last year against New York bred company. This will actually be his first time facing open stakes type.
Yeah, you know what? This horse clearly has both the talent and ability. Nobody's going to argue that fact. Now gets into the open company off this perfect trip win that we're seeing here. He, in all likelihood, is probably going to be a short price in here. Comes from the Chad Brown barn. He's one of a few in here for Chad. How short of a price do you want to take on him is the question in open company, but make no mistake about it, he's a win candidate.
Chad, who also will send out Mason and Equitize, but this is Spirit of St. Louis in the Mohawk. And look, yeah, he did get a good trip that day, but he held off City Man. He's obviously a horse that was kind of trending in the right direction to the late part of his 4-year-old season, and we'll see what he does now as a 5-year-old coming back. And like we said, facing open company for the first time. He has plenty of ability. Regular rider Manny Franco will be aboard, but a horse that also did a lot of good work last year is Pioneering Spirit, since claimed by Linda Rice, and especially since moving to the turf. He went on an absolute tear last summer. 3rd in the Sword Dancer, came back, won the Bernard Baruch a week later. Just has been so impressive on the grass.
Yeah, a solid $40,000 claim right here.
I'll
Can't
say.
do better than that, right? So winning 6 races, you said, grade 1 placing. And this day, I mean, ducked out at the start too and still ran exceptional there. And there's that guy again who just won the last race, Jose Lascano. Got a really good ride from him too. If this horse is ready off the bench to roll, there's no reason why this horse can't contend in here. And it's probably the second most likeliest winner in the race. And it's funny to watch and really good to see, actually, those New York breds compete in open company and be competitive.
Absolutely. As far as Pioneering Spirit is concerned, he did kind of tail off towards the end of the year, but had a very tough season and a very successful season. Let's see what he can do off the layoff against the Chad Brown trio. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit of stakes action coming up tomorrow at Oaklawn Park. Skippy Longstocking, he's been very consistent throughout his career. Can he take on the big boys in his first chance at Oaklawn Park.
Right there, 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Welcome back to Oaklawn Park and America's Day at the Races. Paula Duca along with Rajiv Mara. I'm just going to take the place for Lafitte Pinkai for a couple races, but we still have Maggie Wolfendale out there to give us some help. We're going to get to tomorrow's big race, Rajiv, and Oaklawn Handicap. $1.25 million on the line, 4-year-olds and up, mile and eighth. Maybe we'll get some rain tomorrow, but your morning line favorite is the 10, Skippy Longstocking. And I think appropriately should be your favorite out. You know, considering after that last race, you can maybe just throw the Pegasus out. But this horse has been very consistent.
Yeah, and talking about throwing the Pegasus out, the trainer Safi Joseph, he said the Pegasus day, he contributed his poor performance to the heat. We're going to have a cool day tomorrow. Yeah. So it's supposed to be in the mid-50s, and he bounced right back out of that with this astounding win here in Tampa, albeit against much lesser competition than he'll be facing today. You know one thing cool about this horse, Paulie? He has raced at 6 different racetracks in his last 6 races. And he runs at all these different venues. He doesn't need to take his racetrack with him. He's a road warrior, and he's coming into Oaklawn for his first race in an environment that might be suitable to his needs with the cool weather.
You're kind of right, too. And here's the other part about it, Reggie. If it does rain, he's 2 for 2 over a wet surface, which would not hinder him at all. And he kind of, with the 10-hole, puts himself in a right position with the tactical speed.
Yeah, and I talked to Safi earlier this morning, and he said the 10-hole is a good position for him because he would want him to be forwardly placed, probably sitting right off the 2 speeds, which is Octane and most likely Last Samurai. So that outside position will give his jockey, Jose Ortiz, a good look in on the horses going into the first turn to kind of see how the race is unfolding and pick the spot that he wants to pick.
Well, this horse has been training at at Palm Meadows out there in Florida, and we'll get to Maggie Wolfendale to talk about Skippy Longstocking. Maggie, this is a horse that's been ultra consistent, and I know you've seen him in the past, and Raj makes a good point. This horse has run well at a lot of different racetracks. Do you have a feeling he's going to run well tomorrow?
Yeah, what is it, like this is his 13th or 14th track that he has competed at and has shown the ability to definitely bring his racetrack with him. And as you guys were mentioning, I think that the connections will be doing that rain dance, as Safi Joseph has said, that he's a horse that does like some moisture in the track. And actually, you mentioned working at Palm Meadows. I watched his last breeze in which he was on the inside of a fellow stablemate and going 48 and change Revenge nicely on the bridle with a nice gallop out too. The rider just shook the reins at him and he accelerated away from his workmate that day. And I really like what I saw from him. He's a horse I've always been a fan of. And yeah, he's kind of rags to riches, a son of Exaggerator that they only paid $37,000 for at the OBS spring sale 3 years ago. And going back to that disappointment in the Pegasus, as you said, he was overheated, but also Safi said that when they chose to try to send this horse from the outside, it took him out of his rhythm. And I think that's so essential for a horse to get in that rhythm. And it kind of, it will interfere with their breathing, and they're unable to really maintain that level of exertion that you need to compete at these high-level races over these distances. And Tyler Gaffalione, after the Challenger win, and he has taken back-to-back challengers, said that I was worried I was going to be the only speed, and he wasn't. He got the target, he was able to settle in hand, and as you guys said, he projects to get the same trip tomorrow.
Yeah, good stuff, Maggie. Really good stuff. And it's no surprise that he likes the mud, considering he's the son of Exaggerator, who on Preakness Day put on a show in the mud. Let's get to the post parade here in race number 5. This will start off your 50-cent pick 3 today. We just went through the 1 and 2. Here's the 3 promising shoes.
Yeah, didn't show much against this level last time after being squeezed early.
Canadian Game goes through for William Martin.
This is my sneaky long shot here.
Like
was third behind a runaway winner after being carried wide off a long layoff last race.
Galactic Empire 26-1.
Not a long shot in here. Exit the same race. He was 5th in that race on March 29th.
Jim and Jim hasn't done much of late.
Yeah, and doesn't figure to be an early factor. Its best chance will be coming late.
Looking for Revenge. Does have a little bit of speed.
Drops in class from the starter allowance level. Has some tactical speed that should put him into the race somewhat.
Cyclone and Kim Poole and Ramsey Zimmerman here.
Yeah, this horse hasn't shown a lot of speed. He has a jockey change to Mr. Wales in this race.
Oh, Travis Wales, excuse me. Running for Cash. This is the horse 8-5. Flurry Racing Stable. They're a 20-18 lead over the Aspen Stable. This horse is 9-5 right now.
Yeah, deserving favorite here, dropping in class. A common factor with these Flurry Racing horses.
Canadian Pharaoh went through. We'll get back to him. I think he's got a big shot. Ever Loving Hand goes through.
This horse, even though it's a long shot, he's going to have a lot of implications on this race because he is the pace setter projected.
Then Eagle on the complete outside. He's a horse at 5-1 that's going to be launching from way out of it. Francisco Arrieta will be aboard. But let's get down to Maggie again for another trackside report as the horses are getting close to the gate. That was a post parade on tape delay.
Thank you, Paulie. And we'll check in with the horse who is your 8-5 favorite, Running for Cash, a reclaim by the same exact connections who just lost him 2 starts ago for the 12-5. Put him back in here for the 10. He was wired last time, just kind of put in chase mode in that start. He looks fine. He's a very unassuming individual by nature. Did I like him most physically? No, but I get the merits, and it's always good when top connections go back in for a horse. Another one that has spent time in familiar barns back and forth, although for his current trainer, this is just his second start, looking for revenge. He was reclaimed by Jack Steiner and Wayne Baker out in California prior to coming here, and in a better field last time. I thought this horse looked great. He was done by the quarter pole, though, so he kind of really caved in, but that was in a much tougher field. I find him interesting as he was chasing Shaq's way around there. Total bomb in here that caught my eye, guys. That was number 11, Ever Loving Hand, second off the layoff, a lot tighter. See what he does.
As they're loading in the gate, we'll get up to Matt Dinnerman. I know you like the 4 a little bit, Raj. I'm going to go with the 1 Hightail Cowboy. 1 comment on the 4.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Puskas, this horse has enough tactical speed that he could put him in the race, just track the pace setters, and get the first run on the closers.
Running for Cash in the Flurry Racing Stable, looking for a 3-win lead on the Steve Asmussen team as the owners of the meet to win the owner's title. They'll send out Running for Cash and Cipriano Contreras. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for race number 5. Good luck.
Ready to go. And they're off.
awkward break from Jim and Jim, who leapt in the air at the start and is well out of it after that. Canadian Game has speed with Galactic Empire. Hightail Cowboy makes it a party of 3 on the lead, and Hightail Cowboy goes to the front from the inside, takes control of things, and opens up about a length on Canadian Game, who runs in second. Galactic Empire third. Ever Loving Hand is deep on the course with Running for Cash, who's a little bit eager behind the speed, is down on the rail, though, is only 3 lengths off the pace. A gap of 2 to Make Noise. Looking for Revenge is next. He's 4 better than Promising Shoes and Ego. Cyclone is third last. Canadian Pharaoh's second to last. Jim and Jim, the slow starter out of the gate, is last, well out of it. Down the back stretch they go. Alexander Castillo has Hightail Cowboy in front. Hightail Cowboy, a length clear of Canadian Game, Galactic Empire, and a deep Ever Loving Hand. A length and a half off the pace in the red cap. Running for Cash, more settled down now with a half mile to go. He's 2 off the lead with Make Noise, who gets closer between horses. Looking for Revenge is 3 deep into the turn. 4 back to Promising Shoes, sent along already. Ego is being asked to pick up the pace with Cyclone. Jim and Jim at the back of the pack as they round the far turn. Hightail Cowboy a neck in front. Canadian Game, without being asked, getting closer. Ever Loving Hand is 3 deep on the course, making a bid towards the lead at a massive number, 88-1 at the top of the lane. Those 3 across the track as they come down the lane. Hightail Cowboy, between them Canadian Game, far outside Ever Loving Hand. Make Noise is making plenty of noise now as he roars to the front. On the outside, Ever Loving Hand sticking to him back in second, though. Make Noise 16th to go, opening up the lead now. Canadian Pharaoh coming late on the inside, but Make Noise is in front, and he will win under Kelsey Haar. Make Noise wins it over Canadian Pharaoh. Third home, Ever Loving Hand at 88-1. Photo for fourth, Cyclone and Canadian Game.
Well, I said before the race, I thought Kelsey Haar and Robert Klein had some many chances today. I didn't think it was going to be this one, but at 9-1, the gray in the middle of the racetrack, I mean, splitting between the 4. And what a call by Maggie here with the 11 at 88-1. Looked like this horse was going to be the winner at the top of the lane, but the gray's going to roll home here.
Yeah, and just Make Noise just sat a perfect trip on the Kelsey Haar. Saved ground behind the speed, tucked in, perfectly timed to tip out, gets the jump on the late closer, and just beautiful ride from Kelsey Haar.
Yeah, the disappointment here was Running for Cash, who had kind of the rail position, but when Manuel Esquivel asked the 9, kind of didn't really like the kickback, it seemed like, or the resentment of the kickback.
Yeah, it seemed like he was running good in the beginning, like he was happy and comfortable on the inside, and then just couldn't sustain his run coming around the turn and just faded pretty badly in the stretch. You know, sometimes you see these big class droppers and with Flurry Racing, and sometimes they're a hit, but you know, there's the sometimes and they just don't perform.
Good call by you by the 4 too. Good job at you and Maggie. By the way, this is 9-1 over 10-1 over 88-1 over 19-1. If you have the superfecta, you're buying drinks tonight. Acacia?
I would hope with that Super Poly it'd be more than just drinks, the whole dinner. Well, we'll see if we can get some prices home in this upcoming 6th race, a mile on the main track. 25,000 non-winners of 2. Paul Veteroso with me. Principe de Oro currently 2-1 for Linda Rice, as Linda looks to win back-to-back races here.
Yeah, you wonder with this horse, and I like this horse on top in here. You just wonder, for me, it kind of looks on the face if she's just kind of giving up on the horse and dropping the horse down to 25.
Drop, yeah.
But, I mean, Linda's done this before. My question, though, is the last 2 starts, I just wonder if this horse didn't care for sloppy sealed racetracks. And, you know, you look at the start last time out, you probably want it to be a little bit wider than this horse was, and he didn't break well, and he just kind of toured the track at the back of the pack. But, I mean, this is a significant drop for a horse in here who should be able to beat this group when you look at the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Just given the company that he's been facing much tougher in his last couple of races, and even prior to that with previous connections. 9-5 right now. The number 1 Ice Road has been taking attention all along. You know, he ran well recently. There's 2 things with him. 1, he's stepping up in class, and 2, he's just not a winning type. 7 seconds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure last time out, Arvado saw him and was like, oh, thank God, I could actually win this race, because he's a little camera shy. And, you know, being the second choice, well, second or third choice in here, it does kind of say a lot about this group behind the favorite.
It does. We'll see if anybody can upset the favorite. And here, there's Ice Road again, stepping up in class. Slowly but surely coming out of the paddock. There he is, the number 2, Petrolo.
So when you look at this horse, I mean, this horse's win to me was on a kind of dressed up sloppy seal 2-turn race at Finger Lakes that this horse was able to control in here. Drops again in class. We'll see what we get from this horse today.
Number 3, Very Funny. First off, the claim for Mike Maker.
I wonder if he's going to have a little bit better luck. This horse went the mile one other time and lost to Refua, if you think about that.
Yeah, a horse that was very camera shy.
Yes.
There's the number 4, I Love Cara.
Best running comes from off the pace in here. Does need a pace, and I'm not sure it's going to get the pace set up that he needs.
Here's your favorite, Principe d'Oro.
Dropping in class today, and just on paper seems like way the horse to beat despite the last 2 efforts.
Number 6, Phantom Jewel is next, last out maiden winner.
Yeah, and the 4th and 6th place finishers came back to win and improve their numbers, and the 2nd place horse also improved in here, first-time winners.
And big price on the outside, stepping up in class for Golden Purchase.
1 for 31 lifetime. The win for 20,000 back in December was okay, but since then hasn't really threatened against winners.
We'll head back over to the one Ice Road, as mentioned, just missed last time out behind Arabato. You touched on Arabato, probably very glad that that's who he was facing. And look, there's been many times like this. This horse has run 21 times. He's had 1 win, 7 seconds and 2/3. Most recently, just beaten a neck and, I mean, beaten a nose, beaten a length. It's just a little tough to trust as a win candidate a horse like this.
Yeah, it basically runs the same race most of the time, too. You know, last time out was a little bit further back off of the pace than we've seen a few times previous than that, and the result was still the same. But I have to say, looking at this race, though, the winner was happy to see Gun Maestro and Ice Road around.
Trevor McCarthy was trying and trying, Richie, to get Ice Road by. Would today potentially be the day for him?
I tell you, he looks terrific from a physical perspective. You really got to like what you see from the one Ice Road. I can't get past that 1 win, 7 seconds, and a couple of tough seconds there, too. And I think a lot of this goes back to how horses are trained when they're young horses. They're teamed up with a workmate, and most trainers say, stay together, stay together. And I'm a true believer that at some point you've got to allow horses to impose their will on other horses in the mornings, because in essence, what you're teaching them to do is run alongside another horse, but not run past them. And then in the afternoon, you're asking them to run past them, and they're confused. They're like, wait a second, in the morning, I'm supposed to stay with my workmate. So I think a lot of those, when you see horses accumulating seconds, a lot of that goes back to their early lessons and how serious they took them. He looks great, though, Ice Road. I just can't get past the 7 seconds. The 2, Petrolo, kind of interesting here. Kevin Bond, trainer of record now for Bond Racing. His dad, Jimmy Bond, starting to give some horses to Kevin and his brother. They've been working very hard for their dad for a number of years. It's not a passing of the torch. Jim Bond is still going to be training horses, but rewarding his sons for all their hard work and loyalty by giving some horses that they're going to train on their own and running their name. And Petrolo making a nice impression on the racetrack. Went off a little bit, stiff like I am in the morning, but he certainly warmed up out of it quickly and looks terrific trotting back towards the starting gate there. The 5 horse I couldn't get past. I'm sorry, the 3 horse, excuse me, I should talk about Very Funny. Just don't think a mile is going to be what he wants. He's really more shorter coupled. He's 1 going 7/8, but I think a mile will be stretching him to his outer limits. And then your favorite, Principe d'Oro. This is a horse, if you just look and concentrate on his fast track races, he's just faster than everybody else. All his other races, either on turf or on off-going tracks that were less than fast, weren't his good races. And now he takes that drop in class. Linda Rice looking for her 3rd win on the day, and he warmed up really well on track.
Richie, thank you. 6-5 now on the favorite, Principe d'Oro, as he takes that big drop in class. Beautifully bred by Bobby Flay, actually out of his good mare, Dame Dorothy, who's been quite a producer as well. But listen, he started out with a little bit of promise and just maybe never lived up to what the pedigree might suggest. And this is, I think, just Linda being very realistic, and she's not afraid to drop to put a horse where it belongs.
No, never. And I wonder if there's going to be a long line to claim this horse.
Maybe so.
I'd like to know what the final results are on that. I still feel like I want to give this horse just one chance at this level that's run the fastest races, simply because, as we've all pointed out, I just don't believe this horse cared for the off-going, and this horse really didn't take to the turf like it could have. So, maybe I guess the choice you're going to have to make here is at 6-5. Do you think that this horse is not going to run well, and this is just a Linda drop down that she's looking to get rid of, or is this horse just going to be much the best regardless? So it's a tough decision you have to make. But when you look at the rest of the field, where else can you actually hang your hat and lean on someone that you trust to win in here?
We'll find out momentarily. The number 3, Berry Funny. Richie had a few reservations about the stretch out in distance as this one comes in off of a 6-furlong sprint, but ran quite well. For more thoughts on this 6th race, though, we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, look, I'm not giving you anything overly creative here. I like the favorite in this spot. And look, I think a lot of times when you have to make these decisions, when you're looking at these races and trying to understand if you want to have a favorite or not, you have to understand, what are you getting from taking that risk of taking a shorter priced horse? And for me, the 5 just makes a lot of sense. You've got a horse who can be forwardly placed. From a speeds figure standpoint, he makes sense in this race. And some of the other horses in here, if you try to get creative, you're hoping that something different is going to happen from what you've seen from them. Or you're hoping that a horse that doesn't have a lot of experience can kind of show up and impress you here. And for me, I just couldn't get away from the 5. And ultimately, I landed there despite the price at 6-5.
Jonathan, thank you. Could just be the right spot for that favorite. Back to the number 3, Berry Funny. Did win at 7 furlongs, but it does seem, as Richie said, like maybe distance might be a little bit of a challenge for this guy.
Yeah, I just wonder if this horse is just a closing sprinter. And then we're stretching this horse back out to a mile. Didn't run all that particularly well going the mile in that start back in December. And now you see the horse having close sprinting, and everybody falls into that bad trap sometimes of a sprinter going longer that closes, that they're going to want the extra distance. In this case, I just don't believe Very Funny wants this. Hopefully Jordan Wyckoff will get it, but I just don't think that this is going to go a mile for this horse. I think 7 furlongs to 6 furlongs is probably better.
This gelding first off the claim for Jordan Wyckoff and Mike Maker. There goes the number 1, Ice Road. See if he can finally get that elusive second victory of his career, loading in for race number 6, as we'll see what the well-bred favorite can do, dropping in class, maybe finding his friends. There goes the starter Petrolo for Kevin Bond, longtime assistant to his father, Jimmy Bond, a very, very capable horseman as well. Wishing him all the best, taking over a few horses. Race 6 coming up next at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin has the call.
Two out. Phantom Jewel and Golden Purchase. Golden Purchase is in. All set. And they're off. Principe d'Oro breaks with speed. It's Principe d'Oro right up front. Petrolo's in the early mix, and they're going to be 1-2. It's Principe d'Oro in front of Petrolo, and they're about a neck within each other as Berry Funny will stalk in third. It's another 2 at the rail. That's Ice Road is content to sit back there in fourth as the leaders get away. It's another length and a half back to Phantom Jewel out in the center of the racetrack there with Golden Purchase. The trailer is I Love Cara, Principe d'Oro, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Now taken back as Petrolo is in front. It's the 4-5 favorite, and Principe d'Oro is still up by that full length. To the inside here is Petrolo, and Berry Funny is joining these leaders, and the front 3 are now 6-7 lengths clear. From now shoved along towards the outside, Phantom Jewel starts a rally there with Ice Road. Still back there is Golden Purchase. Far back, I Love Cara has got to be almost 15 lengths the trailer. 45-3, that half-mile time, Principe d'Oro has now dispatched a Petrolo, who's back to third. But here comes the challenge from Berry Funny, and the back markers start to get closer. Principe d'Oro, the favorite, trying to put it away, is only ahead in front. Very Funny is all in here towards the outside. Ice Road is under a full drive, is making up some ground. Needs the leader to come back, though, as Principe d'Oro hugs the rail and kicks away. Principe d'Oro is now extending this margin, is up by 3-4 widening lengths as Ice Road looks like the one with the momentum, but running out of time as this leader is just gliding away. Principe d'Oro now approaches the 16th pole, still well clear. Jose Lescano, Linda Rice, they'll get another one. Principe d'Oro, the favorite, dominates. Ice Road second, then Very Funny, and Petrolo in 1 minute 35.59 seconds.
Principe d'Oro, I have to say it how Chris does. He pronounces it so nicely, but he was just better than what he faced today, Paul. And third win today for Jose Lescano.
You know, this race was over after the half mile when Kendrick took back a little bit with Petrolo and Jose Lescano was able to just clear off. Jose knew he was on the best horse, gave this horse an aggressive ride from the start, put this horse right on the outside, then took him to the top and never looked back. And, of course, our friend Ice Road, another second-place effort.
The 8th second-place finish for Ice Road. Hey, he keeps getting checks every time he goes out there and runs. Third win today as well for trainer Linda Rice, though, with Principe d'Oro getting the victory on that big drop in class 5-1-3-2. Ended up going off at 4-5. So no big upsets here. Pretty formful, in fact, as far as the top 4 are concerned. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Been quite a day for that man right there. We'll talk a little bit of the Kentucky Derby and the Invader, forever young, undefeated, won the UAE Derby as Japanese connections look to take home the Derby for the first time. This could be the best chance they've ever had. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, and you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. You better have that Naira Bets account ready because we're just about 2 weeks away from the Kentucky Derby. And of course, we've seen some impressive horses here stateside, but we've seen Japan and the runners really taking over the world, Paul, in the big races. But the Kentucky Derby, one thing missing for Japan. And they could have their best chance yet with this year's contender, Forever Young, undefeated, coming off the win in the UAE Derby.
I'm a fan of this horse. I mean, this is a very, very good horse that won this race. It's just that history is just not on this horse's side. So we saw fast races and good-looking winners, too, before that on that night. And everybody's going to say, you know, he ran faster than the eventual World Cup winner. And it just hasn't worked out, though, for horses that are shipping here 5 weeks after the Derby and going the mile and a quarter and 19 other horses to contend with. He's gotten so much more professional, though, when you watch him, too. Like, you look at this race, and he was hanging on that inside lead for a while prior to all of this. And I mean, I thought he ran great, too, when he ran down Bookham Dano.
He did. He never switched leads in
Yeah.
the Saudi Derby. He did very professionally in the UAE Derby, switch leads and do so at the right time, beating Autobahn, who's an Uruguayan horse. It should be noted, he's actually about 6 months older than the rest of the field, so technically considered nearly a 4-year-old at this point because he's from the Southern Hemisphere. So it was an older horse that he was beating, too. He kept at that undefeated stretch going, and I got a chance to watch him train in the mornings for about 2 weeks in Dubai. And while he's not a physically imposing individual, he's on the smaller side, but his mentality, he's so mature, you can see, so relaxed, so calm, which is such a good thing for sure coming here to take on the lights of the Kentucky Derby. The best finish for Japan so far was Derma Sotogake last year, finishing 6th. He obviously has gone on to be a very good horse, winning the Saudi Saudi Cup this year, or I should say Dubai World Cup last year.
Yes.
I'm sorry, got confused. It's Dubai World Cup last year, and then coming in with a big performance again from that last year's Derby. We'll see what he can do Forever Young as far as waving the Japan flag.
I think he could be the one that might be able to rewrite history for this group of horses that have struggled to come here. He's by far the most mature. He hasn't lost it. As you said, he's grown up mentally a little bit. So looking forward to seeing what he can do and when he ships here. And we've seen it. The Japanese runners, they've gotten so much better over the past few years. Wherever they ship, you need to take them seriously. And I know it's the Derby. I know it's going to be tough. But as a fan, I hope that this horse rewrites history because we've heard it before with horses like Derma Sotogake.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, I was getting Derma Sotogake confused with Ushba Tesoro, who is very talented as well. Back here to Aqueduct today, Principe Doro into the winner's circle. Jose Lascano certainly knows his way. Third win today as well for Linda Rice, and this horse just better than what he was facing.
Not only better, but when you look at the splits too, I mean, this horse went 22-4, 45-3, and 109 to the 3/4. Jose Lascano took no prisoners out of the gate. We've seen it before. You're on the best horse, get that forward position, and put yourself in the best position to win. And this horse, by far, was the best horse today. I'll be interested to see if this horse got claimed and how many lined up to claim this horse.
Absolutely. Winning at 4-5 and another second place finish for our friend Ice Road, who picks up another check. $3.60 winner in the 6th. We turn our attention now to race 7, New York bred allowance, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and older. And Messi the Magician for the Cantor-Massey barn, whose barn has been going really well right now, is currently the 5-2 favorite. But the 6th, Prince of Truth, Jose Lascano and Linda Rice looking for another one, but this one has the big pedigree of the race by Into Mischief and Out of La Verdad, who has not been the best producer as of yet, Paul, but boy, was she a talented racehorse.
Something special, too. When you look at her, she was 16 for 25 lifetime. 12 of those wins were in stakes races, 5 graded stakes versus open company. You know, she was the type of horse that you just had to let her roll, you know, just not get in her way and just let her do her thing, especially on the front end. Cool little thing about this. Do you know that only one family ever rode this horse?
Really?
Yep. Jose Ortiz rode this horse 23 times. Actually, the first time Jose rode this horse, he still had the bug.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
Still an apprentice at the
he
beginning
was still
of
an
her
apprentice,
career.
and the other 2 times he rode the horse.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I didn't ever think about that. Well, we'll see what her 4-year-old son, Prince of Truth, can do in this upcoming 7th race. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we come back. We'll also turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park. And Oaklawn is home in more than one way for trainer Ron Moquett. We'll learn a little bit more about his story and why he feels so close to the Hot Springs racetrack.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Early voting comes inside. He wins the Preakness.
Disarm takes the Met win.
And Tuma, they win the Met Park, Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Red Brick Block, Cyberdice has won the Haskell over Tama and Gunna in the Forgo.
Sierra Leone wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
300,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My version of the clubhouse when you go to the racetrack. I always think that the universe takes care of me, but I couldn't imagine doing my job in the winter months without this location.
Ron Moquett built his hideaway along the Oaklawn backstretch in 2015. 3 years later, he was diagnosed with sarcoidosis, an autoimmune disease that makes him especially susceptible to large crowds. He had no idea just how beneficial having Oaklawn as his next-door neighbor would end up being.
It's because this rider is something that he'll forget before he gets to the gates. And different riders are different. You know, Joe Talamo, he kind of warms up and hangs out until he gets there. If you miss Santana, you just miss him. He's a very hyper-focused guy. Takes a little to get used to because I like to watch the horses walk off whenever I leg them up and stuff. And you don't get to do that, but you get to watch them back here warm up. So it's you gain some stuff whenever you lose something else. Where's the horse? It's just a sloppy track. I was going to try to tell him to get involved and go on.
They're off. Reeves is the leader past the half-mile pole. A 2-length advantage. Corey's Eyes takes second. Clevenger third at the rail.
They're from the inside now trying to get her. All of our dreams, Stargarita. Final surge. All of our dreams in Stargarita.
Third.
Wow, this is an inch.
Third. But I think if we get to the outside, she's probably a lot happier. So this gives me a little good feeling that she might win here at the meet if we get a good trip. So off of a year layoff, that's pretty good. Well, I wouldn't be in Hot Springs, Arkansas if it wasn't for Oaklawn. You know, I wouldn't ever go to Louisville if it wasn't for Churchill. I go where the horses go. And Oaklawn is so endeared to me because Hot Springs and the surrounding area all share my enthusiasm for the horses and the races. We have the craziest, coolest fans there are.
What a great piece there on Ron Moquett. And as much as he gives to us at America's Day at the Races, Raj, he's just a tremendous human being. You see 17 wins at this meet so far, and what he had to deal with, and having that, talks about it all the time.
Yeah, you know, sometimes life throws you a curveball, and he's, you know, it's good for him that he can stay in the game with his autoimmune disease. He's fortunate that he has a house there, and sometimes things just, you know, to be able to pivot and still continue to do what he's doing, being a trainer, you know, good for him.
Yeah, and I think the other part about it is that Ron is not taking anything for granted. He's really tells, he's listening. All the time he talks to me, he goes, I'm such a blessed person to be where I'm at right now, and we're blessed to have him to be one of our trainers and to interview him. He never turns down an interview. He's always objective. A lot of guys aren't in this game, as you know, as we get to the post-parade.
Yeah, great guy for our sport, and he contributes in so many different layers, so many things to the sport as a trainer, and also what he does for aftercare as well.
As we roll through the post-parade, remember, you got to get to your Naira Bets account. There's about a couple minutes till they go to the gate. Here's the 3. Blondes have more fun. I don't know if this horse has more fun. Here's the 4, Lady Astrid. I kind of like this horse, but you were saying you didn't really like the appearance on the racetrack.
No, it looks a little slim and slender on the track, but still a pretty good odds there.
Here's the 5, Jerry Don, at a big price.
Yeah, another long shot. Didn't show much in the past 4 starts, but 5 starts back, finished second.
The 6 here is one of the lowest payouts here, and dropping big in class here, Raj.
Big drop. Speed horse is definitely going to be a major factor in this race.
I'm not even going to say the 7 horse.
Shut up, please.
Petula, the 8. 7-1 in here. Joe McKellar's had a good meet.
This trainer fires. He's 2 for 5 at the meet, winning at 40%, and this is another live shot.
Scratch the 9, the 10, She's a Stormin'.
Yeah, She's a Stormin', got beat 18 lengths, but it's first off the claim today. So this new trainer trying to turn things around.
Every time we run a feature and the trainer has one in, you get the favorite, pattern bet.
And this one is a deserving favorite. It's going to be my top pick. Got bumped off slow, drops in class. Lots of angles to like.
The 12 just went through Navigational Beacon, and then drawing in is the 13 Mocha Kiss, and is getting played here for Shea Stewart and Nick Wars, who caused a 51-1 upset a week ago.
Yeah, leave the Shea Stewart horses off your ticket at your own risk. I mean, this guy's horses, he wins at 50-1, he runs third at 50-1, always a factor. And this horse is getting a lot of action, like you said, a lot of speed right here.
Yeah, and if you look at his ROI. He's had 11 route to sprint, $14 on the ROI. So they must have paid huge prices. So the 13's got to be live in here. Raj, where did you end up in this race?
You know what I'd like right now? A hot chai tea.
Wow.
The #1 chai tea. I would like the hot chai tea because it's freaking cold right now. I'm freezing on the set. But chai tea is a big price here. It just bumped down from 10-1 to 7-1. I went with 11 as my top pick, but this is the horse that I think could really upset this race.
Yeah, the thing about the 11 going in the gate, watch out of the gate. She just does not break well. She's going to have to come from way out of it. Although Rajiv's told me that the 4 is on a diet, doesn't look good. I'm going to go with the 4 here, Lady Astrid. Kelsey R and Robert Klein may be going back to back, but I don't disagree with you with Chai Tea.
If I'm Keith Asmussen here on the 11 pattern bet, the one focus in my mind is breaking. It's all about getting this horse out the gate. The race for him can be won or lost right out the gate.
And the horses are going in for race number 6. This will start your late pick 5. 10 races on the race card here on April 19, 2004. Got a couple more left. I don't know who's balking there at the gate. It looks like the 6 right there is going to go in. Too Pretty, your second choice. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. Good luck.
7-1 shot draws in from the also eligible list. This race begins the late pick 5 sequence. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning. Too Pretty going to the front and has a narrow lead on Petullo, takes the second spot. Navigational Beacon in the third spot. And then Mocha Kiss on the outside within 2 lengths of the lead down the backstretch. A gap of 2 to She's Storming, settling in midfield with Pattern Bet. Lady Astrid, Shut Up Please, they're side by side next. A gap of 3 to Hot Springs Bling and Shy Tea, they're together. 4 more to Jerry Don. And Blondes Have Mo Fun well behind as they approach the far turn run. The leader on the inside, Too Pretty with a head in front. front. Petula right there pressing from the outside. And the third is Mocha Kiss, sent along from that position. Navigational Beacon is on the rail, but she's lost significant ground. She's fourth now, 5 behind, attempting to re-rally. Pattern Bet's trying to get into the race now. She's 6 lengths off the lead, but gathering momentum at the top of the lane. They all have to catch Too Pretty, though, who hugs the rail and kicks away to a 4-length advantage. Petula second. Pattern Bet is underway on the inside, about to claim second. She's charging after that front runner. Too Pretty, who has a furlong to go, and a 2-length lead. Pattern Bet getting outside for a final 16th rally, and she is coming flying. Pattern Bet on the outside under Keith Asmussen with a well-timed ride to get up and win it. Second home was Too Pretty, who ran a very good race in defeat. Third, Petula, and then came Chai Tea.
Well, the public had it right, and my partner over here had it right. Pattern Bet gets up just in time here to run down Too Pretty, and Keith Asmussen gave this horse a good ride.
Oh, perfectly timed ride. He got off well enough. Wasn't the best beginning, but wasn't one of those super flawed beginnings that she's been having. In the early stages, she had her head so high up in the air, like she was resenting the kickback. You could see that she wasn't loving it. And once he got her tip outside of the 6 horse, Pattern Bet just leveled out and got up right in the time when it matters.
Tell you what, Rashid, you had this race right on the number, because I think Chai-Tea, the one who ran fourth, once she got outside, she started rolling late, but she ends up checking in fourth, take nothing away from the winner. Pattern Bet gets the job done for Keith Asmussen, and when we run those specials, Acacia, you might know and bet them.
The angle is strong, Paulie. Post parade underway here at Aqueduct in the 7th. The 1 Dr. Kraft went by. There's the 2 Warlow. Here's the 3 Bourbon's Hope, Paul.
Yeah, no chance last time on a speed favoring track. I just question if he's good enough at this level at this point.
Intriguing runner Starquist, first time back as a 4-year-old and now a gelding.
You know, had the talent early on and ran well. Now coming off that long layoff for John Kimmel's barn, who usually need a start.
Here's the 5, Messy the Magician.
So if you believe the last race buyer figure, then you think this horse is going to run really well today. Draws outside the other speeds, which should help.
Where did that race come from? Here's Prince of Truth, the son of Labrador.
I like the cutback for this horse. Was involved in that pace going the mile off of the layoff and on the rail. So may not have been the best place for this horse last time.
Fortune's Nephew, 6-1 on the outside.
Was in that pace 2 back and then did no running last out. Looking to gain some earlier form.
6-1 on Fortune's Nephew. That's the field for the 7th race, this New York bred allowance. JK, do you believe in Messy the Magician?
No, I mean, I'm a big fan of Messy, the actual magician, not the horse, in this race at least, for now. I'm interested in the 2 Warlow. A horse at 2 back ran a very fast number. In previous was running numbers that make this horse extremely competitive against this group. And I think a lot of times when you have a race like that last race where, it didn't look great on paper, 6th, beaten 9, not ideal, not a fast number that matches what the horse has previously been running. But the horse was a short price that day. And, I think probably had a little bit of an excuse, was just never really looked comfortable in that race. And when you look back and you see, 2 races back, 3 races back, 4, 5, 6, 7 races back, those numbers all get Warlow here, get him home here. I wanted to end up landing there. I just thought that one made the most sense. It's nothing against Messy the Magician, a phenomenal soccer player, but not a horse I'm going to bet on the 7th here today. Rich?
Yeah, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Warlow looks good from a physical perspective. I like the other Engelhardt a little bit, Dr. Kraft. I think there is a lot of speed potentially to keep Warlow company, and I think Dr. Kraft's going to sit right in behind them, and he's got to work out a trip then, find secure running room at some point. But I like the way he warmed up under Trevor McCarthy. Made a nice impression to me. The 4-horse Starquist is my top selection at 10-1 now. This horse had shown so much ability early on as a 2-year-old. I remember watching him work in Saratoga, was impressed with him with John Kimmel, and he never really kind of came through. And then he comes back as a gelding. and he looks like a bit of a lighter horse now. That's one of the byproducts of gelding a horse. They'll lighten up a bit. He looks fabulous in the flesh. He looks very fit to me. I agree with Paul that John's horses tend to run better with a race under their belt. But I just think Starquist is a horse that's always shown promise, and maybe with the gelding and as good as he looks, is really going to kind of live up to some of that promise he showed early on. He's a horse that doesn't like kickback much. It'll be interesting to see how Romero Mirage handles that and when he decides to tip out and get out in the clear. But at a big price, I'm going to try Starquist. The 5, Messi the Magician, nice impression physically. The Cantarmasis are having a terrific meet. I don't think you can count them out when a barn gets going good. The atmosphere in the barn is strong. Horses feed on positive energy. And the 6, Prince of Truth, I also agree with Paul. I think the turnback is really going to give this horse an opportunity to show his best. But I'm going to try to get home with a 10-1 shot here in Starquist.
Richie, I like it. 10-1 on Starquist, making the first start of his 4-year-old season. But taking a look at a couple of the contenders in here, we'll take a look at Messi the Magician. Is that where we're going next, guys? Prince of Truth, excuse me. This horse who, as mentioned, out of La Verdad. No, that's
Messi the Magician.
That's Messi the Magician. You see, they're just trying to mess me up.
I know. They just want to mess with you today.
I know.
Well,
there's Messi the Magician.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that his last race, I mean, that's what it was. It was like a magic act with this.
That's
with this,
it.
With this
It
thing.
was magic.
Yeah,
We're just
he
making
just
sure
appeared.
everybody's watching.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe the last race, it makes him a player in here. I'm kind of looking to play against MB's Money and Clubhouse coming back. I mean, I know both those horses were in good form, especially Clubhouse, but got a wide trip on March 9th, too. Draws outside the other speeds, which I think is going to help this horse in here. I just want to see him replicate that race, and there's some other speed in here.
And look, he's run good races throughout. It's just that he's never run a buyer speed figure close to that 85. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, as compared to his other numbers, certainly an outlier for him.
Now we go to Prince of Truth, cutting back in distance. This one, as mentioned, with that big pedigree out of La Verdad. And what a day. Again, Linda Rice and Jose Lascano both looking for their 4th wins.
Yeah, I'm going to ride this train and see if I can get this horse home. I like that this horse has the mile underneath his belt and now cuts back to a distance that is better off for him. And he was involved in that pace last time out, too, going the mile. And he was on the rail that day. You may not have wanted to been down inside where he was. But you look at some of his sprint races, and I thought that they were just fine, you know, and competitive against this group. And second start off of a layoff, he should be a little bit tighter for that mile race, too.
Actually ran well, breaking his maiden, and then the first start against winners, running some good figures that would certainly make him very competitive here and cutting back in distance. Richie likes the 4 Starquist, who I think is an intriguing prospect. And as he touched on, he's a horse that kind of runs in spots throughout his races and doesn't like the kickback. It really seems to run well when he gets out in the clear. So curious as to what he's going to do coming back now as a gelding.
Yeah, and Romero Raj's job is to keep this horse in the clear on the outside. And Romero's been riding exceptionally well throughout the winter here. And, you know, we've seen it time and again. He's put horses in good spots to win. And honestly, when you look at this horse's body of work, they always believed in this horse, and the talent's been there. And he was in a steady diet of New York bred races, stakes races going back last year. And the only time he raced in this optional claiming, you know, or allowance condition, he got wired by Don't Lose Cruz, who wasn't too bad at the time. So I don't really hold it against him. I just feel like I want to see 1 star because usually John's horses need a start before they come around.
Jonathan has interest in the 2 Waraloo, 1 of 2 for Chris Engelhart in here. A horse who has plenty of speed, and he comes out of that race where Donegal Surges won. He came back to win again with a 90 buyer speed figure.
Yeah, he's pretty good, Donegal Surges. My only problem that I have with this horse is I just see bigger figures on off-going and seal tracks. Doesn't mean that some of those other fast-track races would not put him in the hunt here. I just want to see some of that transfer over from Finger Lakes to here.
Looking for his first win at Aqueduct. Most of those victories, as you touched on, came up at Finger Lakes. Loading in for race number 7, fun competitive race. Messi the Magician, 9-5. Can he repeat that last race? We'll find out in a moment. Chris Griffin has the call.
Nephew, last to load. Here's Fortune's Nephew stepping forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Fortune's Nephew from the outside with Prince of Truth in the early mix. Their heart sent want to be up there with the front end. Messy the Magician from in between horses, but Fortune's Nephew is trying to cross over for Ruiz and Will. Fortune's Nephew leads the field. Here's Bourbon's Hope, who emerges from the rail, is now in second. A challenge second is Messy the Magician, 3 wide in that second grouping, losing some ground. That's Starquist in between horses back to fourth, while Rollo is making up ground to the inside of that rival. Wide run here, Prince of Truth is 3.5 lengths off the lead. They went 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The trailer is Dr. Kraft, and at 10-1, Fortune's Nephew doing it nicely so far. Fortune's Nephew is up by 1.5 lengths. Messy the Magician, Manny Franco in full pursuit, but this leader is still holding the advantage as Starquist is under a full drive here from third. Prince of Truth has got a wide run. Bourbon's Hope starts to lose ground. Trying to rally on as well. Rollo, the trailer, Dr. Kraft. Fortune's Nephew has not come back to the field, and Fortune's Nephew is still 3 lengths clear. Here comes a run from Prince of Truth. Messy the Magician is backing out of it. Also from far out of it, Dr. Kraft is now on the move. And Fortune's Nephew has to contend with Dr. Kraft, who's getting closer. Fortune's Nephew is almost there. Fortune's Nephew pulls off the upset. There's Dr. Kraft up for second from way out of it. Then came Prince of Truth and Messy the Magician in 1 minute 16.38 seconds.
Fortune's Nephew with the 10-1 upset, Paul. Throughout this horse's career, he's been the favorite 6 out of 7 times. The other time, he was second choice. Today, he's 10-1, so naturally, this is the day that he gets the victory.
Yeah, if you stuck by him, you're getting paid, and this race was won out of the gate. Fidio Ruiz just took what was given to him, went straight to the front, and they went pretty fast, 22, and then 44 and 4, and I mean, he just outran the other speeds and basically ran them off their feet in here. Solid effort for this horse, who did have some back races that were competitive enough to get the job done in here. And boy, you definitely got rewarded today at 10-1 if you liked them.
Several other horses, including Prince of Truth and Messy the Magician, took their tries at him to no avail. The only one really running on late was the one Dr. Kraft, who had to settle for second.
Yeah, wins have been tough to get by for Dr. Kraft, so another second place effort for that horse. Got a good trip up the inside. In Prince of Truth's case, I just think it was a little bit further back early and spent most of the time 3 to 4 wide.
Right out of the gate, though, to the lead, Fortune's Nephew. Even early on, apprentice Alicio Ruiz took a peek between his legs, and I said, well, it's a little early for him to be doing that, but clearly he had a full head of steam throughout the running of the race.
Yeah, I always make the joke, there is nothing good going on behind you. There's no need to look back there, even early. Nothing good is going on behind you.
10-1 winner and upset in race 7, 7-1, 6-5, 9-5 favorite Messy the Magician settling for fourth. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races, and heading into the winner's circle is the number 7 Fortune's Nephew, taking race number 7 at 10-1 in a wire-to-wire score.
Yeah, and you know what? The aggressiveness paid off. The speed of the speed on the outside. Eliseo Ruiz was aggressive, got this horse to the front, outran the other speeds, and never looked back.
This winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's industry-leading selected yearling sales. The July sale, the Saratoga sale, and New York bred yearling sale all taking place this summer. Nominate your yearlings today at Fasig-Tipton.com. Fortune's Nephew, trained by Bruce Levine, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. So pleased to be joined by Bruce here. Bruce, Fortune's Nephew found his speed again. Last time, no speed. Today, with the apprentice, he just really rolled from the start.
Yeah, he broke a little slow last time. There was a lot of speed in the race. Jock kind of took him back, and it just wasn't his cup of tea. And I think he fought it a little bit with the dirt, took him outside, and it just, you know, he didn't get beat that far, but, you know, it's just not his style. Today, he had the good outside post. There wasn't as much speed as it looked. You know, I put the bug on him, took the weight off, and just sent him on his way.
Bruce, I don't remember you employing the bug a lot, but, you know, in a situation like this, like a perfect scenario, a horse that you want to show speed, just put a bug boy on, get the weight, and let them roll.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people take advantage of it today. And, you know, today you're carrying 25, 127 in some of these races, 5 pounds off. It's a big help.
Bruce, you've been training winners for as long as I can remember. Since I first came around, you were already training winners. You're somebody that consistently gets it done over the years. How much pleasure do you get out of it when you see a horse come, you know, full circle and have this kind of effort?
You know, that's why we get up. We enjoy it. You know, it's nothing like winning. You know how it is. It's like a rush, and it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling.
Congratulations. Well done. Guys, a guy that I had the pleasure and good fortune to ride a lot of winners for over the years. And actually, the last winner of my career was for this gentleman right here.
Plenty of history between the MIG and Bruce Levine. Love getting a chance to hear from Bruce, a true old school horseman, as much as they come. $22 winner with Fortune's Nephew.
Yeah, listen, if you stuck by him, you got paid. And I love the old schoolness. I just do. I mean, even coming around here in the 90s, I remember MIG riding some of those races for Bruce. So I love that. And I love seeing that. Love seeing these guys still around.
We turn the page to race number 8 at the Big A. New York bred maiden claiming race for $30,000 a mile on the main track. 3-year-olds and upward. Tepid favorite, and it's that kind of race. Not a lot to sink your teeth into. Back-to-back second place finishes for Jansen, who will try to find the winner's circle today.
Yeah, I mean, he ran back-to-back winning races and just didn't get the job done. There's quite a few different ways you can go in here in this last race. I think you could sink your teeth into this. There's about 4 or 5 horses you could make a case for, and I think you just need to find the price that you think is going to pay the most.
We'll see who will be a price and who can have their graduation day today in that New York bred maiden claiming coming up in a little bit. But when we come back, more discussion of what's coming up at Oaklawn Park. Brad Cox looking for another big score. Highland Falls going to be a contender in the Oaklawn Handicap. More on that after this.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
straighten away at the top of the stretch in the Oaklawn Handicap. And right on the inside, Last Samurai trying to move through. He brushed the rail. Here's Chargent moving up. Stiletto Boy still there. Some rough housing in the upper stretch. Meanwhile, Senor Buscador. Proxy is coming on the far outside. Here comes Proxy. Proxy and Joel Rosario rallying on the far outside.
The ambush. Proxy picking off Last Samurai, who did everything but win. Joel Rosario, the beautifully timed ride in last year's Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, what a perfectly timed ride to just get up in the last stride. And like you said, he picked off Last Samurai just at the last moment. Last Samurai is actually back in this edition of the Oaklawn Handicap this year.
And he won it the year prior. Great feature on Last Samurai tomorrow. The strength of that race looks a little bit better now when you hear the rest of the horses in the race. Senor Buscador right there in last year's Oaklawn Handicap.
fourth place finish.
For a big blue, a global success. The Champions campaign last year, Eclipse Award-winning breeder, Eclipse Award-winning owner, and the damage they've done in recent years here at Oaklawn Park, and now trying to go back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap. Field for tomorrow's America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, the most prestigious race for older horses at Oaklawn. A grade 2, very, very lucrative, $1.25 million. Wide open, 11 deep. And let's start with the Godolphin runner in Highland Falls, beautifully bred, drawn inside the Curlin Colt, who was 4th in the Santa Anita Handicap, but 2 starts back, Raj. This win at Fairgrounds as an odds-on favorite on the strength of this effort made the trip cross-country to run on the Big Cat.
Yeah, such an intriguing horse. Lightly raced, only 5 races. This was his 4th career start in a Two Other Than allowance race, and he's just starting to develop, you can tell. You can see he's learning how to run. He looked like he was almost going to lose this race when the horse rolled up outside of him, and then he just re-engaged the bridle. So he's showing me like a horse that is, he's not, we haven't seen the best of him yet. He's still learning how to run. He's in a season that is competition, but he might be the horse with the biggest upside considering his pedigree and what so far.
Mom, a Breeders' Cup winner, and Round Pond, a Breeders' Cup Distaff winner by 2-time Horse of the Year Curlin. Just 5 starts thus far. Highland Falls for Godolphin. Maggie, the inside post now to be ridden by Florent Giroux. What do you think would be the ideal trip for Highland Falls to be most effective in this Oaklawn Handicap?
I think, as his trainer Brad Cox has said, Lafitte, that getting a little pace and a little bit of a target to run at will be ideal for Highland Falls. But at least he, at the break, has the shortest way around there, being drawn to the inside. But as Rajiv said, he's a horse that is still learning things. So he's going to have to be able to take that kickback, respond to it, and run through it, one would have to think. With Florent Giroux aboard, and aboard for the 4th consecutive ride here. And as you mentioned, his royal pedigree, also a little pressure with that pedigree, as both Dam and Sire, multiple greatest stakes winners here at Oaklawn Park. So yeah, he has it on his side, but I also wonder if he feels a little bit of pressure to run as well as Mom and Dad have here. Round Pond winning the Fantasy and Azarian, of course, Curlin taking down the Rebel and the Arkansas Derby in his 3-year-old campaign. So really looking forward to this lightly raced 4-year-old and what he brings to the table. Guys, this Oaklawn Handicap, well, there might not be a superstar. It is a wide open affair that provides a lot of good betting angles.
Some of the very best older horses that have gone overseas and raced in the Mid-East, White Barrio and Country, Senor Buscador, who we just touched on. It leaves the door open, and now with a $1.25 million purse in this Oaklawn Handicap, you wind up with a bigger, deeper field. Tomorrow's highlights and stakes schedule. It's later in the afternoon, and it's the odd races. Races 7, 9, and 11. Bathhouse Row for the 3-year-olds. Automatic trip to the Preakness for the winner. Valley of the Vapors. 3-year-old fillies. Oaklawn Handicap. Rush, final thought, Highland Falls. If he wasn't a homebred for Godolphin, if he was with that pedigree by Curlin out of Round Pond in a sale, what do you think he would have gone for?
This is a multi-million-dollar valued horse. And you can see he only missed a grade 1 by 2 lengths last time. If this horse is to get a grade 1 win or any graded stake win, it is going to significantly increase his value.
Tomorrow's Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. We don't have Grade 2 type runners here. $35,000 claimers. You saw Samurai Prince. There is Ruggs, claimed from Randy Morse by Timothy Martin.
Yeah, steps up off the win for the new connections.
Horses 4 and 5 are out. The 6 outrun them. Idle since last September, the Minnesota bred. And Papa Rocket likely needed his latest.
Yeah, second off a layoff and drops in class a bit for this race.
Hiya! 19-1, Louis Fuentes aboard the outsider.
Hiya is what the jockey is going to be saying coming out of the gate, because this is the speed of the speed.
Top gunner and big meat Manny Esquivel.
Yeah, takes a big drop in class here after getting trouble in his last race.
Flags up, Rafael Bejarano takes over.
Second last time out, off the claim now, first time for the new connections.
Bet down, have the scratches, but still, Summer in Malibu, 10-1.
It has a tendency for breaking slow, this one, but it does come with a good stretch kick every time.
Bandera Azteca to the outside with Ricardo Santana aboard.
Good tactical speed for this one. Should be tracking the pace right from the outside and hoping to wear down the front runners late.
That's the field. 7th race here at Oaklawn Park. About a minute to go. We probably have a little bit more time than that. We circle back with Maggie and start with Samurai Prince. Drawn towards the inside. Maggie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Liffy, this is a horse that has actually never won on a fast track. In fact, he's 0 for 10 on it. And watching several of his replays, he's a horse that does seem to want to run with his head in the air. And on top of that, and I'm mentioning that because he's drawn on the inside and so therefore taking a lot of kickback, which can exasperate that high-headed type of head carriage. Also, when he gets to the turns, he seems to idle a bit, and he'll often lose ground in the middle of these 6 furlong contests when he's racing on his left inside lead. And then when he gets to the lane and he switches to the right, he'll run on again. So therefore, he's giving himself twice as much work to do to recover the ground loss that he's lost on the turn. Look, it's a Mike Maker horse. He looks fantastic. But I just feel like the inside pose / his idiosyncrasies do him no favors in this spot. As we'll move on to the outside, Bandera Azteca, just trying to pronounce it as good as you, Lafitte. He looks to go back to back in here against, I don't want to say a weaker field, because we'll see Happy Mac in the next race, which is a starter allowance, and he defeated that one. I just saw a horse that exuded confidence, and coming in here for Carl Broberg. And Carl Broberg is one of those trainers that when they tend to look good, they tend to perform. And I've seen some of his horses at short prices that I don't want any part of in the looks department, and they usually don't run to the backing. This one does, though. I like what I'm seeing from Bandera Azteca today. As we'll also take a look at a first off the claim for Randy Morse. Flags up in here, 12-1 on, excuse him, had a bit of trouble last time out when he was dropping in class here. First off the trainer change to Mike Maker. He was checked back to last early and on the rail, and he rallied well, but was ultimately just second best behind a runaway winner in Cathedral Beach. He looks great overall, warming up spectacularly on the racetrack too. Guys?
Maggie, great stuff. Thanks so much. Wanted to follow up, Raj. Samurai Prince from the inside. The challenges for a rider riding those horses that run with their head up in the air.
Yeah, Ramon Vasquez has his work cut out for him here, because Samurai Prince has the worst post that you could ever want with a horse that runs with his head in the air. Being on the inside, if he doesn't get to the lead, the outside horses are going to clear over and throw dirt in his face, and then he's going to be in no man's land where he doesn't want to be. His only option here is to break and try to gun him to the lead and try to keep a clean face. If the speed horse wants to clear over, then you can try to angle to the outside. That's the ideal way to ride a horse like this.
Something to watch right from the start, Samurai Prince. It's post time for the late pick four at Oaklawn.
And they're off. And make sure to stand by after the race, folks. Something happened there. Bandera Azteca hopped in the air at the start and basically walked out of the gate, and also off slowly was Hayes. So make sure to stand by for that after the race. But we come back to the lead, and Samurai Prince is in front, leads a half length from Ruggs there on the outside to apply the pressure. Top Gunner in a perfect stalking position, 3 wide and 3 deep. Then it comes Haya after the bad beginning. He's actually rushed up to claim 4th. Outrun him is next, has lost position into the turn. Summer and Malibu next with Papa Rocket and a space back to Flags Up, who's at the back of the pack as they round the far turn. Samurai Prince has company. Ruggs striding level with him around the far turn. These two get acquainted, make it a 3-deep Top Gunner. A trio across the track at the top of the lane. Top Gunner and Ruggs picking up Samurai Prince, who's back in 3rd while under pressure. The rest have got to get going. Top Gunner on the far outside takes a head lead. Ruggs behind in 2nd now. Samurai Prince still 3rd on the fence. Top Gunner coming back. Ruggs, he is very determined today, and Ruggs has reclaimed the lead. Top Gunner right there battling. These two head and head. Ruggs got the win. Ruggs got it. Outfinished Top Gunner. Samurai Prince was 3rd. Papa Rocket 4th. Make sure your tickets.
What a finish. So much to unpack following the 7th at Oaklawn Park, but bottom line, Ruggs, tenacious, stubborn, refusing to lose, refusing to allow Top Gunner to run him down.
Yeah, there was a lot going on, but at the end of the day, Ruggs showed a lot of grit.
Look at him fight.
He was passed by the favorite, Top Gunner, and he dug back in. Apprentice Joey Bellemere. He switched to the left-hand stick, and this horse just re-engaged his opponent. And love to see a horse go back in for some extra and fight back.
Just the perfect example, lower level claiming horses that have class. That's what you saw from Ruggs, refusing to lose. 3-9. Let's go back to the start. And with a major contender, Bandera Azteca, far left top screen. What happens here? As he serious issues trying to get out of the blocks.
Well, it wasn't only Bandera Azteca. It was also the other main speed, Hey Ya. Now, it looks like Bandera Azteca, like the gate handler, still had a hold on his head. And if that's the case, he will be declared a non-starter. Which, from my vantage point, looks like the case. But another big impact in this race was Haya, who actually was the speed of the speed, and he completely dwelt at the start too.
That was his own doing. Yes,
potentially. From this, it seemed like it. So there's a lot for the stewards to look at to determine who's going to be non-starter or had a fair beginning. But the impact it had on the race, on the whole dynamics of the race, completely changed. We saw the speed horse now, Samurai Prince, inherited the lead. And, it made Ruggs be so close to the pace.
Sorry, Raj, I was listening to the announcement from Matt Dinnerman. I believe he just announced that Bandera Azteca will be declared a non-starter. Number 12, Bandera Azteca, deemed a non-starter. Feels like the right call, watching from the start where the assistant starter still had a handful of his rein as the race was starting.
Yes. Undeniably was the right call, so they've got that sorted out.
Haya running with that extension blinker, his own problems, leaving the gate. 3-9-1-7. Oaklawn Acacia on the track, post-parade time at Aqueduct.
Horses kicking off the post-parade. Lafitte, hopefully a little bit less drama here. Arco Augusta went by. Here's the 2-ball triple world score.
It was a better effort last time. Still figuring it out, I think. We'll see what happens now at a big price.
Second last out for Watch Hill.
Yeah, I mean, there's no killers in here, and he's run better races than most in here.
Here's I'm Just.
I like this horse a little bit. Doesn't have to improve much coming off of the layoff going the mile.
Frankie R. Blinkers on.
Hasn't really been competitive in any of his prior starts, so would need to improve today.
First time on the main track for Spoken Bluntly.
Maybe we'll see some speed on the stretch out. Maybe some more ground will help this one.
Mortgage Rate. Those are tough right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough to take this horse a little bit. Blinkers going on would need some big improvement. Stretching out to the mile, though, for the first time.
Back-to-back seconds for Jansen.
Yeah, back-to-back winning races this horse has run, too. So we'll see if this horse can put in another good effort today.
Here's the 9, Irie Man.
First 2 races, you can make a little bit of an excuse for. Made a good run last time out. The question is he good enough?
And the big warm-up for Solo tonight.
Ran on late, does have tactical speed and an outside post, and he can win. He's taking money in every start, but he's 5-1 today.
That's the field for the 8th race. Again, this New York bred maiden claiming. Jonathan, what are your thoughts on the nightcap?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 8 Jansen. Like, this is one of those situations where there doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in here, which, you know, I think you can look to some horses that are going to be a little bit more forward to try to find an advantageous trip. But I will say that the stretch out, I think, might actually help a little bit. This horse has come up a little bit short in 7 furlong races, but now gets to go that extra little furlong to go the mile. But I don't think this horse is going to have to work as hard to stay close, to stay as connected. So when they turn for home, I'm hopeful that the 8 Jansen will have just a little bit more in the tank based on the slower early fractions because they're going longer. Enough of me talking about fractions, pace, and rider decisions. Let's go to someone who's actually done it. Richie?
Yeah, JK, I'm right with you with the 8 Jansen. I just think that looking at him from a physical perspective, the mile should not be an issue. He's coming back on a quick turnaround. He just ran on April 11th. In 8 days. But I was talking with Andrew Lakeman, and for people who don't know who Andrew is, he was tremendous hand on a horse, was injured in a spill as a jockey, but he worked for Alan Jerkins, he worked for Tom Skiffin, he worked for Nick Zito, and I asked him about the quick turnaround, and he said this horse eats through the bottom of the feed tub. He just does not leave a note, and looking at him, he didn't tuck up off that good effort last time, and he was acting even a little bit better, a little more focused, saddled nicer. I just think that he makes a lot of sense, and again, I don't think the mile is going to be a problem at all. I do think he's just going to get in a really good rhythm, and he's been floating up now. 5-1, I think, is a very generous price on this horse. The 3, Watch Hill, is your favorite. Looks terrific. Can't fault him. You know, but I just think that 5-1 as opposed to 9-5, I'll go with the 5-1 on Jansen, who makes a lot of sense. The 6 horse, Spoken Bluntly, getting on dirt for the first time. New York bred, getting with New York breds for the first time. His dam actually broke her maiden on the dirt. It was her best race of her life. And then that was when California went to all the synthetic surfaces. Now, she did win on synthetic, but her best races were on dirt. I will say, speaking bluntly, that he does have a bit more of a turf foot, but I think he is a very interesting horse here. Bruce Levine looking for the late double. And the 9, Irie. This horse stumbled at the break last time, showed a little bit more run. I thought he was a bit interesting as well, and he's a decent price at 7-1 now.
Definitely is. Richie, thank you. Did not have a good break last time, though he is typically Irie, a horse that doesn't show much speed. Let's see if Isaac Castillo can get him out of the gate better today.
You know, even when you look at the last effort and the problems he had out of the gate, as you said, he's not very fast anyway out of the blocks, but he had every right to just stop after that. You know, a lot of times horses come out of the gate, they find problems, they lag a little bit further back, they just don't run, their race is over. He actually ran and actually closed as well, so I just don't know if he's good enough to get the job done. He ran a race last time out that suggests he could be, but I'm just not sure he's going to improve from a buyer standpoint.
Watch Hill, the 3, your favorite right now at 8-5. We'll take a look at his last race where he did finish second at a comparable level. In fact, he's been at this level for a while. And even the one time they stepped him up to special weight competition, he ran the same kind of race as he usually does.
Yeah, it's what you see is what you get with this horse, basically. But using that same analogy, his typical effort may just be good enough here because he's run the fastest races out of this group. Now, I mean, the horse that he's losing to here was a heavy favorite in Friday I'm in Love. So, I mean, there's no killers in this group. If he runs his race, we'll see what we get out of him. You know where he's going to be placed early on. The question is where's he going to be at the end?
Second last time out, if you've never been to beautiful Watch Hill, Rhode Island, it's a lovely, lovely spot.
I've never been.
It really is. It's so pretty. Kirk Wyckoff told me that was the namesake of this horse. So. Okay. Got to get him to the winner's circle one of these days for Watch Hill.
All right, one time.
One time
for Acacia.
One time.
One time for Acacia. Get it done.
The number 10 Solo tonight on the outside, taking a little bit of attention. I guess if you have some interest in Jansen, take a look at this horse too. He was 3rd behind him and actually was the favorite in that race.
Yeah, and he's taken money in all 4 of his career starts. I think his best effort was probably 3 starts back. But, you know, when you look at this horse, he basically, and he was a little bit more closer to that pace 3 starts back as well over that muddy sealed track. I guess you'd like to see him a little bit more forward in here as opposed to laying back. He does have that far outside post, and Kendrick's usually aggressive when he needs to be. But the last 2 starts, he's been about 4 or 5 lengths out of it, and I'm just not sure that's going to get it done here either.
Horses moving towards the starting gate. Top pick for you?
The 4. I'm just going to pick that horse, and I'm going to give it a shot off the layup. Christophe has good numbers with layup horses like this. The blinkers come off, and honestly, this is another horse. If it runs back to his first 2 races, doesn't really have to improve much to beat this kind of group.
The gelding should really help him. He's always a very big,
Yeah.
solid type of individual. So coming back as a gelding should help him quite a bit. 6-1 with Maddie Olver. Jansen acting up just a little bit behind the starting gate. Watch Hill goes in nicely as the starting gate crew gets Jansen to behave a little bit better going in. We set it up one more time today at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin with the call.
Frankie R. Irie Man. Solo tonight. Is in. All set. And they're off. Spoken Bluntly breaks very well from in between horses, is on the early lead. I'm Just as with the early fray. At the rail, here comes Arco Augusta trying to join them. Also in that early mix here, in between horses, there's still Frankie R. and Spoken Bluntly and Frankie R. They're going to be head and head as they come out of the chute. As they sort themselves out, there's Jansen stalking from 3rd as the duo gets away. Arco Augusta down at the rail is in 4th, losing some ground after the start there was Solo Tonight, is going to be in that mid-pack. It's a lineup of 4 there, as Watch Hill has moved through at the rail now to secure 5th. I'm Just is back to 6th. Irie Man 7th on the far outside there. Solo Tonight, who's in 8th, very tightly packed on the front. Then Mortgage Rate is in behind that group, and the lone trailer, Triple Word Score, at the back of the field. 22-4, that opening quarter mile, and still tightly bunched up front. To the inside here, it's Frankie R. Here comes the move from Jansen, and Jansen can wait no longer. Jansen's put a neck in front. In between horses, there comes Spoken Bluntly. All in at the rail, that's Frankie R. Those 3 across the racetrack. Watch Hill is all in. Irie Man Solo Tonight's under a tight hold while wide, is trying to make a rally here at the far outside. At the rail, nowhere to go. I'm Just is trying to muscle on through. Now gets a seam. The leader at the top of the stretch is Jansen. Needing the room was I'm Just in the purple cap. Watch Hill starts to put a rally together, and the leader is drifting. It's Jansen who's drifting out here towards the far outside. Every chance for I'm Just, who now puts the rally together. Needed the room to the inside. Inside in the final 16th. I'm Just winning. I'm Just wins the finale. Jansen up for 2nd, then Arco Augusta and Watch Hill in 1 minute 37.35 seconds.
I'm Just winning, as you heard in Chris Griffin's call. I'm Just with a nice victory. Good call, Paul, and what a ride from Maddie Olver.
Great way to end the day, and that was a great ride by Maddie Olver. You know, in the beginning part of this race, she followed Watch Hill and Manny Franco, and when Frankie R started to back up, Manny made that aggressive kind of move and kind of bumped out, and she just rode that pine. And we've seen it time and time again with Maddie Olver throughout this winter, just how she has developed as a rider. She is not afraid to go through those holes. She's not afraid to be aggressive with horses. And, you know, it paid off here with that ground-saving trip and that hole opening up. And Jansen ran a really good race again. This is 3 straight races for Jansen where he's run some winning races, got a little tired, you know, coming down the stretch from the 8th pole to the 16th pole. It started drifting in and out a little bit, but it was another good effort by that horse. But you cannot take away anything from the winner. Christophe's numbers continue to be good off of the layoff. There he is. He's happy. He's on the phone.
He's definitely on the phone with Miguel.
Yeah, I was going to say.
100%, guaranteed.
He's not calling you right now. I don't see your phone ringing. But no, really, this was a great effort, great run, and great ride by Maddie Olver.
5-1. I'm Just Maddie coming up the inside. And yeah, Jansen, you could see kind of at that pivotal moment too. And she made a very good call to go inside of him at that point instead of trying to tip out. Saw that horse was starting to drift, and that helped for sure. But I'm Just just was able to kick away from a horse that's now has 3 consecutive second-place finishes.
Right, and when you look at the way this race developed, too, Frankie R. actually hopped in the air at the start and still found a way to get to the front, and both Manny and Maddie sat behind those long shot leaders and had to find a way. Manny decided to go out, Maddie decided to go in, and it was the best effort and the right thing to do.
Maddie Olver, of course, former exercise rider for Christophe Colon, winning for her former boss in there. When we come back, we'll talk about somebody who has given so much to Oaklawn Park, Eric Jackson, to be inducted in the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame this evening.
Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas, on the eve of the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. You know, it really is an exciting time to be an Arkansas sports fan. John Calipari coming to town. The great racing here at Oaklawn, and tonight the best of the best will be honored. The Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place. Eric Jackson will be there. He's being inducted. First hired at Oaklawn Park as the director of operations back in 1978, served as the general manager for 3 decades. In the end, Jackson would lead Oaklawn through some of the most difficult, some of the most trying of times by pioneering 2 significant developments that would change American racing forever.
How are you?
So good to see you. Always. I miss you so much.
Well, I miss you too.
Eric is an innovator. He's a broad thinker. We have a problem, he will find a solution and then implement it.
He is the most creative problem solver I've ever known.
Eric was a big reason because of the things that he did, particularly the late 90s, early 2000s, to save horse racing at Oaklawn.
We were racing 60 days, but we were closed 300 days. You had intra-state simulcasting, and Eric said, gosh, if they can do it within the state, why can't we go across state lines? And so the very first interstate simulcast with merged pools came here at Oaklawn, and I believe it was 1989. And today it represents over 90% of the North American handle across the entire United States. And it started right here because of Eric.
Hey, man. How are you doing? I'm fine. Good to see you. Good to see you.
After simulcasting, we started to climb up the peak. But then in the early 90s, riverboat casinos started.
So we were feeling the crunch, and
It was his thought that if we don't change something, we're not going to be in business much longer.
Eric came up with a thing called instant racing, which was an electronic product under the horse racing law, but it was based on making a wager on a previously run race in an electronic format where you could do it just instantaneously. And it much resembled a slot machine. That it saved Oaklawn for that interim period for sure, before it ultimately was authorized to have full-scale casino gaming.
When did you take over the club?
In 2009.
Wow. Boy, time flies.
It does, yeah.
It does. With Eric, we've got great relationships with the Arkansas Racing Commission and the Arkansas HBPA.
He's always been a key element in the communication with horsemen from scratch.
I always felt that we could go to Eric. He was black and white. There was no fluff in anything that he decided. But if it made sense, Eric was right there and was real good about giving it to us.
The Oaklawn racing program today is as good a program that there is in America, and Eric contributed to that greatly over the years and through many different ways.
The contributions he has made to the sport, the difference he has made, Eric Jackson. Rajiv, he was kind enough to spend some time with us on the set last Saturday, Apple Blossom Day, and you could really sense the pride when he would look around the big crowd here and seeing what Oaklawn has become and how much he's contributed to its growth.
Yeah, you can tell that the contribution he's made and the impact he's made to take Oaklawn racing from not just surviving but thriving. You can see that pride in his face when he looked over at that crowd and to see what all the effort that they've put in over the years come to fruition. I can tell that it was a nice feeling, and he was very humble for all the work that he put in to make that happen.
From like breaking in, right, to sneaking into Oaklawn Park as a kid, to having the type of influence and making the difference he has here at Oaklawn and helping it become the racetrack that it has. And our coverage continues on this Friday afternoon on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap Levy Post Parade coming up for race number 8. And for this jockey, Manny Esquivel, sensational meet at Oaklawn tomorrow, riding in 2 of the 3 stakes races, the Valley of the Vapors and the Bathhouse Row. Riding an outsider in the upcoming 8th race, Atomic Tone, who last won with Esquivel. Stay tuned.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Coaching Club American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Let's meet the field for the 8th Horses on Track Starter Allowance Sprint. And Citrus Bay drawn inside at 11 of 4 coming in off winning efforts. Citrus Bay. If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. There he is. Easy winner in the mud against Softer in his latest.
The son of Hightail won a 10,000 condition claimer, steps up to the starter allowance 16 level today.
Ian Glass claimed from Aaron Shorter by Kim Poole.
Yeah, beating 11 lengths last time, and it steps up off the claim as well.
Happy Mac, he's quick, typically involved early.
Yeah, definitely a horse that's on a good run, won 2 out of his last 3, and will be a part of the early pace presence.
Good Heart, second to Happy Mac in his latest.
Yeah, he might be the speed of the speed after he led the race last time with Happy Mac.
Concept Sharp rattled off 2 straight.
Another speed horse here. He won by 3 lengths last time and 5 lengths the time before, both wire-to-wire victories.
357, 15 to 1. Then number 7 in Lake Radio defeated at 2 to 5 in his latest, facing Softer.
Yeah, speed and faded to second as a big favorite last time.
Roman Giant, a 13 to 1 winner last month.
Gutsy performance, head-to-head, a long duel and holding on by a neck, and was second 2 starts back against Happy Mac.
Air Combat, claimed from Steve Asmussen by Norm McKnight and aired.
Big win by 5 lengths last time. Norm McKnight likes what he sees, steps him up into a protected starter allowance.
Terrific meet. Manny Esquivel, Atomic Tone. You like him a little bit going in, yes?
I love this horse at
love
this price.
This horse at 10
love
to 1.
him at this price. Why? You know, he won 2 back in a lower level 8,000 claim, but he won in a really fast time, 1:10.3. And what I love the most about this horse is he fits the dynamics of this race. He is the best of the closers. He has that perfect outside post that you'd want to see with a closer. I think Manny Esquivel is going to have all the opportunity to just let the pace develop, let them duke it out.
Has to be hot, right? Like the pace
has to be hot. There's many scenarios of this pace not being a big speed duel, and this horse is the best to capitalize on it. He has a lot of things in his favor, and he's 10 to 1.
Paulie Rajiv loves Atomic Tone at this price. Do you love anyone in this 8th race at Oaklawn?
Well, you know, I can't argue with anybody that likes a horse or loves a horse at 10 to 1. Can't argue with that. But I do think the 9 in here, Air Combat's going to be very tough. And I'll tell you the one reason why is that, you know, Steve Asmussen is the kind of trainer that, you know, sometimes his horses, when people claim off of him, they've done well. And it just shows you that he keeps his horses in great condition. And the thing I like about the 9 is 2 things. The win by 5 was, the horse was much the best on a little bit of the drop. The 2 races back for 30, lost to Jackman. Jackman came back at Will Rogers Downs on Tuesday and won a stakes race, actually, at 5 to 2. The other part I like about this is that Keith sticks aboard this horse. You know, he's ridden this horse twice for his father, now changed barns to Norm McKnight, and he probably said, Mr. McKnight, can I please ride this horse back, Air Combat? I think he's going to be ultra tough in here, Maggie. 5 to 2, I think that's about the right price.
And Polly, I totally agree with you. I think Air Combat looks fantastic in the preliminaries thus far. So a horse that's very logical, that makes the right impression. Now, I think a big topic of conversation in the 6 furlong contest is the pace scenario. I feel like there's several horses that could go in here, and I'm a little bit intrigued by number 5, Concept, who is a horse that he is best when he can control things. And I'm not sure if he's naturally the fastest horse, but at the end of the day, he has the right rider on his back in rider Ramon Vasquez. And on top of all that, he's the horse who's acting sharpest. He got a little bit hot in the paddock. I'm not sure if that's typical for him. I did see him once before. That was last year after a bad performance in a 30 where the claim was voided. And he's since, rebounded and has done well, especially in his last 2. So we'll see what he does here. I don't like the fact that he got washy, but I'm just talking about him as a possible pace presence, Lafitte.
Concept, Maggie, seeking a 3rd straight. Ramon Vasquez. The jocks, they read the form, they recognize style, they recognize other horses that perhaps have a similar I want to be in front type of approach. How much of an adjustment are you making if you're on one of the faster horses in the race and don't want to get caught up in a blazing speed duel?
There's some speed horses that are one-trick ponies, and those are tough because you're in a darn if you do, darn if you don't situations. They're not rateable. It takes them out of their game, and if they run too fast into a duel, they're not effective. In this scenario, I believe that Happy Mac is one of the speed horses that has that versatility that it doesn't have to be gone into a suicidal pace. But when it comes to the Goodheart, I think he's one that cannot pass a horse. So all these riders are going to have to adjust based on their horse.
Something to watch, the pace, how fast, and how many involved early on. The favorite at 2-1, Air Combat. Keith Asmussen seeking another win on the Friday program. Matt Dinderman with the load and call, 8th of 10 from Oaklawn.
Mac, the next pair to step in. Waiting for Goodheart now. Roman Giant. 2 back. Atomic Tone, the gray, and Concept in the gold. Here's Concept. To the outside. Atomic Tone. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Goodheart broke sharply out of the gate. Concept was away last, but he's rushing up to be part of the action on the lead. Concept with a head lead. Goodheart coming back at him, and Goodheart's in front by a neck. Concept second. Citrus Bay on the inside is a tightly clumped up group of about 6 here. Head down the back stretch on the lead. Goodheart has a half-length edge on Concept. Lake Radio 3 deep with him. A contentious pace battle approaching the 4-turn run. There's a gap of 2 to Atomic Tone. Citrus Bay has lost position. In tight here, Ian Glass has to steady hard, really hard off of heels. Air Combat just passed him as that rival steadied hard. Air Combat is making a move on the outside, but he's got plenty of work to do. 7 off the lead. Happy Mac is well out of it now, trying to pass runners on the outside. He's 10 from the top, and at the back it's Roman Giant. Top of the lane, Lake Radio off the turn as a head lead. Goodheart on the inside, left behind in second. Atomic Tone's coming on at 9-2 grandstand side. Lake Radio in front. Atomic Tone trying to lean in here to this front runner. Lake Radio, who's still in front. Manny Esquivel trying to straighten out Atomic Tone, but he's behind in second as Lake Radio opens up the lead late, and Nick Juarez will pick up a hat trick aboard Lake Radio, who scores. Atomic Tone was second, Goodheart third, and 357 was fourth.
Can't stop him, only hope to contain him. Nick Juarez, who celebrated his 1,000th North American victory in the first race this afternoon, takes down his third at 16-1 over the gelding. Rajiv loved it, that price going in, just wouldn't let Atomic Tone get him in the stretch.
The way Nick Juarez is running right now, he might win 1,000 by next week at this rate.
The second 1,000 would be a lot easier. He's off to a good start.
Yeah, but Lake Radio found extra. What a resilient run from this horse. First off the claim, Michael Rohn stepped him up into allowance race. He loved what he saw, and he delivered. You know, at one point there, I thought Atomic Tone had it right where he wanted. Manny
and then he made a mistake. Like a fumble and interception in deep stretch, Atomic Tone did make a mistake.
Atomic Tone getting in, which means he's bearing to his left. He stopped running a straight course. Manny Esquivel had to keep turning his head, trying to correct him so he doesn't make contact with the other horse. And, you know, that momentum loss really just kind of threw him off.
How frustrating is that? How difficult is that to do in a stretch drive? And you're trying to catch the leader, you're running out of ground, and your horse starts to either lug in or lug out on you.
Well, you start getting desperate because you know you're running out of time to get there. And at one point, it looked like Manny Esquivel was comfortable, like he thought he had him measured. Because me watching the race, I thought he had him measured. And then all of a sudden, you know, surprisingly, Lake Radio just rebroke after absorbing this fast pace like we talked about.
The level of confidence, can you describe that zone a jockey gets into when you're having this type of day that Juarez is?
Oh, you start thinking like, you start believing in yourself. And when you start believing in yourself, everything just comes easy, comes naturally. And you start riding more instinctively.
I believe, Rajiv, we have an objection. I just saw the head-on very quickly. I believe it involves the fourth-place finisher. We did see the two. I don't know it involve. Oh, it does involve the fourth-place finisher, number 6, 357. We did see on the far turn Ian Glass, number 2, really have to check out of there.
And it was some rough housing going into that turn. At the elbow of the turn, it seemed like 5 horses were trying to fit in the amount of space that belonged to really 3 horses. And we're getting a better look at it right now.
The 6 is the horse who's they're looking at, the fourth-place finisher. And watch the 2 horse, Ian Glass.
Ian Glass definitely got the worst of it. Actually, lucky didn't go down. And in these scenarios, when you're approaching the turn and there's 5 horses across, the pressure can only be relieved by the horse on the outside. And one thing that never moves on the racetrack is the rail. So that's the best barometer to judge who's moving. In my perspective, my pick, number 10, Atomic Tone, he did not make it easy for the horses on the inside. He was in a 5-horse across the track. He was the 5th horse on the widest, but he ended up about 3 rail. So that made me feel like he actually moved in. That's how I perceive it. Number 10 moved in, crowding the horses on the inside. Now the stewards are going to take a look at it. Potentially, they're actually showing the objection against the number 6 and not the number 10, which is not how I saw it from my vantage point.
It did look like 357 was just outside of Ian Glass, and it's hard to tell from that particular angle. And at that point is when Ian Glass and really had to take up, and fortunately we didn't have an incident, but he was going by him at that very same time. I think we have the head on now.
Well,
here we go, Raj.
One of the things that you can see here is that...
Who are we looking at again?
We're looking at the second line of horses. So there's 4 horses across the track, starting with the...
Red and white cap.
The red and white cap is the number 6. The number 2 that gets squeezed out, he's 2 pats off the rail in the blue blinkers. And you can tell that there was 4 horses coming together. And look at Manny Esquivel look back, because he hears the screaming. It's a tough angle to show, but if the 10 horse isn't clear and he comes over, which he does, he causes the crowding from where I'm looking. The 357, the number 6 horse, is in between. He has nowhere to go. He can't go outside because he has a horse on his outside. He can't go outside. He can't go inside because he's bumping into the 2 horse. The pressure can only be relieved by the horse on the farthest outside, which in this case is the number 10. And I think he's the one that caused the problem, but there's no change.
Most significant, most important, there was no incident going into the far turn, and yet no change. 7, 10, 4, 6 in the 8th race here at Oaklawn Park. We have 2 races left. You'll see the 9th right here with us, and you'll see the Oaklawn Handicap tomorrow afternoon. And Last Samurai, 2022 Oaklawn Handicap winner. He back for more, his 3rd tour of Oaklawn Handicap duty for the Horton family. That story's next. Dust settling following that exciting 8th race, Oaklawn Park. Lake Radio. Nick Juarez, 3rd win on the afternoon. Fortunately, no incident going into the far turn, some crowding. There was an objection, no change. Lake Radio, meantime, about to strike the front and Rajiv, the gelding you like going in. Atomic, Tone, eventually all over him. Lake Radio and Juarez, they're having none of it.
Yeah, I mean, Atomic Tone had the better of the trip because Lake Radio had to absorb that hot pace pressure that we talked about. Atomic Tone had the race to win and just couldn't get by. Lake Radio was actually pulling away at the end. Very impressive run from this horse and a much improved off the claim.
35.80.
Yeah, 35.80. And I tell you, if he runs this race against these horses, they're going to have a tough time to beat him. If they didn't beat him today, they're not going to beat him next time.
3 wins. Nicky Juarez, 1,002 North American victories. As for the highlight of the weekend and America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, it is the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. Another look at the field. There it is, 11 deep. And while the favorite is a very tepid 3-1 Skippy Longstocking, 2 stalls to his inside, is a horse who knows all about winning this Oaklawn Handicap in Last Samurai. So he's not amongst the favorites. In fact, he's 20-1 on the morning line, but he might be the sentimental favorite. His owner, Willis Horton, who was here when Last Samurai won the Oaklawn Handicap in 22, sadly he passed away a few months later. And now his son, Kevin, is carrying on the family legacy here at Oaklawn.
My dad, he's with me.
Charge it on the outside.
He's ready. Get his head.
Currently, they're in the gate.
Get his head. He's going.
And they're off.
Good break.
In the Oaklawn Handicap.
Good break. Good break.
Stiletto Boy had a good break on the inside. And as they come to the wire the first time, he and Classic Causeway share the lead with Chargent is on the outside on 3rd. Proxy is racing in 4th. Last Samurai is 5th on the inside.
What's the time? What's the time?
And they half mile 47.3. And it's Stiletto Boy who went right to the front.
That's right where we want to be.
Away by a neck. And Classic Causeway, that multiple graded winner, right to the outside in 2nd. Chargent is within range. He's racing in 3rd. And now Proxy and Joel Rosario share the 4th spot with Last Samurai. Rosario is getting after Proxy. Last Samurai, Tristan Torres on the inside, racing in 4th. Senor
He's flat. Same little flat. Here he comes.
Away at the top of the stretch.
Here he comes, baby. Come on. Come on, Sammy.
Right on the inside.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Sam.
The rail.
Come on, Sam. Come on, Sam. Come on.
Upper stretch. Meanwhile,
Come on, Sam. Come on.
Coming on the far
Come on, Sam.
Here comes Proxy.
Come on.
Proxy.
Come on,
on the far outside. He almost got there. He may have gotten there. Last Samurai was right with him. Stiletto Boy was 3rd.
Come on, baby. Oh.
Wait. Watch.
Oh, no. Oh, we got beat by hair.
Yeah.
Oh, we got beat by, I think we got beat by hair.
Oh, no, man, there's a bob in there.
I don't know. Did you get squeezed or hit?
Yeah, and I had the whole rail.
Did you fire for it?
Huh?
You fired a quarry?
I think we beat him.
Huh?
I think
Did you throw an ejection?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, good, okay. Yeah, okay. That knocked us out right there. See what? Right there.
Comes right over on us.
Right over our head, knocked us sideways.
Stewards have ruled there will be no change in the original.
But it cost us the race.
That cost us a race.
It's like you're right there with Kevin Horton, Raj. Like, I know who won that race last year, and I'm still pulling for Last Samurai.
Yeah, what a heartbreaking defeat he had in that race, and rightfully so. What the assistant Steve Wayne Lucas said, that bump might have cost him the race. When you lose by such a narrow margin, and then that impact at the top of the stretch up the rail, that could have been a difference in winning and losing right there.
I don't think anybody was getting by him that he could see. The way Proxy beat him was ambushing him on the outside. Last Samurai digging, fighting, just missing as he was trying to go back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap. All right, so fast forward a year, and here he is in tomorrow's edition. They'll see if Last Samurai has a little better luck in the Oaklawn Handicap. He had that one race off the long layoff. Clearly a prep for the Oaklawn Handicap. We check in with Paul.
Yeah, and it was a prep for the Oaklawn Handicap his last time out. But obviously he has the talent, as you saw there in that little feature there with the bad beat. And I'm in agreement with the owners there that he probably should have won the race. But when you look, he got beat by Proxy, and you fast forward a little bit, and Proxy kind of re-engaged in the Breeders' Cup Classic and out-galloped everybody when running fourth. But, Last Samurai obviously has a ton of talent. You wonder after that beat, when you look in hindsight, that they thought, oh my God, we should have won that race. Then they wheeled the horse back in 16 days in the Ali Sheba. And maybe it was a little bit too much, and the horse went sideways since then. And then, took a break since August, and then got that one start here in March. Now will come out tomorrow. 20-1 on the morning line, I don't think you'll see that. I think you'll see a little bit lower. The one worry you have, Lafitte, if you look at Last Samurai, it's just on the paper, and I'm not making it up, and I'm not denying it. The horse is a way better horse on Lasix than without Lasix, and he will be without Lasix tomorrow, and that's just what it says on the racing form. I hope he comes back to the old Last Samurai, because it's a heck of a race tomorrow, and he would make it even a better race. I'm just a little bit worried without the Lasix, and with these other horses been running, he might be up against it.
A genuine concern. His last race, at first glance, a concern, Raj, but he had been off for several months. He's better at longer distances than that mile race that he came back in. And that, again, strictly a prep to get him ready for this Oaklawn Handicap, where he's done his best work.
Yeah, and this Oaklawn Handicap is going to answer a lot of questions for Last Samurai. I think there's a lot of doubt in, is he going to come back to his best efforts? Because yes, it was off a layoff and we expect an improvement, but it was also way below what we're accustomed to seeing from him. And for the new trainer, long layoff, this is going to be the telling tale for him to see where he really stacks up in the division.
And easy to root for. Again, like you're right there with Kevin Horton going through every step of that stretch drive in last year's Oaklawn Handicap. What will we see in the 23 edition? We'll find out in about 24 hours. And of course, you have the Bob Baffert factor, who's looking to sweep the big three at Oaklawn. Baffert trying to make history. No trainer has ever swept the Apple Blossom, Arkansas Derby, and Oaklawn Handicap. Should reincarnate bring his best, Baffert would accomplish just that.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Tomorrow's Oaklawn Handicap at Oaklawn Park, the Grade 2 $1.25 million event. We've talked a lot on this show today about how competitive the field is, and while Reincarnate may not be as dominant on paper, say, as Adair Manor looked to be in the Apple Blossom last year, you cannot look away from Bob Baffert at Oaklawn Park, who's made it his home away from home. Had his first starter at Oaklawn in April of 1993. 39 total wins, 31 of those stakes wins, so sending the big horses to 42% win percentage, which is just unbelievable. 25 graded stakes wins, and looking to add another tomorrow. 6 Grade 1 victories, including Bodie Meister in the Arkansas Derby, this year's Arkansas Derby as well, with Muth. 5 Arkansas Derbies total. 1 Apple Blossom win. Actually, that should be 2 now, as we did see Adair Manor last week. Bob Baffert at Oaklawn Park will try to add Reincarnate to that tally, as this horse, Paul, coming out of a third in the Santa Anita Handicap last time out. He's a horse that's always kind of been right there, but hasn't quite taken that step up to where he should be against this field.
And especially when you consider the Bob Baffert factor going along with it. But I think the fairest question out of everything with this horse is, does he want to really go longer than a mile? I mean, you could say he won the Los Al Derby. That's great, but he had everything his own way on the front end. He's not going to get that here. And in his other races going longer than a mile, it's a valid question whether or not he can actually get the distance. Listen, he's a good horse, and he comes from a great barn with great success at Oaklawn, but when you look at his body of work, do you want him at a shorter price going a longer distance? And that's the question you have to ask yourself. Make no mistake about it, he's dangerous.
Right.
But I'm just taking a few other things into consideration and kind of treading a little bit lightly with this Baffert horse. But again, be wrong.
Maybe this is the one that you'll be able to bet against in this year's Oaklawn Handicap. As Lafitte Reincarnate, he's an absolute beauty, but the big question, as Paul mentioned, does he want the distance, and can he continue to add Baffert's already impressive tally at Oaklawn?
Baffert looking for a first win in the Oaklawn Handicap. Juan Hernandez, how aggressive. I think it's pedal to the metal with Reincarnate. On paper, at first glance, doesn't look like the quickest. Don't be surprised if Hernandez is very aggressive with him getting out of the blocks, Rajiv. And we've touched on what Baffert has accomplished here this meet. Same for Juan Hernandez. Back in 2008, Mike Smith won the Arkansas Derby, the Apple Blossom Zenyatta, the Oaklawn Handicap Tiago, the Arkansas Derby was Gallego. Hernandez trying to do the very same and sweep the 3 biggest races here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, they're coming in for the clean sweep here, and you can't leave these Baffert horses out. I mean, leave them out at your own risk. The man is winning at 42% when bringing horses here. But if there is any horse, this horse comes in with a different implication than the Adair Manor or the Mute, because he's actually one of the underdog. I'd say he's the second tier of the favorite, of the top contenders in this race.
You don't have the white Abario. You don't have the Senor Buscador, some of the very best older horses that have been overseas, and we won't see them till summer. The result, though, Raj, is a much deeper, more competitive Oaklawn Handicap.
It's a very contentious race, and that makes it a lot of fun. It's going to be a rider's race. Every single decision that's made from the gate opens is going to be critical, because this race is expected to be decided by a very narrow margin.
If you could ride one, if you had your choice?
Wow, this is a tough one. There's no hang-ons like
there's no Adair
Manor.
Manor odds on at 4 to 5. No.
You know what? I'll take Octane. I'll take Octane and try to put him to sleep on the front end. I think Octane has a significant pace advantage, and I'll walk the dog.
Baffert sends these horses. He doesn't send them to stock. I have a feeling they are going to be rolling right from the start. So we'll see how that all unfolds. You'll see that Oaklawn Handicap right here on Fox Sports 2. Post-spread for the 9th, that was Naderade. And then Peace Dog.
Peace Dog.
Great names in this 9th race.
Yeah, he got dueled into submission last time against this same field. There's about 6 horses from this race that raced against each other last time.
Favored Mahomey is rattled off 2 straight.
Won
Strike
that March
Ridge, go ahead.
28 race that we talked about just now that we mentioned.
Strike Ridge, Quick Gelding, Keith Asmussen looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon. Number 5, Where's Randy? Little one-paced, one-geared.
One pace, he was well off the pace last time. Pace collapsed, and he still wasn't even able to capitalize on it.
Shake up, no match for Mahomey in his latest.
Another one of the deep closers in this race that came out of the same March 28 race.
Betty's Cash spun his wheels somewhat in the mud, a winner 2 back on a fast track.
Yeah, and spun his wheels going a mile. Cuts back to his preferred 6 furlongs distance today.
Al's Romeo, Nick Juarez seeking a 4th on the afternoon.
And this is the one I like. Al's
Go with
Romeo.
the hot hand.
He was caught up in space last time. The blinkers come off, which makes me think they'll try to ration the speed out a little more today. And Nick Juarez, the X Factor.
Big afternoon overlay, table money, hit scene. Ramsey Zimmerman takes over.
Yeah, another speed horse here. Led in the slop last time, faded to 4th. Dry track today.
Holding Pattern, daylight winner. He's up there at 24-1.
I tell you what, this horse might be one that could sneak into it at a big price because this race is suitable to the closers. There's a lot of speed. Saying that, I'm still picking Al's Romeo because, look, the last race, there was so much speed in there, and he outgunned them, cleared them. He ran almost what I thought was a suicidal pace and still almost won the race. Now, little change of equipment. He already ran the first quarter in 21-2, leading a slew of fast horses.
Yeah, that's fast.
And he looked like he was going to hold on. That was 45-1 that day. We're not going to get that price today, but he ran too good to lose. What I love about the race today, though, is that the blinkers come off. I think the horse will naturally regulate his pace, get comfortable on the lead or close to the front, and he'll find that little extra more in the stretch.
Really good illustration. Raj going with Al's Romeo. JK, you're a big Patrick Mahomes fan, right? Mahomes 6-5. Are we going with the chalk, or have we found something else?
Yeah, it's not football season, so I'm going to skip the Mahomes thing here, and I'm going to go with Raj. I agree. I like the 8 Al's Romeo. You look at that last race, the pace was fast early, so the horse got tired, ended up running 3rd, but I thought ran sneaky good. And if you look at that race, the horses that ran 1st and 2nd came from way out of it. And I like to think of that as like when the race kind of falls apart, who was the best speed, the speed of the speed? And to me, it was Al's Romeo, who showed that early speed, set it up for 2 closers, one of those horses being Mahomes, who came from out of it and picked up the pieces. Now, if Al's Romeo, taking the blinkers off, can run a more efficient race without using so much energy early, I think Al's Romeo will be there at the wire. And at 8-1, Paulie, I got no problem trying to figure out if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. There's so many different ways you can go in here, JK. I mean, and I think Raj hit the nail on the head. There's so much speed in this race, and I landed on a bigger long shot than all of you guys. I like the 11 hit scene, and the reason why is if you go back to his last race, he got run over by Midnight Taxes. Now, Rajiv, if you remember, Midnight Taxes is a nice Arkansas bred who absolutely destroyed an open field last weekend. So I do think the 11 is very live in here at 25-1, can show a lot of speed. Those AAA ranch horses got a ton of speed. Now the 3 Mahomes, I actually talked to the trainer Michael Hewitt after he won last time out with the voided claim. He got a voided claim 2 back, and I asked Michael, I said, listen, why was he voided claim? He said, listen, they walked him around. The people that wanted to claim him said that they didn't like the way he walked, so Michael said he took him back, came back to win. He's going to probably get the same pace, But do you want him at 6-5, Maggie? I don't know if that's a good proposition. I'm going to go with a bomb in here with Hit Scene and Corey Owens.
You are the man, as I said last week, at taking those long shots, Paul, and pointing them out. But at the end of the day, while it's a tough price to take at 6-5 on Mahomey, he does look best, as we do have the Arkansas, the bell, the winner's circle bell in here, in which Winning Connections, when they donate at least $100 after they win a race of their purse earnings, they get to ring the bell. It can be the jockey, the trainer, the owner, and it really kind of gives the fans a glimpse into where these horses are going after their racing careers, because they are taken care of. There's a farm about 10 minutes away from here, and trainers can send their horses there and ensure a safe retirement and safe new home. But I want to talk about Al's Romeo, number 10, Table Money first. I'll get to Al's Romeo in a second. Table Money, I think, comes in out of a troubled trip in which he was against Open Company in that starter allowance. He was sent forward, then he was taken back on the inside, and then he had nowhere to go when they turned for home. He was never really, truly clear. And I think he looks sensational coming in here, and he's going to offer a generous price. Yes, he's a horse that either shows up or absolutely doesn't. But I thought his race, obviously, 2-back was very good at the bottom. And then last time he had that trouble. So maybe he is a horse that's trending in the right direction. With regards to Al's Romeo, he was very, very sharp in here, much like Paul's horse, too. Hit Scene was also the other sharp horse, both of which have that early speed is displayed for you on the form. Al's Romeo does take the blinkers off. He kind of got a little bit warm as well, but kind of rightfully so. And Raj, here's a question for you. Al's Romeo had a shoe repair, left hind, back in the paddock. It didn't seem to bother him too much. He actually handled it very well. But in your estimation, how many horses have you been on that ran well having shoe repairs back in the paddock?
Oh my goodness, don't tell me, Maggie. Don't tell me the shoe repair. No,
you were so confident. You were so confident till you heard that.
Shoe repair and breaking through the gate before the race are the two things that you just like never want to ever hear.
Why? Why so much with the shoe repair?
I don't know, man, but I can tell you one thing for a fact. The horses just never win after having a shoe repair. Yeah, that's tough. And
he was so confident.
I'm very disappointed.
He was so confident.
I studied this race 5 days ago and picked Al's Romeo as my pick. But that's great information, though, Maggie, to bring that up. And, Paulie, I'm glad you reminded me about that Midnight Taxes race, because we were on set and we love Midnight Taxes in an Open Company race, which was a much tougher race than today's Arkansas restricted race. Mm-hmm. And he blew that field away. The Midnight Taxes is a serious Arkansas bred, and Hit Scene was defeated by him. Lightly raced horse. This is a good long shot for this race.
Lots of options. Feels being bet like it's almost being conceded to Mahomey. You look a little bit closer. Several options and angles to work with amongst these Arkansas breds.
Yeah, 6-5 is a big on the lane Mahomey. And I do get it. He's on a 2-race back-to-back wins. The dynamics of the race does set up for him because there's expected speed, like we talked about. There's speed signed on. But he's going to have to navigate himself through traffic with an apprentice. So an inexperienced rider, good rider, he's won 2 races on the horse, no knock against him, but going through a big field like this, coming from well off the pace, there's a potential that he can find traffic troubles, and you just can't give up anything in this race. Everything has to fall perfectly for Mahomey to actually win, and you're getting a super low price. It actually just ticked down to even money.
Real quick, what exactly, never mind the shoes and what you heard about the shoe repair, what do you want? What are viewers following Al's Romeo? How will they know that you're happy with what you're seeing? What do you want to see early on?
Well, Nick Warris is riding better than me right now because I'm just sitting there and he's just winning races in bunches. So I expect him to ride the way he rides. Just a long rein. Let the horse do the running early.
In front?
Oh, he's going to be in front.
All right.
He's going to be in front and just on a comfortable stride.
See how it all unfolds. 9th race from Oaklawn on the eve of the Oaklawn Handicap. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Strike Ridge, one back, holding pattern to the outside. Here's holding pattern, Rocco Bowen. We're ready to go. How's Romeo? The jockey got launched out of the saddle there, Nick Juarez, but looks like he's all right, getting back aboard. Looks like we're ready. And Leroff, Al's Romeo broke the best with Betty's Cash. These two out for the front together. Betty's Cash with the lead now. And Al's Romeo will press from the outside. Table Money, Strike Ridge side by side. Strike Ridge moving up to be within a length of the lead to come up and challenge that pace setter, in fact, from the inside. Table Money fourth in the early stages. A length and a half to Hit Scene. Shake up alongside of him. They're 2.5 in front of Mahomey. And where's Randy the Gray Horse? Holding pattern well off the fence is third last. A gap of 3 to the 2 at the back of the pack. Naderade is there with Peace Dog. They round the far turn here, and Strike Ridge and Betty's Cash are going on with it. Betty's Cash going to the front now, and Strike Ridge is back in second on the rail, 3/4 of a length behind. Al's Romeo and Table Money, both runners being pumped upon to get going. Hit Scene is trying to produce a rally on the outside, swings 4 or 5 wide off the turn. The others have got to pick it up as they come down the lane. Betty's Cash is scampered away to a 3-length lead. He's gotten clear on the front end. Table Money continues to grind away. Hit Scene, holding pattern, coming with a late surge up the inside. Al's Romeo, Betty's Cash in front by a half length. Al's Romeo holding pattern, lunging on the outside, but Betty's Cash with the ears pinned back. He's determined, and he gets the win. Betty's Cash over holding pattern, Al's Romeo and Table Money.
Wild finish. Betty's Cash just able to hold on in the 9th and final.
That was the other long shot. Holding pattern was coming on the outside, but Betty's Cash cutting back in distance, back to his preferred distance here of 6 furlongs, and really gutsy performance.
Look at Al's Romeo, your top selection, like nothing goes right. The new shoes, he acted up at the gate, wasn't in front, and still right there in the end.
It still ran a very credible race. I mean, just a great finish in our feature race today. Looking forward to the big race tomorrow.
We get a good night's sleep. School night. Rajiv will be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. If you want to see the 10th and final at Oaklawn, go to Naira Bets tomorrow. The big one, the Oaklawn Handicap. And a loaded, deep field with Skippy Longstocking, the morning line favorite. Red Route 1, this is his track where he's done some of his best work. Comes from far, far back. Octane, he's quick. Another contender among many in the $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. That's tomorrow right here on Fox Sports 2. Have a great night.
I'm gonna go ahead and shut him off.
Fuck, my joints are